Good afternoon and welcome back to King Khalid Racecourse. It's Funky Friday and I'm Callum Helliwell and I've got 9 races to look forward to and they're all very, very exciting. This is the Jcsa's English-speaking broadcast and I am going to bring you 9 wonderful contests, but I'm not doing it alone. I'm joined by Rory Delagi, the man on my right.
Good afternoon, Callum. It's good to be with you again. And we're going to have really good day's racing to look forward to with the Taif Sprint Cup and the Taif Derby at the end of the card, and a lot of decent-looking local horses running before that as well.
Yeah, that is the case. We've got good horses all the way through, but we do culminate with the Taif Derby today. We've also got the Taif Sprint Cup for 2-year-olds. Plenty of exciting, talented, young, unexposed horses to look forward to. But we've already got a cheeky little preview to take you through all the action today and everything we've got to look forward to.
Today's race day receives special attention in light of hosting 2 of the most prominent races of the Taif season, which has attracted a group of the strongest horses that will compete in the last 2 races. The opener is for 2-year-old fillies over a distance of 1,200 meters. The shorter distance may be perfect for Malia, who should be close to winning, and would have done if it had not been for Taj Alanea attacking her in the final stages last time out. Walad Karoum may leave his mark in the second race after he improved in his last start, where he finished second over 1,400 meters, which he returns to this time again. In the 4th race, Third Kingdom will try to move forward after finishing second in his last 2 races, while Infrared will try to record another victory that will enhance his good record. In our Arabian race, we will witness Takdir as he continues to provide fantastic results this season, winning with little to no effort at all, and his chances are increasing with his recent 3rd place in a more powerful group of horses. The excitement will reach its peak in the Taif Sprint Cup for 2-year-old colts and fillies, where Al Mutahed will draw plenty of attention due to his extraordinary victory in his only appearance, and should be difficult to beat him. But Bakhtara will try to spread his sparkle again as he did when he embraced his only victory. The Taif Derby seems to be an interesting contest with multiple stars which will compete for its title over a mile. Final Destination appears to be the most likely to win the title after he came very close second to the strong Commissioner King in the Taif Cup. But Ibn Tolan is considered the biggest threat to him after his first appearance in Taif after finishing 3rd in the King Abdulaziz Cup.
Well, as you can see, plenty to look forward to today, but it's not just today's racing that's top-notch, because it gets even better tomorrow as we celebrate Saudi National Day here at King Khalid Racecourse.
King Khalid Equestrian Square will celebrate a special day on September 23rd. Next Saturday sees the Kingdom come together to honour our 93rd Saudi National Day, with music, fun and entertainment for all the family. So come and join us in Taif and let the festivities begin.
I tell you what, if that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. I cannot wait for Saudi National Day tomorrow. There'll be so much going on the track and so much going on off it as well. Off the track right now, we have Shamila, who is in fine form recently. Shamila, are you going to find us some more winners today?
Thank you very much, Callum. I really do hope so. And the sun is shining today. Although there are some menacing looking clouds in the distance, hopefully they stay away from us today. Only one more day until National Day. I'm super excited, but let's get through today first. We have some fantastic racing lined up for you today. I think Tharma Al-Dahani was very unlucky yesterday with Faisal Road and his wide draw. However, in race 9, the Taif Derby, he has Uncle and Final Destination. Both will be ridden by apprentices, and it's great to see trainers giving these young guys experience in the big races. However, the horses have just come into the parade ring for the first race. I'll let you get back to Callum so I can have a look at these.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And let's take a moment to appreciate that dress. My goodness, Rory, that was a style icon we've got in the parade ring today.
Certainly is. Yeah, she doesn't just pick them up by accident, you know. She's got her wardrobe very well coordinated, as Shamila, and she's got something special for tomorrow as well, I gather.
Absolutely, looking forward to seeing that as well. Let's throw over to our fourth member of our awesome foursome. It's our commentator, our voice from above, Alex Sussy. How are you doing?
Callum, thank you very much indeed. A very good afternoon to you and everyone. Really looking forward to today. It's an excellent 9-race programme. Gets underway very shortly. We're just a little over 10 minutes away from a fillies maiden, which begins over the 1,200-metre trip. Second race is a local bred maiden. That will be up to 1,400 metres. Then the third race of the day is a 4-year-old maiden, that race, over the 1,600-metre trip. Race 4, that's a restricted win race for horses who've won between 1 and 3 races. 1,600 metres once again. Arabian horses in action for the 5th, rated between 75 and 95, so a decent level on show over 1,400. Then back to a local bred maiden over 2,000 metres, so stepping right up in distance there. The 710, as you can see, is an Arabian fillies handicap, 0 to 75 over 2,000 metres. And then we get to the big action, don't we? It's the Taif Sprint Cup, the penultimate race over 1,200. And our final race of the day is the Taif Derby, and the trip for that is 1,600 metres. So that's where we stand with regards to the 9 races today, all building nicely to a crescendo. Here's the runners and riders for the first then, this fillies maiden over 1,200 metres. Number 1 is Mifarasa, the mount of Mohammed Said. 2 is Modahima. That's had 2 runs so far. Number 3 is Ashab, also another runner with 2 previous starts. 4, a debutant, Sayouf Al-Kia. Abdullah Al-Saidi takes the ride. Number 5 is Hala Saud. That's a one-time runner. That was 13th on debut, Abdullah Al-Khamis. Number 6 is Tanasob, newcomer for Fawaz Wanas. Number 7 is Manea. Could be of interest. Camila Ospina is on board that filly, who's another first-timer. And 8 is Haifa Al-Dareya, a newcomer, the mount of Fahad Al-Furaydi. Number 9 is Amadora. Abdulaziz Al-Furaydi on board that one. Latifa is number 10 for Wigberto Ramos. 11 is Harbat Al-Maidan, a 2-time starter so far. With 12, Hasna Al-Reda, another newcomer. Norwef Al-Mandani rides. Number 13 is Garam Al-Ward. 0 from 3 so far for that filly. 14, Malaya had a good start to her career, as you heard in the opening clips of the show. Finished second at meeting 28, Abdullah Al-Lawfi on board. 15 is Lucinda. 16 is Sanabik. 17, Zarat Al-Sihaya, a newcomer with Rayan Al-Tarash aboard. And 18 is Nadmat Al-Blidia. That will be the mount of Sultan Al-Mimoni. So 18 runners for the first, the fillies maiden, and we head back to Callum and Rory. Let's get this party started.
Thank you very much, Alex. And I think Shamila is in the parade ring, so she will give us her paddock pick. And let's see what she likes, because she's been in such fine form recently, and we can already hear the jockey getting the bell to get back on board.
Thanks very much, Callum. Hopefully I can find you a few more winners from my paddock picks today, like I did yesterday, as I was flying yesterday, if I do say so myself. Now, I have a bit of a case of deja vu, because I'm sure yesterday I also picked a Camilo Ospina horse in the first race, unraced filly by Premium Tap, and I'm going to do the same today. I've gone with horse number 7, Manea. She looks stunning in the parade ring. as all of these premium tap fillies do, I mean, you cannot go wrong. She's a debutante, so obviously, you know, you're taking your chances picking a horse first time out. However, they are doing really well at the moment. One of my concerns is horse number 13, probably carrying a little less condition than I would like to see. However, all of these horses in this race are looking really well, and they made my job very difficult today. And it's only the first race.
Thank you very much, Amelia. Yes, and I think we're looking at a Camille Ospina, white stable runner in the shape of Minare. Now, this horse is very much a similar profile to what we saw yesterday with another white stable debutant.
Yeah, and this is one of two on the cards who are full siblings. Manea, a daughter of Premium Tap, as Shamila mentioned, out of a mare called Jcsa, and Jcsa's already produced a FASA, so a 3-time winner, including a non-winner of 3 this season. So it's a good pedigree. It's a winning Saudi pedigree as well, and you'd have thought Manea would be one of the more interesting. The vast majority of those with form have plenty to find. We do have a couple of interesting newcomers that we mentioned. Hasna Al Reyes, another newcomer from a good family, half-brother to 3 winners in the same colours, Al Mutara, Taba, and a cup winner in Bin Dohaim. So those two are very interesting on paper, and of course we do have Malaya being the obvious form choice, who's only just touched off last time and drops to 1200. So those 3 seem to dominate in terms of interest in the race, but we'll see how they get on.
Well, let's just get a quick line on everyone, because we have got a full field of 18 and they're only just going down to the start, so we should get through this. Mifarasa is the first one, plenty of experience, probably not good enough here.
No, it doesn't look that. I mean, runner-up over course and distance at meeting 4, but has struggled to match that effort since, and looks a little bit probably flattered by that 68 rating.
Mudahima is horse number 2.
Lesser effort of 2, wins 6th of 18 over 1600 metres last time, drops back in trip to 1200, which should help, but has plenty to find.
Eshab, number 3, 0 from 2.
Made a very poor debut when only 16th, but did improve to a degree on that when 8th over course and distance, showing speed before fading late.
The first of our debutants, Sayouf Al-Khair.
Didn't make as much appeal as one or two of the other debutants on paper, but you can never rule them out. But I thought she was less interesting than the 2 that I've mentioned.
Just seen a 15 just kicking out a little bit there, but let's talk about number 5, Hala Saud.
Drawn wide and did show speed last time before fading. Was well beaten in the Amble, need to improve a fair bit on that effort.
We've got another debutant here in the shape of number 6, Tana Sob.
Yeah, not the worst pedigree, daughter of Teletext. Again, I thought she was interesting enough, but not the 2 that I've picked out are the 2 most interesting newcomers.
Manae is one of those interesting newcomers, horse number 7 in the white stable colours. I know Shamila really likes this one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously anything representing these connections on debuts of interest. The sons and daughters of Premium Tap tend to do very well, and the Dam has produced that 3-time winner, a FASA, already, so ticks plenty of the right boxes.
Yes, Haifa Al Dareya is horse number 8, another debutant. Maybe not quite the one you like.
No, I didn't think it made a huge amount of appeal on pedigree compared to a couple of others, and she'd probably need this debut.
Amadora is horse number 9.
Has shown very little in 2 starts, 16th and 17th, so very hard to fancy, although it does drop and trip.
Letita is horse number 10.
Has hinted at ability in a couple of starts, did show speed over further last time out, and then drops back to 1200, so might get competitive, but has a bit to find.
Another one with experience is Harbat Al Maidan, but struggled last time.
Struggled last time. I was drawn wide there, and maybe that didn't help a huge amount. Did show ability on debut, but needs to build on that belatedly.
I know you like horse number 12, which is Hasna Alared.
Yeah, half-brother to several winners for the same connections. Noor Al-Mutara, Taba, Bin Dohaim. So that ticks plenty of boxes as well. That was one of the more interesting newcomers.
Garam Al-Wad were the horse with a negative in the parade ring and seemed very difficult to control the last time we saw him on the course.
Yeah, it hasn't looked an easy ride so far. Best run went 7th over 1400 metres last time out, but needs to build plenty on that.
Now, horse number 14 is a horse we've got good form for. This is Malaya. Let's have a look at that horse in action. This is this animal finishing 2nd on August the 10th. This is Malaya just in the parade ring here, just getting the leg up as well. Perfectly calm, just a little bit keen on the bit, but no danger. Came wide on this occasion and looked to have the race sewn up at one point.
Yeah, comes with a run which looks like it's going to be a winning run with about 200, 300 metres to go, but just gets run out of it in the end. She showed plenty of ability here. I think this is over 1400, wasn't it? So the drop back to 12 should suit. based on how she's shaped here. And it's worth pointing out that a lot of these maiden races don't work out terribly well, but she was ahead of 3 subsequent winners here. So this race has worked out very well. The winner hasn't run since, but looked a decent type before this. So that's strong enough form. And she's clearly the one to beat on form, but you always have to watch out for the newcomers in races like this.
Yes, I think newcomers could be the key in a race like this. And we'll carry on through Lucinda, another debutant.
Yeah, daughter of command. Again, you know, she's interesting enough on paper, but she was down my list of likely debutant winners.
When we look at interesting debuts, Sanovic was second on debut and could not match that when finishing 10th in meeting 41. Had an awful trip that day.
Yeah, that was a really messy race, and maybe just put a line through that run altogether. She was a promising second to Hala on debut, and Hala's gone on and won again since. So that's not bad form at all. And as I said, just ignore the second run, and that gives her a chance.
She was in a different parish to Hala on that occasion, though. Hala won by a very long way.
Indeed, but Hala, obviously quite a classy animal compared to the form that we're looking here. So it does give Sanovic some kind of chance.
Zarat Al Sahia is horse number 17, another debutant.
Yeah, daughter of the Admiral. Again, she's got a tricky draw for debut in stall 17. It's never easy. You can win from wide draws here, but you tend to need a bit of experience out of the stalls to get a good position. Never easy for a debutant when you're parked in 17 or 18.
And the horse coming out of 18 has one run under the belt. That's Najmat Al-Laylia, who is coming out of stall 18, coming wide, came 12th on debut, would need to find a lot more here and not helped by the draw.
Yeah, she's been over 15 lengths there. She's not particularly helped by being drawn in stall 18. I think she's the type to do better down the line, but whether she needs another couple of runs to find her feet is the question.
And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are live on the Jcsa's YouTube channel right now, so feel free to like, subscribe, and turn on those bell notifications so you can be reminded every time we come on air here in Saudi Arabia. And we're all just building up to Saudi National Day tomorrow, where we'll celebrate it here at King Khalid Racecourse. And I think it's going to be a fantastic day, Rory, surely.
It's going to be a very, very good day. Some quality racing on tomorrow, and hopefully we can let our hair down a little bit after that as well.
Absolutely.
Get to celebrate Saudi Day ourselves. It's all work and no play for us so far, but once racing finishes on Saturday, then
all play and no work.
All bets are off.
Absolutely. Now, in this contest, I think it's very easy to look at a horse like Manea as the exciting debutant, and as well, horse number 12, Hasna Al-Ayred, who is also an interesting debutant. But I'm going to stick with the experience. I'm going to go with Malaya here, horse number 14. That will be my selection, because I just think that horse is far too good and ran really well in a really nice race.
Yeah, that was a good contest, and as we said, there have been winners coming out of it as well. She's got the experience over those debutants. That should count for plenty. Stall 14 won't be a bother to her. She'll miss trouble on the inside, and she should get a really good position. So she has to be the one they have to beat, but obviously it's nice to see a newcomer able to do it. I'm going to go for Manai. Not ideal for Alex with the two of the most interesting ones having very similar names.
Yes, exactly. So just to go through that again, that's Manea for Shamila and Rory, and myself, I'm going for, oh gosh, I've lost the horse completely. Malaya, horse number 14 in your race cards. Now, Alex Fussy, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yeah, not too many more left to go here, only a handful left to go into the starting stalls. Manea and Malaya, this could be fun. Manea from stall 7, white jacket and green cap, and Malaya coming out of 14 in a combination of green and yellow. I would side with the experience of Malaya to get off the mark at a second try here, but we will find out very shortly, because we've only got 3 to go now. Tanner Sob heads up into stall number 6. Al Saud still to go forwards as well, gate 5. There we go, the yellow and black. Hasna Al-Reda is also going forward. So we've not got too many left now, have we? For our first on Taif Derby Day. Side on is Manea. Camilo Ospina. Kicking out now as well, actually, getting a bit worked up here. Manea. Feet out of the irons for Camilo, just trying to aid this filly, keep her calm and go in. She's there now. Al Saud coming forward, stall number 5. Moves in. Final push. Stall 2 to be fielded. Modahima comes in. Stand by. They're off. racing away for the first over 1,200 metres here in this fillies maiden. One of the newcomers, Zarat Al-Sahia, was very slow, will be at the back end in these early stages. Tanasob is also right towards the tail of the field. Sayouf Al-Kir, another first-time starter, got a very bright start, is right up there early on. Latifa in green with the dark black epaulets and another handy. Hasna Al-Hed is also hot prominent. Red jacket showing up very nicely. Deeper on the racecourse, Malaya wants a bit of that action. They're driving hard early here. Amir Farassa's back to the inside, the white and black jacket, and is being followed through by Haifa Al-Hedia, who's trying to get going as well as they make the turn back towards home. And it's now Hasna Al-Hed who's come to the front. 400 metres to go. Leads up over Mifarasa in second. They're being followed by a driven Malaya, who's just about in third, but has got a bit of work on. Trying to come out of the pack and close in on them is Modahima, but as they work their way inside the final 200, can Hasna Al-Red still hold on? Is in front here with about 2.5 lengths the advantage and less than 100 metres to cover. It's going to be a winning debut for the Jerkins runner. It is Hasna Al-Red who wins. Looks as though it's going to be Modahima who just gets second. Mifarasa not far off them back to the inside running rail, but it is a winning start for Hasna Al-Hed, who's done it nicely for Norwef Al-Mudiani, and the Jerkins team got away very smartly from the stall. Shows a good break early doors, held that prominent position, and then kicked on as they spun for home, heading towards that final couple of 100 metres. Did so in nice fashion there. Good turn of foot. 1:17.86 is your winner's time. So 1:17.86 on the clock in our first race of the day. We are waiting at the moment for the judge on the places. It is Modahima who gets second. 4 lengths between the first pair. So a 4-length success. And then we've got Najmat Alablidja, who's come from miles back there around the wide outside and has pipped Mifarasa for third. So it's 12 beating 2 and 18 in our first race of the day. 4 lengths the winning margin, and a nice start by our winner.
Nawef Al-Mudiani is our winning rider. James Jerkins is our winning trainer. And we have a very, very smart debutant in the shape of Hasna Al-Red, who is a mightily impressive winner on debut of our first and seemed to really enjoy that whole trip.
Yeah, this is an impressive performance. There were 2 particularly interesting newcomers on paper. This was one of them. The other ends up being very disappointing. Manaya, who was well down the pack in the end and eased quite away from home. But Hasna Al-Lorea looked a useful prospect in winning in 1:17.86. Slight disappointment that Malaya didn't really show up on the day, and the placed horses slightly let the form down, but that's a decent enough time for a debutant and a horse who's liable to improve. Half-brother to multiple winners and is clearly going to go the right way from this, so a very promising debut.
I know you're a big fan of the clock, Rory. Talk to me about that time in particular and what it means in the standings of sort of 1,200-metre maidens.
Well, I think when we look at the maiden races as a whole here for the 2-year-olds, 120 is kind of the mark that I want to see horses beaten before I sit up and take notice. If you're doing over 120, that's fairly moderate, and you see some very ordinary maidens horses doing that kind of time. Once you're dipping under 118, then you're above average, and we'll see horses do 116, the very best of them. But a 2-year-old newcomer over this trip, particularly one who's bred for further, that's a decent time to start with and gives you something to build on.
Yes, his winning time around the 117 mark, so certainly a horse to keep on the right side of. I'm sure that's James Jerkin's 4th winner since he's been here in Saudi Arabia. We've got Ed Rarfield in the chat as well. He says, thanks, this is highly useful for me because I'm the social media man for James Jerkins. Well, Ed, congratulations. A great way to start the day, and certainly plenty of tweets and plenty of Instagram posts as well, I'm sure will be going out on behalf of this winning debutant, who looks like he's got plenty of energy still in the parade ring.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's not massive, is he? He's not the biggest unit you'll ever see, but he's well put together, and he's clearly got an above average level of ability, so he's something to look forward to. We were lucky enough that we could congratulate the winning trainer from our vantage point here. He was watching it on his own in the stand next to us. We could salute him as the horse crossed the line. He was happy to take the applause.
So yes, it was good to see that James Jerkins had the whole gallery to himself on that occasion, had the whole stand to himself.
Indeed.
Falling apart early on here today. But he had the whole stand to himself. And you see how much it meant to him because he was getting more and more excited as the race wore on because they were always front ranked.
Indeed. Not as excited as you tend to get when one of yours is towards the front end. But yeah, he was clearly happy with that performance. And he's got another chance or two later on the card.
Yeah, so you think he's got plenty of chances towards the end of the card today, and certainly will not be surprised to see him back in the winner's enclosure. Very comfortable James Jerkin's success there as we see his winning horse powering away here on debut. Just pouring it on here in really impressive style, and it's the way this horse has got about it in the final strides that impressed me. Look at the head carriage, look at the way this horse is travelling on and away from his race.
Yeah, he's not a 6-furlong horse. He's a horse who's clearly going to stay a little bit further, and he was most impressive in that final 150 metres. But hopefully we'll hear from the trainer shortly, and I think Shamila's standing by, isn't she, for us there?
Yes, let's hear from our winning trainer.
Another race comes up in Riyadh, so we didn't want to wait that long, so we took a chance and gave her a little blowout the other day, and it was good enough.
With these debutant runners, is the gait ever an issue for you?
Oh yeah, you never know how they're going to do. Even if they break sharp in the morning, sometimes they get, with all the excitement of all the horses around, and sometimes you don't know how they're gonna break. I just saw the head on. I don't think she broke super sharp. She didn't the other day when she had her gate work either. But she has good acceleration, and she was right there close. She was close up pretty quickly. So once she got in the spot she was in, I was pretty confident she was going to be okay.
And what are your plans for her going forward, going into the Riyadh season?
I really don't know. Just hope she pulls up good after this. You always got to worry about buck shins and stuff like that with 2-year-olds. So and keeping their mind together. She was a little feisty in the paddock. She even schooling the other day, she wasn't that good, and today she wasn't a whole lot better. But once in the saddle stall, she was bad, but she was fine on the ring and fine on the track and everything else. And that's the important thing. We'll just have to keep working with her on that. And she's a big, strong filly. Just hope we have some fun with her.
And obviously, you have Third Kingdom today. Are you looking forward to him?
Yeah, he's been. His last 2 races were good. Last time he showed he can come from off the pace a little bit and still run good, which was good to see. I don't really know what our tactics are going to be today. I'll have to pretty much leave it up to Nawaf, but I don't know. We're just hoping. We just keep plugging. He's like I said, the last 2 were good enough to. I think if he duplicates it, he should be right there again.
And this will be your first Saudi National Day tomorrow. Are you looking forward to it? Do you have any plans?
No, not really. Just work. We're going to prepare to ship out the following day. So that's pretty much what we're going to spend tomorrow doing.
And the Red Stables. Is this the first 2-year-old winner for them?
You know, I don't know. I can't remember, to be honest with you. The other trainers, if they had a 2-year-old winner or not, I can't remember, to be honest with you. But this is only the second 2-year-old I've run here. They both run well. She won, and another filly called Bint Al-Raya ran very well first time out, going 7 furlongs, which was further than we wanted to go first out. But we really like her, so it's going to be pretty exciting going back to Riyadh. We should, with any luck, we should do pretty well.
Thank you very much, Jimmy, and best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thanks a lot.
Yes, thank you very much, Jimmy. That was very, very good. It's an impressive win. And Nike's best said, the horse didn't jump brilliantly, but once getting into the rhythm was clearly far too good for the rivals.
Yes, she was. She wasn't brilliantly away. Those who got away well didn't really end up figuring in the finish. Sayuf Al-Khair was well away from stall 4. Latitha from stall 10 got a decent break. And we also had a bit of speed just inside that. The one that was slowly away was number 17, Zarat Al-Salihah. But as you can see, we have a little bit of early speed, but it doesn't really stack up particularly well.
No, it doesn't stack up that well, but you can just see now that our race winner is taking the lead on the inside. That's Malaya just coming through on the outside there as well. Had another wide trip. You just think maybe the draw gods need to be a little bit kinder to Malaya.
Yeah, I thought that with the experience she had first time up that she would should be able to take a fairly good position. But as you said, she is trapped wide. But she's not going forward in anything like the same way as the winner did. The winner looped rivals after about 3 furlongs there. Those that were showing speed, but unlikely to maintain it, and that stops her getting into trouble. That was a straightforward ride, and she looked a decent performer as she's cleared away from them in the end. Those who filled the frame. Modahima in second has run her best race, but she didn't run particularly well last time. That was over 16 though, so the 1600 was probably too far for her last time. So that's maybe a little bit better than it looks. I just thought the placed horses were stepping up. Najmat Al-Abdilia in the outside stall. We thought she had she was well beaten on debut, but she showed a little bit of ability there. I thought she was liable to do better. She improved quicker than I thought she would to finish third, and she was doing her best work late there. So she's one who'll come on from stall 18 as well, not the easiest place to be. So initially I thought the fact that the second and third weren't particularly eye-catching on paper let the form down a little bit. But when you see it again, you see the winner's very impressive, particularly when asked to go about her business in the last 150 metres or so. So she's... Clearly, Jimmy Jerkins doesn't rush his 2-year-olds. You heard that from his interview. This is only his second runner of the season. And, he's looking to the future. He's looking to make sure that they're going the right way all the time rather than having them absolutely primed to win first time out. He wants to make sure that they're going the right way mentally and physically. And you got that impression from the interview he gave there to Shamila, which was really enlightening.
Yes, and I'm sure he'll be a trainer to follow once we get to Riyadh as well, because what is most exciting about this string is that they're already thinking about shipping out. They're ready to go. Riyadh on the horizon. I imagine the winners will start coming thick and fast.
Oh, I think so. I think ever since Jimmy got here, and he got here after the start of the season, didn't he? It's always been about Riyadh for him and his horses, and Taif was about bedding in and about getting to know the horses, getting to know the training regime out here, when you have to work. How you get around the high temperatures, that kind of thing. And obviously, it's a big difference from training in New York State. So obviously, it's a learning curve for Jimmy, but he's taken it all on board. And as you say, I think when he gets to Riyadh, you'll see the winners flowing from that stable.
Yes, I think those winners are going to keep on coming. I thought Modima ran a really nice race, but Mifarasa as well from stall 1. Stall 1 and 2 were bang up there as they turned in for home, so clearly the low draws jumped out well and got a good run of things. But unfortunately, they could do nothing to beat our race winner, who was Hansa Al-Ayred, who was a very, very smart winner of our opener. But we move swiftly on and we step up and trip straight away. We're not hanging around over 6 furlongs like we did yesterday. We're stepping up to 7 straight away, and this is a local bred horses maiden, and Alex Fussy will take us through the runners and the riders.
Cheers, Callum. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, let's have a look at the field ahead of our second race of the day. As you've heard, this local bred maiden now coming up. Number 1 is Washat Al Maidan. Abdullah Al Khamis rides, 0 from 8 so far. 2 is Walad Chrome. Fahad Al Faradi on the back of a decent second at meeting 31. Number 3 is Hakwat for Rayan Altarish. Best effort was 4th at meeting 13. Number 4 is Aklak. Made a debut at meeting 32, the mount of Wigberto Ramos. 5 is AM Rory. Luis Morales will do the steering. 6 is Masoum Al-Nayef. Norwaf Al-Farouz on board 0 from 5 for that Colts. One of the fillies is number 7, Burlant, the mount of Naif Al-Anazi, making a return here this afternoon. Urjawania is number 8 on the race card, 0 from 10, looking one of the more exposed runners. Number 9 is Thud Al-Sharaf, Camilo Ospina in the saddle. 10 is Gloria Flashes for Fawaz Wanas. Number 11 is Next, 0 from 3, Abdullah Al-Kredis. Number 12 is Mike, 0 from 3, as Silan Shani takes the ride. 13, Al Saudia Al-Lozma, 0 from 12, another exposed filly. Number 14 is Mona Al Jazeera. Ayad Al Turisi is aboard. Number 15 is Moaz, 0 from 3 for him to date so far. Number 16 is Ayez Latifa. Ran well on that first go at meeting 41 when finishing 4th. Number 17 is Waj Al Salam. Abdulaziz Al Faradi aboard. No 18, which means the 19 is your runner here, and that's Aliat Alilia. That's 0 from 4 as well. Mohammed Al Habib will do the steering. So 18 of them, with the 19 reserve getting the run, and they'll soon be heading into the parade ring for our second race of the day.
Thank you very much, Alex. And it doesn't get any easier for you. Another full field of 18, and these local bred maidens are all 3-year-olds, and are all looking to do a little bit better than they've shown so far.
Yeah, nothing's shown a massive amount thus far. Gloria Flashes, the pick of them with a rating of 67, but she's coming off a disappointing effort, went 13th last week, so she does need to step up. I know you've got a theory about that, and I think you probably can forgive that run given what happened to her prior to that, but she'd been shipping up well, meeting 21 and meeting 32 when finishing 4th and 2nd. Looked like she was moving towards a win. She had a good opportunity in a void race when the stalls didn't open on time. Then she was turned out quickly and disappointed. I think she probably got upset by what happened with that void race and didn't give her running next time. The question is how she looks today and whether she looks like she's got it together again, and Shamila will tell us that. But if she's back to her best form, she's going to be hard to beat in a race where there aren't many you can fancy particularly strongly, but something has to give, and if she doesn't run her race, then it looks wide open.
Yes, it is one of those contests where it looks to be very simple. Gloria Flashes, if she turns up at her best, she wins this. Unfortunately, as you talked about my theory here, is that the fact that she looked back at meeting 32 where she ran 2nd, that was right on the money. She was ready and ready to go. She went into another contest, and unfortunately, with the void race, didn't have the same luck. But let's talk about Waheja Al Maidan, horse number 1, and Walid Chrome, horse number 2.
Best effort came over course and distance for Wajat Al Maidan, but struggling to make an impact of late. Walid Chrome, best effort last time out, went 2nd, beaten half a length, although didn't look the keenest to go past, but the form of that gives him a decent chance.
This is Hakwat.
Respectable 5th at meeting 22, didn't build on that last time out, one of the stable's lesser lights.
Yes, number 5 is Aimrawi. We'll make sure to find out whether Aklak is running today, just having a look to see whether that horse will appear, but this is Aimwari at the moment, number 5.
Yeah, form is regressive and poor at best anyway, so hard to fancy in this field.
Yes, as you see, number 6, Masoum Al-Nayef, who is a nice-looking grey animal. 0 from 5, though, and didn't show much on seasonal reappearance.
Didn't show an awful lot, but did show form over 1,600 at Riyadh last season. Probably needed that return after a long break and should be better for it, so one of the ones to consider.
Yeah, so one to be putting on your shortlist. Burlant is making first start this season.
Yeah, started well enough at Riyadh, but didn't build on debut, and this is her seasonal reappearance, so she's liable to need the run and has got a bit to find.
Urjawania is a really likeable grey. I really like the way this horse runs its races, but unfortunately doesn't quite have enough speed.
Now, finished 4th of her course and distance last time, typically finishing well, but doesn't really have a turn of foot, just keeps plugging away, and that's probably why she remains a maiden, but she should be in the places again, I'd have thought.
Sood Al Sharaf, number 9.
Stayed on well over further last time out, so the drop and trip is a bit of a negative, I would say, but did at least show improvement from debut.
This is Gloria Flasher, the horse we mentioned earlier. It'll be interesting to see what Shamila makes of this runner in the parade ring. Certainly not giving me any negative signs just off the screen.
Not at the moment. I think the key is how she behaves when the rider gets on board and when she goes to the start. She got a bit upset in the stalls that day, and that might have been part of the reason why there was that false start. There was damage done to the mechanism, and she was partly responsible. Now, she still showed effects of that next time out, but hopefully she'll be back to form here. Number
11 is next, and number 12 is Mike.
Mike's better effort this summer was when 8th of her course in distance, but didn't impress with his head carriage and something to find on form.
Alsodia Lozme is horse number 13, unlucky for some.
Does have ability, but form's taking a downturn of late and needs to get back to his best, or her best rather.
Mona Jazira is horse number 14 on your race cards, 0 from 1, and that's 11th on debut. And Moaz is horse number 15.
Yeah, Mona Al Jazeera should improve on that debut. Moaz showed a glimmer of ability on second start, but has been well beaten either side of that and drops back from 2,000 metres here.
Horse number 16, Aid Latifa.
Yeah, finished well over 1,200 metres on debut, given the impression the step up and trip was needed, gets that now and is one of the most interesting in the race.
Yeah, certainly very keen in the preliminaries there. Horse number 17 is Waj Al Salam.
Newcomer and draws 17, not the easiest for a horse with no experience, but the pedigree does offer some hope.
Yes, and certainly won't have such a tougher ask getting across, but we'll go straight to number 19. Aliat Alileya sneaks into the reserve.
Yeah, another one interesting in form. Finished ahead of Ace Latifa, went third over 1,200 last time out. The question is whether the step up and trip will allow Ace Latifa to reverse that form, certainly finishing better that day.
Yes, and on that occasion, Ace Latifa did have that plum rail run as well, didn't she?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. When you see a horse finishing reasonably well to get into the frame, you're always wondering whether they're slightly flattered by getting a clear run through the inside. Doesn't always happen, but when you do get a run through on the inside over 1,200 metres, you can skip past horses without having to be much better than them. And she was finishing well, so she should do better at this trip. But it'll be interesting to see how she finishes in relation to Aliyah, who was in front of her that day over the 1,200. You'd have thought the longer trip might suit Ace Latifa better.
Shamila is in the parade ring. She can give us an eye catcher and tell us how Gloria Flash is looking.
Thanks, Callum. I'll get to Gloria Flashes in a bit, but it's just as well you were talking about horse number 16, because this is my paddock pick, Ace Latifa. She looks stunning in the parade ring. Now, you wouldn't think just looking at her that she is a standout in a crowd of 18 horses. However, I could not get my eyes off her. She's a 3-year-old filly, and another one to note is horse number 14, Mona Al Jazeera. Obviously, 11th last time out, but it was her first and only run, so we can't hold that against her too much. A question mark for me is horse number 6, Marsoum Al Naif. Doesn't look great in the parade ring. I wasn't a big fan of his gait walking around here. He doesn't look great to my eye. And Gloria Flashes actually does look really good as well. Obviously, I think we can ignore her last time out because she's been pretty consistent this season. And I would actually love to see her in the winner's enclosure today, but I'm going to stick with horse number 16.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Now, you mentioned Ace Latifa being a massive positive for you. We noticed that horse getting a little bit wound up in the parade ring. Has Ace Latifa calmed down now?
She did get wound up coming into the parade ring slightly, but she hasn't got hot or sweaty. I mean, she is only 3 years old, but she's calmed down significantly since then. They've taken a few turns with her. She's absolutely fine now, and no red flags standing out to me there.
That's positive to hear. We know a lot of people at home will be liking the look of Waled Chrome, a horse that we've got video for. How's that horse looking in the parade ring? Horse number 2.
He looks like an absolute professional. He's just across the parade ring from me there. His hind quarters aren't super well defined like other horses in the race. However, on paper, he is the strongest, and we can't go against that.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And as always, vital information in the paddock there. Rory, has that changed your opinion on anything as we've seen them go around there?
Well, Ace Latifa is one of the more interesting ones on paper anyway, and obviously when she gets a positive paddock mention as well, that tips me slightly in her direction. And obviously the negative for Marsoum Al Naif, who I thought was pretty interesting coming here, given the form that he showed last year in Riyadh, but wasn't impressing in the paddock. So I'd probably veer against Marsoum Al Naif on the basis of that.
Alilat Alileya, the one that sneaks into the reserve. Everyone at home will be thinking, beat Aid Latifa last time out. Is that horse shaped like it could get further?
I wouldn't say that that you'd have thought that 6 furlongs would have been the limit of her stamina, and she ran a decent race. She's also up with the pace more than Ace Latifa was as well. And you've got to give a horse credit for being on the front end as well. It's a lot easier making cheap headway late in the day than it is being up at the pace and staying on. So I'd give her credit for that, but there shouldn't be an awful lot between them.
Let's have a look at some video form here, and this is, I think this might be Walid Chrome we're having a look at here.
Yeah.
Walid Chrome finishing second last time out.
Yeah, loops up as if he's going to go past. The front two pull well clear of the pack at this stage, and you thought it's just a case of the jockey asking for an effort, and Walid Chrome goes past, but he doesn't look desperately keen to get his head in front. He wanders around, the head is high, he looks to duck in behind at one stage, and that's a little bit disappointing. You could put it down to greenness, but he's had more opportunities than most of these, so that's a bit of a worry. And
this is the A's Latifa form. You'll see this horse in the silver cap and the yellow and silver stripes on the silks. And you've also got the other runner, the reserve that gets in, Aliyat Alileya, who is also going to be involved in this race in the yellow cap and the lighter green silks.
Yeah, and you see that A's Latifa was in an unpromising position coming round the bend, but stays on strongly between horses just to the left of shot. They're just dipping out a shot to get that fourth place, and she's a length behind Aliyat Alali. I wouldn't say the third didn't look to be asking for a longer trip as well. Your eye was just drawn to A's Latifa with that run up the rails. So there's not much between them on that form. And it may well be that the pair of them will improve for the step up and trip, or indeed not.
No, they both could struggle. There's certainly no getting away from that. Hakwat is horse number 3 for the White Stable. Now, I think this is a really interesting contender, purely because why have they kept this horse for so long? Because clearly it struggled in starts in the career so far.
She's bred to be a lot better than this, but she's got a rating of 54 at the moment. Was just a respectable 5th 2 starts ago. She didn't really build on that last time either, and she's got a chance of winning here because those with higher ratings have got question marks over. Masoum Al Nayef was a negative in the paddock. Gloria Flash is disappointed last time out, so could easily go to a horse rated in the 50s, and that would give her a chance of getting her head in front. And obviously, from a home breeding operation, if she can get her head in front, that's a positive for Connections, but she's not particularly impressive thus far.
It's great to see in the YouTube comments, we've got plenty of people giving us some translations here. Al Saudi Al Osma, what does that mean, Rory?
Oh, you can tell me.
It means Saudi is great, which seems very appropriate at this time of year with Saudi National Day being celebrated across the country.
Well, this would be a very good opportunity for Al Saudi Al Osma to take a turn in the right direction. With the form has gone backwards in the last couple of starts, but if she decides that today is the day to return to form, that would seem appropriate on National Day.
It would be appropriate, and Ed Raffield is also saying it's a quiet day in his office in NYC, so he's going to stream us on his office television, so hopefully he can stay with us for the rest of the day, because I know James Jerkins has plenty more chances throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, that'd be. Yeah, we've already mentioned one or two of the Jerkins runners. Latanza runs in the next as well. We mentioned Third Kingdom, so it could be a good day for the Jerkins barn, and hopefully Ed will keep us company all day.
Absolutely. Hope you stay with us, Ed, and thank you very much everyone involved in the comments. It's great to hear from you, and it's great to know that you're watching along with us here on Funky Friday here at King Khalid Racecourse. Let's talk about a bit of a weather update, because all of a sudden we're being battered by some heavy winds.
Yeah, the breeze has picked up just in the last minute or so, and it looks pretty strong out there with the trees blowing quite heavily. We did get the wind picking up yesterday, but then it dropped again fairly quickly, so it'll be interesting to see if this is set in. It's going to be pretty much with them up the straight, so it's going to be a help to them in the finish. But whether that wind remains or not, and that's gusting again now, we will see.
It might be a bit of a crosswind as well, because it seems to be changing directions all the time. You just see the flags to our right are blowing away to their right, so I probably think it's more of a crosswind than a tailwind behind them, but certainly something to keep an eye on, because some of these horses who are already struggling for form won't need anything else in their way.
No, this is true, but it's not, at least it's not against them in the straight. That's what you don't want to see. I mean, I'm not a massive fan of horses getting a tailwind either, because it can produce sort of false results. But well, it's always something they've got to deal with, and it's interesting. At least the right of the paddock now, we can't really see if any of them are being particularly affected by the wind. But as we heard from Shamila yesterday, especially with the younger horses, when the wind gets up, it does tend to upset them a little bit. And hopefully that'll be minimised today.
And talking about younger horses, we've got some very inexperienced, talented 2-year-olds running in our 8th race today. Trainers and owners will be hoping that this wind dies down before that race.
Yeah, a lot of, as you said, a lot of promising horses there, but a lot of them very lightly raced. A few of the most interesting ones coming here after just the one start. So their lack of experience and these conditions could be a bit of a concern going into that. So we just hope that the wind is here temporarily and isn't set in for the day.
And this is where we remind everyone that we're based in an outside studio. We're not like the Arabic Channel with their comfy indoor setup. We're bracing for the elements and battening down the hatches here.
We certainly are, and we're very happy to do it, aren't we, Cal?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly we are. As we can just see, Jcsa is just coming through shot now. This is a really nice horse. I think if this race falls apart and staying is needed to win, horse number 8 is certainly a horse I'd want to be on side with.
Yeah, looks like it. I mean, it's definitely wants a little bit further than the 1400, I think. But as you said, if it turns into a little bit of a war of attrition up front, then that could bring stamina into play. And Jcsa certainly lacks tactical pace, but keeps on willingly in her races, and she could be. She's bound to be there or thereabouts. Should be a bit of a yardstick in terms of what the form is worth at the end of the day. But she's always sort of lacked the necessary toe to put her in the right position in races to get winning done. But a race will fall her way at some stage. She's perfectly genuine.
Just had a shot of the best beard in racing, Naif Al-Navi. He's aboard Burlant. Now that horse is 0 from 4, making first run today. Can we give any chance for this horse rated 58?
Well, 58 might well be good enough to win this race. The worry with Burlant is she didn't really go on from a good start, but that does show that she can go well fresh. We normally say that horses having their first start here who've been to Riyadh, it's often a bit of a negative, and you need to have fitness on your side. We saw that once or twice yesterday. But if she is straight enough, she's got the pedigree to do better than she's done so far. But it may well be that's just setting her up for a run in Riyadh in a few weeks' time.
Now, we'll get to our selections nice and early, because we're a little bit late on the show in the last race. So let's get them in early. Who do you like in this one?
Well, I am actually going to give Gloria Flashes another chance.
Oh, lovely.
She, as I said, she got a little bit upset in the stalls with that void race. And it may well be that she was still feeling the effects of that when she disappointed next time out. Turned out quickly. She's had a little bit of a break since then. She looks well in the parade ring. She's not obviously playing up at the start either. So I hope she can put that behind her and prove that her previous form is good enough to win a race like this.
Yeah, so you are going to go with Gloria Flashes. Shamila is going to go with Aid Latifa coming out of number 16. And Aliat Alileya is going to be my selection. Horse number 19 coming out of stall 18. It's lovely when a reserve just slips in like that, isn't it? I just thought that performance in the last race against Aid Latifa was good enough for me to see that horse maintain that form. I think the up and trip isn't going to be too much of a negative either. Now, let's talk about, as they just begin to load, we'll talk about the Gloria Flashes incident, because we can give it a little bit of time now as they start the loading process. That race happened where the horse tried to duck under the stalls. They managed to get all the horses out okay, but the stall turned out to be damaged. One half of the gates opened up at the right time. The other half of the gates opened about 3 seconds later. So unfortunately, a lot of horses were left with far too much to do. The race was voided. It was all sorted very quickly. But I think a lot of those horses, they all had to run a full race, and a lot of them felt the effects of it.
Yeah, they went through the whole motion. It's not just running the race, it's coming into the parade ring, doing the full circuit, going to the start, going through all that stress. It all counts for something. It's not just the physical exertion of the race, it's the mental exertion as well. And clearly she seemed to be more affected by that than most. And indeed, she was next to the filly who tried to duck under the stalls that day, I believe. So it makes perfect sense that she might have been upset by that, but she seems to be over it now, we hope.
Let's hope and see. So I know you like Gloria Flashes. I like Aliat Alileya, and Shamila likes Aid Latifa. Alex, who do you like?
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, I'm going to side with Aid Latifa as well. I think that's very hard to make ground from behind up the inside. You see a lot of winners here coming 4 or 5 deep off the turn and holding a position to the line more down the centre of the racecourse. So hoping that filly can improve from that 4th placed effort on her debut. I can let you guys know that Walad Chrome was getting rather worked up on the way down to the start, was quite edgy down to the post, so keep an eye on this colt from the starting stalls. Fahad Al-Faradi was trying his best to keep him under wraps, and in the starting stalls, horse 7, Waj Al-Salam, was restless and rearing. So we've had 1 or 2 of these 3-year-olds showing their inexperience or well-being one way or the other, with that additional breeze around today. As the guys mentioned, can rattle the stalls, can't it? Keep one or two on toes, and not always the easiest for the loading up process. I think we've got about 3 to go now. Right on cue, there they are. Walad Chrome is one of them. Marsoum Al Nayef is just about to go forwards. There we can see in the stalls with that runner. Just backing off. Perhaps another runner to go forwards beforehand by the looks of it, actually. Attentions appear to be turning elsewhere. It's Aliat Alaliya on the outside. Stall 18, of course, the reserve. They're just pushing into line. Next is still out the back as well with the yellow sleeves. Looks as though got a quartet to go, although there's another runner just been backed out there on the far side, possibly. We'll keep an eye on this. Certainly, Aliat Alilaya is back out of the stalls now. The 19 is not in the gates, was nearly there. It's the 17, isn't it, that's come out. That was the one we mentioned was getting upset and rearing. Waj Al Salam looks to be heading away from the starting stall, so I think we'll be going without that runner here. So the 6 is in, Marsoum Al Nayef. We've still got 3 out of the stalls. It just depends whether this 17 gets another chance. But the jockey's getting back up. Abdulaziz Al Thuraidi is back on board. Waj Al Salam certainly won't help his chance. Now looks like Marsoum Al Nayef's getting restless in the gates. We've got a bit of a knock-on effect here, haven't we? I think we need to get these runners rolling and away. Next is in. Walad Chrome goes in. Waj Al Salam is back in the stalls by the looks of it here. Stand by. They're off. Racing away. Local bred maiden underway over the 1400 meters trip down to the inside. Wajhat Al Maidan not good away, is being driven to try and gain some early speed, and next drops to the tail. The yellow sleeve jacket and white cap is well out of its ground. Looking for early pace. Well, we've got a bit of a blanket on early doors here, haven't we? No real definite leader. Mona Al Jazeera is right up there. Also, Moaz is trying to get going to the outside. Walad Chrome back to the inside. Running rail is right up there now as well. Got a bit edgy on the way down to the start, but is handy in second. Not far off them as well is Hakwat, the white jacket and green cap. Looking for runners to try and improve in between them. Well, Burlant's not far away. After a poor start, Wajhat Al Maidan has got quite handy. He's about 6th up the inside as they take the swing left-handed. Around the outside of the group, Gloria Flashes is right there with Marsoum Al Nayef in company. So they're about to swing back towards home here and head inside of the final 400 meters. So taking this turn, Walad Chrome up the running rail is strongly driven here to try and get past our leader. But as they work their way inside the final 150 meters, Moaz in front. Hakwat is the one trying to close. Wajhat Al Maidan still back to the inside. Then Marsoum Al Nayef. Plenty of these have had no part in the race whatsoever. And here comes Hakwat on the outside of Moaz, being driven strongly to the line. All out the leader, just done enough, I think. Moaz looks to have just clung on to deny Hakwat in a great finish to our second race of the day. The pair put distance between themselves and the field inside the final 50 meters. But it looks as though Moaz would have done just enough here on the inside. 4th time lucky for him if that's the case. Finished well down the field on the 3 starts to date. Best effort was an 8th place finish, and Moaz has been confirmed your winner. 1:29.87 is your winner's time. Hakwat second. It was a neck between them at the winning line. Diving late, getting up speed was Hakwat, but not enough. Here we are over the line, as you can see. We're talking, another couple of strides, and that could well be a different result. The pair are a long way clear. Progress from the 8, wasn't it, for 3rd, Juwania, but that's really the only runner that's made any ground from off the speed, because Walad Chrome, who got a decent beginning, has eventually finished in 4th place. And then you've got a handful together there over the line next. Quite an odd race, the way that was run. Not many of them involved. none of the principals really getting any part in it at all. It's 15 Moaz, your winner, 3 Hakwat in second, and 8 Urjuwania finishes in third.
Well, they were messy going down to the start, they were messy going into the gate, and they were messy throughout the race. What a strange contest. Moaz, though, take nothing away from our winning horse. That finished last time out, has now done the complete opposite and won today. Now, you're the analyst. Analyse that.
Well, if this hadn't run last time, you'd have said it was going in the right direction. Stepped up to 2,000 metres last time, clearly didn't stay that trip. Had run over 1,200 the time before that, finished 8th, but that wasn't a bad race. Mojasol was the winner of that. Motrakia in second. We saw Motrakia, of course, in winning action the other day. So that looked at an above-average maiden, and Moaz wasn't disgraced in finishing 8th that day, but then was stepped up markedly in trip and showed very little last time out, which put you off because there wasn't much on debut, there wasn't much on third start. Second was promising, but you tend to throw that promise out when a horse disappoints. And next time, clearly this is the right sort of trip. Was going on at the end of 1,200 and clearly has improved for this trip. And the step up to 2,000 was a big step up and clearly didn't suit. But this is a race you wouldn't want to get too carried away with. The winner was rated 57 based on that 8th place run. Hakwat rated 54. And it clearly hasn't taken an awful lot of winning. The form horses, Walad Krub came there with every chance, and again
done the same thing.
Just did. I mean, he kept there to the end on debut, but he just didn't really want to know when he was asked for an effort this time, and he's one to avoid on that showing. And I'm afraid we've had exactly the same run from Gloria Flashes this time as we had last. Whatever happened to her 2 runs ago just seems to have shot her bolt for the time being. She didn't exert herself at all and finished well down the pack. Urjuwania, she's got a rating of 60. She always runs the same sort of race. Again, she's come from the clouds to grab a place ahead of Walad Krub, but with 3 horses rated, sort of mid to high 50s filling the places here. It's not the strongest maiden we're going to see, but it's always nice to see an unexpected result as well because, it shakes things up a little bit.
Absolutely, and take nothing away from Moaz as well. Someone had to win this race, and Moaz did, and I thought it was a very good ride as well. Took the lead early and always looked to be sort of dominating in that sort of race. Got across quite early too, and I think that was crucial. The thing for me that really caught my eye was that nothing in behind got into the race. And I don't know whether that was to do with the wind that they were facing. I don't know whether it was the style of the race it was run, but they seemed to struggle.
Yeah, I think the breeze has helped them here. It helped those who've shown pace in the race. Certainly helped Moaz, who showed early pace and was always on the front end and never really looked vulnerable briefly off the turn, but kept going very well. And the actual winning time is not a bad one for the trip. But from the ratings of the horse and the fact that we've seen plenty of them that they haven't suddenly improved a chunk here. I mean, Moaz obviously less exposed than most. And this is Moaz's first try at the 1,400 metres, so you can at least argue there should be improvement to come from the winner. But the second and third we know plenty about, so nothing to get too carried away with. And I don't think the handicapper is going to be raising the front 3 much in the weights for this. It certainly shouldn't be.
Yeah, Rayan Al-Taresh, who with the board Hakwat, will be gutted. He was flashing home, but just a couple of strides too late. Yeah,
there's flashing home and there's flashing home, isn't there? It looked like Hakwat was going to arrive there with a big challenge, but there's no real turn of foot from the runner-up. It was just getting closer and closer. Unfortunately, the line just came too soon for Hakwat. And if you look off the bend, she's only 2 lengths off the lead at this stage,
Yeah.
so really, if she was good enough, she should have got past at that stage, but she just lacks gears.
Yeah, Gloria Flashes in a similar situation, always wide throughout and never was able to get involved down the straight and faded very tamely. My thoughts would be, let's go back to the drawing board with that one, take a long break and then come back when we're midway through the Riyadh season.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea, and obviously when you have a setback like that and you can't quite put your finger on why the filly like her isn't showing the form she was earlier, running them over and over again doesn't necessarily help, and giving them a break and getting them, it's not a physical issue, she's fit. And she looked absolutely fine in the parade ring, almost the pick of the paddock. But mentally, clearly something's missing at the moment, and she probably needs a break to get over that.
And you always say when fillies are running well, keep them going, because they tend to just hit their stride and keep going. If they're running badly, don't do the same thing. Take some time off and try and get to the bottom of the issue. Yeah,
again, as we've heard a couple of times over the last couple of days, it's not just about maintaining physical fitness. It's about keeping these horses mentally right as well. And sometimes they can become jaded. And once they do, it's very difficult to get them back on track. So when you see signs of that, you've got to decide, you've got a decision to make whether you just take a break and find out what the issue might be. And often, you know the horse is fine at home and it's working well enough and it's fit, and you think, well, you've got to keep running it. But sometimes there's something that you can see that you want to deal with.
You can just see the start here as they lead the stalls. There's your race winner, got a good jump, you can just see in the white cap with the white sleeves as well. Great shot from our camera team down on the ground by the start. You can just see stole length, and there you see horse number 1, Wajet Al Maidan.
Awful
got
start.
stall 1, but fell out the gates.
Yeah, has been slowly away in the past, Wajahat Al Maidan, so that's a bit of a worry for her going forward. She actually made quite a lot of headway mid-race, but couldn't maintain that move. Next, also from stall 11, was slowly away and didn't do her chances any good at all.
Yeah, Mike was coming out of stall 12. That did get a good break, so it's a contrasting fortune for those two horses. The horse that got very worked up in the stalls, Marsoum Al Nayef, actually ended up running a good race, probably cost the race in the stalls, so it looked a little bit difficult all throughout the process.
Yeah, it did show mid-race speed to be in with a chance coming into the bend, but again, unable to sustain that. That was his second run of the season, having been off since the spring, and I'd have thought that he's warming up to something, probably in Riyadh. I mean, his best form's come in Riyadh anyway, and he's probably getting himself to fill. But you see him there in the grey coming wide on the bend, and we saw Gloria Flashes wider still. Perhaps with a cleaner run towards the inside, she'd figure better in these races. But she's not getting herself in a good position off late, and I think that might be due to the stalls incident the other day, that she's just become a little bit stall shy.
Yeah, I think the trip to Riyadh might actually be a good thing. A different change of environment, fresh start, and maybe that horse can find something, because she's talented enough, and in her heyday, which I mean the middle of this season, she would have won this race. This race would have been hers for the taking. Yeah, and unfortunately, she's just not continued that level of form since the Voidie contest. Yeah,
it's a shame for her, and she's not going to be the easiest to place with the rating that she has. You wouldn't back her in a handicap off a mark of 67. You wouldn't fancy her being competitive. So the question is, what do you do? What kind of races are going to be? Oh, well, obviously the maiden fillies races are always going to be open to her, and it makes a lot of sense just to try to find something, maybe in a smaller field if she can. But it's not easy finding small fields in maiden races, certainly at this stage of the season. So. Who knows? I think 0 to 65. She gets dropped a couple of pounds. She will get dropped, I thought, for that.
So
but 2 runs
might be a good option for her, and this is the way she can probably run against some weaker competition. And there'll be a lot of horses rated 65 that'll be trending in the same direction as her, trending downwards and getting much lighter and getting much lower rating. So hopefully, for connections of Gloria Flashes, you will have better luck next time in potentially 0 to 65 company. Now, we've got another maiden to look forward to here. This one for 4-year-olds. Now, I know Tom Collins, who'll be with me now. This is where Tom Collins hides under the desk. He hates older horse maidens. But there's always a route to find here, isn't there? There's always a way to go, and hopefully you at home will find something. Alex Fussy will take you through the runners and the riders.
Thanks, Callum. Thanks very much indeed. Let's take a look at the field for the third then, up to 1,600 metres, gradually progressing, aren't we, throughout the course of the card. Number 1 is Cresta de Vega, and out of Ahmed Al-Zari. Number 2 is Mabrukat Naj, 0 from 19 so far for that filly. Number 3, Humour Maker, having just a third career start. Ayad Al-Turisi rides. Number 4 is Everyday, Sultan Al Mimoni. Number 5, Ibn Rashahash, 0 from 7 for that gelding. Number 6 is Dabia, 0 from 18. Abdulaziz Al Yesh takes the ride on that one. Monat Al Bari is 0 from 15, but has been running very well. Naif Al Anazi gets aboard also. Then you have the 9, Atara Al Mola, 0 from 7, Mohammed Said. Number 10 is Mosnesha, Abdullah Al Kredis aboard. 11, Latanza, looking for the Jerkins double, Mohammed Al Habib on board that gelding. Number 12 is Maker of Light. 13 is Yarka Al Maili, Abdullah Alofi. 14, Practical Mischief for Camilo Ospina. Number 15 is Totma, Rayan Altarash aboard. 16 is Dam Luge, Fahed Al Faradi, finished second of the last twice, but he is 0 from 27. Number 17 is War of Courage, Luis Morales. Again, another exposed gelding, 0 from 24 so far. 18 is Old Derby, 0 from 8 for Waswanas. And 19 gets in here, Yatarkeb, with the non-runner being the 7. The 19 gets a run. Lots of exposed sorts in this race. Good luck, guys, picking a winner here.
Yes, it's wide open, this older horse maiden over the mile, and there's certainly horses here who we've grown to love in Saudi Arabia. I'm looking at Monat Al Bari, I'm looking at Mabrukat Naj, I'm looking at some of the other horses further down the order. Topmer I thought was going to be a winner back in meeting 90, was in the case. Dam Luge, we all thought Dam Luge was going to sneak into the reserve last week and run a very big race. Has to wait till this week, so plenty of horses to get our teeth stuck into here.
Yeah, there certainly are, and obviously there's a reason why a lot of these are maidens at this stage. It's not always the same reason, though. Some of them are just paceless, hard to position in races, and therefore hard to win with. Some of them are a little bit reluctant and are happy to race in the pack. Some of them are very backward types who haven't seen the race course until quite late in the day, and so are still racing at this level. And it's a case of sort of picking through them and see who you think is going to give the running. But it's a pretty open-looking race on paper. But there's some interesting sorts in it, and I don't think, when you say 4-year-old maiden and it's this time of year, you kind of think, oh, this is going to be dreadful, but it's far from it. No. It's a really interesting race to unpack.
Yeah, so let's start with Latanza, the James Jerkins double seeker, or we'll go straight to Cresta de Vega. Yeah. Number 1, let's start from the very beginning.
Well, this is a really well-bred gelding who cost 170,000 as a yearling, but didn't win for Rafe Beckett and owner Mark Chan. A 7th at a 1400 maiden last time out. The longer trip should suit. It's a class act on paper and could be an interesting one here.
Didn't look to handle the dirt last time. This is Mabrukat Najd.
Yeah, consistent sort and has place claims on his on her latest 4th over this course and distance, running on at the finish. Lacks a bit of pace, but does tend to run on at the end.
Humour Maker was 3rd back in Riyadh, but didn't follow that up.
Yeah, that was over 1,800 metres, but below form since. Might have needed the runner in return, but drops back to 1,600 metres now, so hard to know what to expect.
Every day is making the 10th start today, and hopefully a winning one.
Yeah, disappointed towards the end at Riyadh last season, but better run this season when beaten 8 1/4 lengths to Life's a Beach over 1,200. Back up and trip now. I think others are a little bit stronger.
Ibn Rashad.
Well bred, but hasn't shown very much in 7 stars to date, and one of the harder ones to fancy.
Rated only 32. De Bea is horse number 6.
Yeah, rated 46, and is a regressive sort who's impossible to fancy on 4 awful runs of late.
Monat Al Bari is horse number 8. This horse looked sure to win last time and was beaten.
Yeah, the epitome of the unlucky-looking maiden, having been in the frame constantly, not from 15. Rated 72, looked all over the winner last time out, the 0 to 70 handicap. This is no harder.
Let's look at number 9, Atta Al Mola.
Claims on the pick of his form, but ran poorly last time out and is back in trip now.
Moshnessa is horse number 10.
Hard to fancy on balance of form, rating at 47 and not from 17.
And the next horse we're going to look at is the James Jerkins double-seeking animal. It's Latanza, this is number 11.
It's a very interesting one. Made a belated debut at meeting 34 here and ran really well to be a 2-length third to full marks over 2,000. The drop back and trip should suit. The runner-up has won since, so that's strong-looking form in the context of this race.
Yeah, Maker of Light is number 12, another who's trending in the right direction.
I thought you might say that. Yeah, not from 16, but running really well at the moment. Is rated 67 now, but was as high as 78 as beginning to recover some of that form.
Number 13 is Yarka Al Mairali. is an interesting horse here, number 13, a little bit light behind.
Yeah, best ever this term when 8-length fourth to drawing clocks over 2,000 metres. Last time out, drops and trip, which may help.
Practical Mischief is a much better looking animal.
Yeah, Practical Mischief looks the part, didn't show much on belated debut, and I think might need more experience, but clearly a backward sort.
The White Stable had an unlucky second in the last race. They could try and get the win here. It was Topmer.
Yeah, Topmer, clearly, again, not one of the stars off the stable. Ran a respectable fifth on return. That was at meeting 19, has been off again since, so maybe he's had an issue or two, and has a bit to prove now.
This is Dam Luge, but Shamila is in the parade ring, and Dam Luge is in the naughty corner.
A horse that isn't in the naughty corner is horse number 11, Latsana. Now, this horse caught my eye straight away, and I had a look on the paper, and it's the highest rated horse in the race, and you can really tell why. I mean, he is a 4-year-old gelding, but he looks like a colt. I mean, he is huge, and he is looking really well. And on Wednesday morning, Jimmy Jerkins also was very keen on this horse, even more so than the filly in the first race who won. So I think we could see him have a quick double, which would be really nice to see as well, because Jimmy and all of his horses and his whole team are moving to Riyadh after this Sunday, so we won't see them the last 2 weekends. So to have them in the winners' enclosure all this weekend would be absolutely fantastic. Another horse that caught my eye is Humour Maker, and he caught my eye last time as well because he is so huge. I mean, I would need a step ladder to get up onto this horse, never mind a leg up.
Thank you very much, Shamila, for giving us just some of those paddock positives. Now, you know, I've got to ask, no one wants to be it, but is it a paddock negative for Dam Luge to be in the naughty corner?
Yeah, I was going to say I don't have any paddock negatives in this race. However, Dam Luge is being extremely naughty. He was in the naughty corner. He would barely let Fahad Al Faradi get on board on him, and he is absolutely steaming down to the start. So props to Fahad Al Faradi for keeping him under control. So that's not looking great to me now. He would definitely be my paddock negative.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, Dam Luge, we've just seen over our shoulder, Dam Luge is giving Farhad all the challenge to get down to the post. Farhad going down without the stirrups, using all his horsemanship.
Yeah, I think Dam Luge has taken the mickey a little bit. Still an entire at the age of 5, and he's playing up to that a little bit. He's been second in his last 2 starts. That suggests he's got a chance, and was a weak enough maiden, but those have been in 0 to 60 handicaps. I think this is a little bit tougher, and he's not from 27 career, so I think he's more likely to hit the frame than he is to win.
Let's have a look at some of these in action and on the track. And the first horse we're going to have a quick peep at is Shamila's paddock eye catcher, and that is Latanza. Absolutely breezing on down to post. Be a little bit concerned. Is this a bit keen for you, Rory?
Slightly, yeah, slightly too keen. But Latanza showed that he stayed further when runner-up last time. I was seeing that run now. Latanza on the inside, under pressure. They're pulling clear of the others. As you do that, but as we get beyond the 200-metre pole, the stamina begins to ebb away on Latanza, who looked to have a big chance at this stage, but weakens late in the day, and it's drawing clocks we see on the yellow sleeves on the outside, who ends up running on for second, and that was a winner next time out as well. So the form has worked out very well, and you would have thought the drop back and trip would suit Latanza, who's clearly taken time to come to hand to only be making debut sort of back end of the season as a 4-year-old, but he looks certain to improve. He has gone freely to post, but he's the one to beat.
This is Mona Albari, who looks set to break the maiden tag here. How on earth did this horse throw it away?
Well, I mean, you say Mona Albari has thrown it away, but got to the front well enough and looks perfectly straightforward going to the line. And you think this is easy, but with 100 metres to go, the brakes go on, and Mona Albari somehow manages to get beaten in a second and would have been fourth in another 2 or 3 strides. You might say that was stamina ebbing away, but I just thought that was the brakes going on, and you'd be wary back in Mona Albari, who's now not from 15 despite having plenty of ability.
You can see Dam Luge down at the start there in the green and yellow silk. Farhad Al Faradi being at his absolute best to keep the lid on that one. But you'd be slightly concerned. Oh, there's a thumbs up. We're okay. He got hacked down to start, so I'm glad he's given the thumbs up. And he's a very good rider, Farhad. Often in the shadow of his brother Adel Al Faradi, but a good rider nonetheless in his own right. Yeah,
a good rider. He had to be there just to keep control on the way to the start. And we see that Latanza in our pictures was also pretty keen and really wants to get on with things. You can take that as a negative if you like, but I think in a race of this nature,
As an absolute equestrian geek, this is one of the most beautiful scenes. You don't often see it with thoroughbreds in a beautiful extended trot. Absolutely on the bridle as well. It's just a rare thing you see, something you always see in sort of dressage and show jumping circles. But the way he's gone down, that beautiful shot from our camera team all around the course. Remember, 32 cameras available. One of them's a drone, so we're awfully hard working here at King Khalid Racecourse.
That was a very old-fashioned seat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In racing terms, as you said, you see that you obviously see it in dressage because you're meant to have an old-fashioned seat in dressage. But yeah, hopefully that's a good sign for Lufthansa pointing his toe before the start of the race.
Yes, certainly a horse that we'll be keen to keep an eye on here. Are you going to be with Lufthansa on this one? Are you going to join in?
Very much so. I think Lufthansa's got a massive chance here. There are one or two dangers, obviously, in the field. They can always beat themselves at this sort of level, but I was impressed with Lufthansa last time out. I'm convinced the drop and trip is a positive as well, and I think he's got just a bit too much class for these, possibly a lot too much class for them.
I'm going to look at a little bit of a different option. I was thinking of joining the Monat Al-Bari bandwagon, but I can't do it. I think everyone part of the Jcsa YouTube coverage has been on the Monat Al-Bari train at some point during our time out here in Saudi Arabia. But I'm going against it this time. I've been once bitten, twice shy, I feel, in that horse's range. And I'm going to look at Maker of Light, horse number 12, jumping out next to your selection, Lufthansa. So it will be very easy to spot both of those. That one's coming out. Still 12, Maker of Light for me. I like the second last time out, trending in the right direction.
Yeah, you're only allowed to say that once every afternoon, so you've gone one over. I'll not allow you to say it tomorrow.
In the swear jar now, isn't it, for us?
Indeed, yeah. It's a trending in the right direction jar.
Yeah, so Maker of Light, I just think is going the right way, and certainly, hopefully would continue that form.
It's an interesting point. In his last two starts, he was last of all on his reappearance, finished fourth then in meeting 13, and ran a good second last time out to Dream Biz, with Dream Biz back and forth, and Dream Biz is the winner since. That looks pretty good. It's worth bearing in mind that he's rated 67 now. He has been rated higher in the past, so he was regressive at one stage. He's just getting his old form back.
Saudi Cup Day there, as you can just see, Saudi National Day I should say, with all the flags on show and everyone in their finery as well. It's been great to see. There's been some lovely moments on course already, and I'm sure we'll just turn it up another gear tomorrow.
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to see some action tomorrow. I would have thought, if it matches what we saw in the King Faisal Day, which was something altogether different here, a real experience for me. So looking forward to tomorrow when things will really kick off.
Yeah, a real experience for you and I, and also an experience for our tech team, who had to put us above a giant band in the background. So the volume levels were all over the shop, but it was a really great day, wasn't it? I personally, I found it really enjoyable.
Yeah, same here. And we ended up with quite a lot of the crowd in here with us as well, because the stands got overfull next to us. So that was an experience as well, because normally the stand next to us is pretty empty, but it was full that day, and a lot of people very nearly made their TV debuts actually on that occasion.
Yes, so as they circle down at the start, let's go through the selections one more time. Very simple for everybody at home. It's Lufthansa for Shamila and Rory, and it's Maker of Light in the stall next door for me. Alex Fussy, it's over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, runners will very shortly load the stalls then for this 1600-metre contest. Will today finally be the day for Monat Al-Bari? Will it be 16th time lucky with the man on board, Naif Alanazi? Been so consistent, hasn't she? But she normally finds one or two too good. And could that one be Lufthansa? As the guys have highlighted, that was a very decent start at meeting 34. And the Jerkins team search for this double in races 1 and 3 after their very nice newcomer winning in our first of the day. Right down the card, it's a case of exposed performers, isn't it? Damluge, of course, 0 from 27. Toffmer, I thought, wasn't without a bit of a chance from a wider berth, but they're going to have to go some to beat Lufthansa if he naturally progresses from that first run, you would well imagine. Right, runners are about to load into the stalls here then for this third race of the day. Let's nip back to Callum and Rory.
Thank you very much, Alex. A couple of horses we didn't mention towards the bottom of the card are War of Courage and Al Darby. Talk to me about both of those runners.
Yeah, War of Courage is a rating of 58, and he's a consistent sort. He's a little bit of work to do in this company, but he was second to Imperial Short meeting 28, so he's one to bear in mind. Alderby is more interesting in stall 18. Best effort, went second last time out in a local open race over 1400, finishing well. Step up to 1600 should suit, and he's actually one that you've really got to bear in mind. You've also got Jcsa in here, who's come in as a reserve. Well beaten on return. I think others are stronger on paper.
Alex, back to you.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, touching upon those last couple of runners in the field. Alderby is certainly a player, isn't he, there from that wide berth? We've seen double figures take the first 2 races in terms of the stalls draws as well. There's Monat Albari in the stall number 8 for that runner. About to come up next is Yarka Al-Maili, stall number 13 in the silver and blue jackets. In the stalls there with Ibn Rashasha, who's in stall number 5. Stars of Mabrukat Naj going forwards to gate 2. Abdullah Al-Khamis aboard. We're going backwards in terms of the approach for Every Day, who's now being spun round. Latanza, one of the next to be offered up as well. They're moving forwards with Mohammed Al-Habib aboard, stall number 11 for the Jerkins runner. Follow that from the gates. There's your reserve that's got in, side on. Yatakeb, who will be into stall number 7, of course, with the non-runner coming from gate 7. Not the first runner in this race that's having to be backed towards the starting stalls. It's got a little warm under the saddle as well. Tothma is still out the back, one of those still awaiting. Gate 15 will be the destination. Looks like we're making progress now with the 19 horse. Yatakeb is in. Human Maker is about to go forwards. Goes into stall number 3. Last one on the way is Tothma. Slots in. Ready to roll. Long holds. They're off. Racing away. 1600 metres here for this maiden. 4-year-olds and upwards. In terms of the start, not a great beginning by Every Day. That one's dropping towards the back of the field. Ibn Rashahash also not with the best of breaks. Monat Albari got away well. Will today be her day? She's away very well. She's up there with Tothma, who's shown plenty of early toe. Practical Mischief, the noseband, is in between those. Black sleeves and cap wants a slice of that early action. Back to the inside, running round is Cresta de Vega. Spot the yellow sleeves. Human Maker is not far off them. Looking deeper out, War of Courage is right up there as well, trying to drive forwards. That's a combination of pink and blue. Latanza, the Jerkins runner, is back in about 7th or 8th. It's just in between horses. Dam Luge is on that one's outside, and back to the inside is Mabrukat Naj next in the field. Now going backwards is Ibn Rashahash, who made a bit of progress as they take the turn and head towards the exit and the final 600. So we're beginning the swing back towards home. Tothma is still there on the outside, just about narrowly ahead, is in company with Practical Mischief. In behind them, Monat Albari is in 3rd. Human Maker, the big imposing Human Maker, is around the outside. Cresta de Vega back on the running rail. Latanza, spot that red jacket, tries to get through in between horses. Down the centre of the racecourse is Dam Luge, heading inside the final 200 metres. Practical Mischief is proving a tough nut to crack. Tothma is still there, but here now is Monat Albari, who's got past them and has gone on here. Monat Albari is in front, and today is the day. Monat Albari has won it at last. Gets off the mark at the 16th attempt, wearing away, chipping away inside the final 200 metres, and has got through to take it. Naif Al-Anazi has worked his magic here on Monat Albari. Been a consistent season for the filly, and she's got there in a time of 1:44.20. It has taken some time, but connections have been rewarded. Good efforts late from Latanza, who's actually got 2nd. That was a big late effort. Again, plenty of promise from the Jerkins runner, but it's 2 1/4 lengths between the pair. In terms of the places here, you were bunched up, weren't you? Because Practical Mischief and Tothma came back to the pack, having tried to chase Monat Albari. just confirming 1:44.20 your winner's time. Here we are over the line. It is Latanza in second and Human Maker in third. They were the closers here. It's very close for third, actually, with Tothmer. As you can see, they are very tight over the line for third and fourth place. And then back to the inside was Practical Mischief and Dam Luge down the centre. They all gave way late on, those that tried to go with Monat Albari. So it's 8, 11 and 13 your order of finish, 2 1/4 lengths and half a length the distances. And it's fantastic to see the filly Monat Albari, the 5-year-old, finally gets her day in the limelight.
Ladies and gentlemen, do not scratch your eyes. Monat Albari has finally, after what feels like an age, got her head in front, and it was actually quite impressive in the end.
It was set up nicely for her. Latanza finished second in the end, but having said, I thought he would benefit from the drop back and trip. He struggled to go the pace over the 1600. Only really got going when he straightened up for home and finished strongly for second, but couldn't get close to Monat Albari, who didn't get a chance to put the brakes on today. We had a couple going pretty fast early who couldn't maintain that speed, and that sort of left her in front with 300 metres to run. And she was clear, and she managed to find a way of getting clear and getting beaten last time. But it wasn't going to happen a second time, and she has finally shed that maiden status at the 16th attempt.
All credit has to go to Taif in the saddle, one of the really big personalities here in Saudi Arabian racing, the best beard in racing. He's got all the gear, and he's got an awful lot of ideas too. He's one of the real big names out here. But what is fascinating about Taif is the fact that he crossed the line last time when he was beaten, and he was absolutely gutted. Yeah. And I mean, he acted, and look, he loves this filly. He loves her, and it's just wonderful to see. And he finally got her head in front, and you can see how much it meant to him. There was a proper punch of the air as he crossed the line. Yeah, we do tend to see this with Taif when he rides a winner. He always makes sure that the horse in question gets his full appreciation as well. And obviously we'll hear him thank the owners and for the opportunity. But his relationship with the horses really shows through here, and he was delighted that he was able to get Monat Albari that much-needed win, and she seems on very good terms with herself, unlike last time. Yes, a much-needed win for the horse, a much-needed win for the rider. That's his first win of the weekend too, so great to see Taif back in the winner's enclosure. But talk about the way that race just fell into this horse's lap. I still didn't have faith as Monat Albari hit the front. I thought, they've gone too soon. Tothmer helped make the running from stall 15, got a bit of a bump from Dam Luge actually coming out of the stalls, but helped set the pace with who else was up there? There was one of the outsiders. Practical Magic, wasn't it? Practical Mischief. That's why I'm getting it wrong. Who showed plenty of speed to be there throughout, but you didn't expect either of those to really see it out, and they weakened in the straight, allowing the winner to come through. She's got a nice target to aim at there, you see, as she comes to grab Tothmer. And you also see the horse in the reel beginning to weaken late on there. That's Practical Mischief. And lovely setup for her. It should help her confidence now. She might go on from it. Absolutely. Shamila is with our winning rider.
Naif Al-Anazi is our winning jockey for race number 3. Congratulations. You know this horse very well. 15 runs and finally he has a winner.
Yeah, thanks God, Shamila. Actually, I know this field too much. Coming second last year, and last time I come in problem in the store because too much I gave away this filly. Thanks God, too much this filly coming second, but thanks God, finally she's win today. Congratulations for the owner and trainer, and I told him inshallah more future, good future for this filly.
Did they give you any instructions before the race? Obviously, she's coming from stall number 8, which is in the middle. It wasn't too bad.
Yeah, Shimela. Actually, this race, different race from all the race filly before. Too much horses, thoroughbred horse, coming second, 3. Seriously, I think today maybe she's coming 4 or 5, not win. But thanks God, with the strong race, she's have a win.
Do you think they will keep her at 1 mile when we move over to Riyadh?
No, I think so. This filly, inshallah, more win for this filly. 1,400, 1 mile, she's very well. And I think no more 1 mile this filly.
And the last 2 races of the day are very strong races, and you have 2 really good rides. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I hope so. I ride 8 race, 1 horse, perfect horse, inshallah, named Matnukh America. And last race I ride 1 filly, Jumanat Al-Reem. I hope so, inshallah, today perfect day. And too much winner for me and all my brother jockey.
Thank you so much, Naif. Well done.
Shamila.
I don't care what anyone says. I think he's the coolest guy in that weighing room. I think he's just such a big personality. We were lucky to have him at the after-show show a couple of weeks ago. He just came over and was just a ball of energy. He was so happy to be there, happy to have us here, and he's just part of a really brilliant jockey brotherhood that's here, where they're all supporting each other.
And he always says that. He always talks about my jockey brothers every time you speak to him. He makes sure that he puts everything in context. Absolutely loves what he's doing, loves the horses, loves the job that he's doing, and the fact that everyone in that weighing room is doing the same job, and they are a band of brothers. You hear that expression used quite a lot, but it's very much a case in point here with Naif.
Yes, and he has managed to guide Monat Al-Bari to a first career success on 16th career start. Wasn't easy all the way around, had to come a little bit wide, but came there with a wet sail once hitting the front.
Yeah, I mean, we know what ability she has, and as I said, when the better horses couldn't get near the front, and you had horses with sort of limited experience or who shown themselves to be fairly limited, were putting the pace to the race, you got the impression that they wouldn't be there at the end. But they've carried her through the race far enough that she's been able to hit the front. She's not been left alone for too long. I know she ended up being clear, but she got to the front too early last time in a slightly stronger race, and then she was a target for other horses who were finishing. There weren't that many who were finishing that close to her today. You see again in the replay, Latanza in behind her, but really struggling to pick up at this stage, and she couldn't really lay a glove. She did finish strongly when out in the clear. He rather finished strongly when out in the clear, but Monat got first run, it had to happen sooner or later. But I think a few people have lost faith, predicting that she's going to get her head in front in previous races. But I thought you were going to go for her today as well. That would have been a tremendous victory for you.
That would have been
if you were dead against her last time and you were with her this time. And I wonder if Tom's listening at home.
Yeah, if you are watching at home, I'm sorry, because Tom's heart was truly broken by this horse last week, actually, I think. No, 2 weeks ago. Heart was broken by this runner. She got caught in the finals drive and she looked all set to win, but she's got her head back in front. And Tom, hopefully you picked her as well and you kept the faith. And if you at home kept the faith, congratulations, you have been well and truly rewarded with a win here in our third contest. Monat Al-Bari, Naif Al-Anazi taking the win here today, and there's some very happy connections. I think that was a win that everyone here enjoyed. Great to see her get ahead in front.
And a nice slow motion of the flying dismount from the winning rider as well, something that we'll be seeing less of in the UK in the future, but perhaps more of here in Saudi Arabia.
Are you suggesting Frankie's on his way?
Once Frankie goes, someone else will have to take up the baton, and Naif Al-Anazi might just be the personality to carry that off.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to say Neymar 1 week, Frankie de Tour the next. We really are sweeping them up here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
We certainly are.
Yes, and just a couple of the other horses that finished in behind. Totma, I thought ran a very good race to finish fourth. Now the form reached fourth with a fifth last time out, so that would certainly be a good thing. And a couple of the others, Humour Maker, the big strapping Humour Maker, doing the business, coming home for third. Certainly a horse you want to keep an eye on, and a horse who has a big future. I'm sure will grow into that frame and do better in the future.
He looks, well, he always looks to be carrying a bit of condition. He's a big unit, so it's not like he's a frame of a horse. Perhaps he might be the type to take to Riyadh a little bit better. A big galloping track. The tight turn here didn't really suit him. He's swinging off a little bit on the turn and then finishing strongly. Riyadh might suit him a little bit better. He wants a big galloping track. He's a big galloping horse, isn't he?
You and Shamila, both like Latanza, unlucky in the race, seemed to find a little bit of trouble in running and didn't quite have the turn of pace to keep up. Where would you go next?
Back up and trip, I would say. There aren't many races at 1,800 metres, are there? But 1,800 there are in Riyadh. There are 1,800 metre races there, so and that's obviously what they'll be looking at. Latanza's next race will be in Riyadh because they're all shipping out on Sunday, as Jimmy Jerkins told us. And again, I'd have thought he would be better suited by a mile at Riyadh as well, because again, he struggled with the fact that on a tighter track, he couldn't really hold his position. He couldn't get where he wanted to be. And you'd have thought on a bigger, more sweeping, more galloping track, that would be easier for him over the trip. But a little bit further. I think that 2,000 seemed a little too far last time out. But that was on debut. You've got to think about it. When a horse is beaten on debut and they fade late on, it's not necessarily a lack of stamina. It's usually a lack of conditioning. However fit you get them at home, they're never going to be 100% racecourse fit. So going back to that trip again should suit Latanza on this evidence. But you do have that intermediate as well. They can give him a go over.
So Mona Albari won our opening contest, and now we move on to race 4 over 1,600 metres. We stay over the mile. Alex Fussy, runners and riders, please.
Cheers, Callum. Yeah, 18 of them again to get stuck into here. Number 1 is New Pursuit, the mounter of Abdullah Alorfi here. 2, Just a Tad. 2 wins so far from 6 starts for that filly. Number 3 is Gabba. On board is Saned Al-Dahani. Number 4 is Prism. Fahid Al-Faredi takes the ride. Number 5 is Tafish. Abdulaziz Al-Faredi. Number 6, Adjudicator. Luis Morales will do the steering. Number 7 is Infrared. Naif Al-Anazi looking to go back-to-back. And so is this colt, who was a winner at meeting 36. Number 8, lots of eyes will be on Third Kingdom, the Jerkins runner. A couple of seconds recently for him. Over the page to 9, General Lee for Abdullah Al-Kredis. Number 10 is Rajil, Ali Al-Mimoni aboard. Number 11 is Jofani, finished 4th last time out. Good run at meeting 40. Number 12, Impatient, Ayad Al-Turisi. Number 13, Run Teddy Run. 2 wins so far. Number 14 is Sky 7. That's a 3-time winner, the gelding who's had 37 starts. Number 15 is Star Horse for Jimmy Carrion, a winner at meeting 40. Number 16, Liberation Point, decent 3rd on the return. Keep an eye out for him. 17 is good old Agua Plano, who runs again. And 18 is Majib, completing the field there on the back of finishing well down the pack at meeting 21 when last seen. So the 18 of them here set to stand their ground. And a reminder, this is a restricted win race, so 1 to 3 wins on the score sheet. And we're in the paddock for the 4th.
Thank you very much, Alex. And we'll start straight away with Prism, horse number 4, Rory.
Yeah, it was ahead of Infrared a couple of runs ago. Second and not a 90 handicap there, but well held. And a non-winners of 3 last time out behind Third Kingdom. So needs to bounce back from that.
Yes, bouncing up against Third Kingdom again. Looks really nice in the parade ring. Big, strong type, plenty of power in behind. Will handle this dirt. We go straight to Adjudicator, number 6.
Yeah, been well held this year and looks up against it in what is a very hot race here.
Yes, probably a little bit of a smaller type, completely different in comparison to what we've just seen before. Got the earplugs in as well, as Shamila likes to call it. The cotton wool is in, so hopefully Adjudicator can build on those runs. And we now go back to Tarfish, who's rated 68, horse number 5, strong type as well in behind.
Yeah, no closer than 11th in 2 runs this season and hard to fancy on that sort of form.
This is Infrared.
Yeah, had been running well, been fourth in 3 races at competitive levels before getting his head in front in a 1400-metre handicap last time out. Did that impressively and should go close again if the longer trip doesn't stop him.
James Jerkins looking for his second winner of the day. He's had a winner and a second. Now he's got third. Kingdom.
Yeah, behind Expressionist over course and distance last time out, one runner-up, and have been second to Uncle. With Expressionist third in a Jcsa ward race prior to that. That looks strong form.
General Lee was carrying quite a lot of condition, and Rajil is rated 66, number 10.
Yeah, General Lee and Rajil both out of form and very hard to fancy in this race.
Jafani, horse number 11.
Yeah, creditable fourth last time out, but that was in a 0 to 70 handicap. I think a fair bit more needed against these.
Impatient is horse number 12.
Impatient, if I can find my notes. Well beaten on return. Looks outclassed at this sort of level.
Tell you, we're battling these wins up here. It's not easy in this outside studio. 13, unlucky for some. Run, Teddy, run.
Definitely has ability to run Teddy Run, but hasn't been showing it to date in Saudi Arabia. Might need more time.
Sky 7 is a totally different type, much smaller. This is horse number 14.
Yeah, struggling for form at the moment, Sky 7, and very hard to fancy here.
Horse at number 15 is Star Horse 1 back in meeting 40.
Pulled 7 lengths clear of the third when beating Mahalik in a non-winner of 2 over course and distance and meeting 40. Up in class here, obviously up in a higher grade of race, non-winners of 4 here, but was impressive that time and is one to bear in mind.
Liberation Point caught the eye last time.
Yeah, 0 to 80 winner in December at Riyadh, was beaten 9.5 lengths into third behind Monchois in a course and distance open on return and should step up on that.
Aguaplana will need to build on a very disappointing run last time, and we see Majib, the bottom horse in the race.
Yeah, Aguaplana is the more interesting one to talk about. He did flop last week, but he's a good fourth to Expressionist over course and distance a couple of starts back, and would have claims on that. Showed speed and faded late that day, but has plenty of ability.
This may be one run too many for Aguaplano, maybe. I just thought didn't particularly show much last time. I know it had a wide trip and it was over too short a distance, but it was quite quick turnaround after that run in a very good race.
And an even quicker turnaround now, just a week on from that Aguaplano. Yeah, had a hard race when fourth 2 starts back. That was a good performance, but seemed to bounce off it last time out, and this is quite a quick return from that run.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Shamila, who's caught your eye here?
Well, Callum, this is a very difficult race to choose, not only just on paper, but in the parade ring as well. But I have gone for this small but very mighty horse, horse number 7, Infrared. Now, just looking at him in the parade ring, you would think he's a riding school pony. He's that small. However, he is so strong. You can really see how well defined his muscles are. It could be a very quick double for Naif Alanazi. He is sporting, which noseband we saw yesterday, and we were talking about a rubber cross noseband. It's just to keep the horses more under control, to keep their mouths closed so they're not as green on track. 2 other horses that stood out to me are horse number 11, Jafani, 4th last time out, 5-year-old colt, and horse number 16, Liberation Point, 3rd last time out. Now, Liberation Point would definitely be a very close second choice, but I'm going to stick to my guns and stick with horse number 7, Infrared. 2 question marks for me, horse number 2, Just a Tad, and horse number 14, Sky 7. They don't look super fit. I think this is a very strong, very competitive race, and you have to be on top of your game. You have to look really well to be able to compete with half of these horses. So they are question marks for me, but Infrared just looks too good.
Now, Shamila, I am very surprised that you've not looked at Run Teddy Run, because Run Teddy Run, as they say on Love Island, is right up your street.
No, I nearly marked him down as well, but I was like, I don't want to get in trouble for choosing so many horses. But he actually does look really well as well, and he's so confident going around the parade ring. I'm just watching him there over my cameraman's shoulder, but he looks really well. It's really difficult, Callum, out here. I mean, I haven't got a winner yet. It's not like yesterday. It's not as easy.
Don't worry, you haven't got a winner. I haven't got a winner. Rory hasn't got a winner. You've had a second though, Rory, so you're getting closer.
Yeah, well, that's you've got to be grateful for small mercies, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Hopefully we can turn things around here.
Yes, well, let's hope we can turn things around. We've also got plenty of video form to get stuck into as well. Third Kingdom, Infrared, and Liberation Point. So let's have a look at some of those horses in action, because they're certainly horses that we'd like to look at. I think Third Kingdom also be kind of breezed over a little bit. Didn't look too bad in the parade ring. Not good enough to be an eye catcher, but certainly has a chance.
No, his 2 recent runs give him a big chance here, the son of Make Believe. He showed plenty of ability in the UK, and he was second to Uncle, who we'll see later on in one of the big races, with Expressionist third in a Jockey Club Award race. And then he was second to Expressionist over this course and distance last time out in a good time as well. I think he's the one to beat on paper. He's probably a slightly stronger stayer than Infrared. Infrared does have form at the mile. But like a lot of the family, he's arguably best at the shorter 1400 meter trip, and that would be the slight concern with Infrared here. He certainly really hit his straps over the shorter trip last time out. He's only small, as Shamila says, but of course those with long memories will remember that his grandsire was also a very small but very useful performer, winner of the Sprint Cup at Haydock, for those with very long memories, and he needed a box to stand on to cover mares, so Shamila will be feeling in good company as far as that goes.
Yes, two that both need to stand on boxes, and that is the sire of Pivotal, isn't it, there, with
Porter Falcon, yes.
Two breed-shaping sires in a row there. Unbelievable work for Chiefly Park Stud, and hopefully they've got Ulysses there as well now, that I'm hoping will be another horse to really put them on the map again and continue.
And Infrared could end up being a stallion for Saudi Arabia as well. You know, given the family and how well they've done, he's still an entire, and he'd be an interesting addition to sort of the breeding stock here.
Alex Fussy, now you've seen the horses in the parade ring. Have any of them caught your eye?
That is a very good question indeed, Callum. I mean, I am very interested in seeing how Third Kingdom gets on here. We've already seen the Jerkins stable have very good success today, haven't we? The winner earlier on looked a really smart start for that particular runner, and again in our previous race Latanza showed up very well, so clearly that stable in form and moving in the right direction in terms of heading over to Riyadh. So Third Kingdom would be of strong interest for me. Infrared's a very interesting colt. He's very small, isn't he, indeed, going on the way around the parade ring, but clearly has got all heart and has been showing up very well all season long. But I think I would be on the side of Third Kingdom here, Callum.
Very much, Alex, and thank you for giving us that insight. I think he's going to join you with Third Kingdom, isn't he, Rory?
Yes, I'm definitely going to be with Third Kingdom. I do like Infrared as well. I think he's a smashing horse who showed a great attitude last time out. But as I said, I think although he's from a family where some of them say, I think he's from the family of Confidential Lady who won the Prix de Diane for Sir Mark Prescott. He does seem to be just better at the 7 furlongs.
Let's talk about Third Kingdom, who's going to be the first horse we're going to look in our inserts. This was a run on September the 1st where this horse finished second, and I thought this was a really nice run. Not the easiest passage round, but certainly did his best work late. No,
he was having the tables turned with Expressionist there. Expressionist, you see in front, was on to win this race, but he got loose on the lead that day, and that made the difference to him. Third Kingdom, who'd been in front of him when Expressionist wasn't given such a positive ride in his previous start, couldn't quite get on terms here. He finished off strongly, but the leader just got a bit too much room. And we'll see on the far side of the track on the green colours, that's New Pursuit, who is running his best race since moving here. He was a horse who did all his winning at Epsom back home.
And Aquaplana as well.
Aquaplana was fourth there, who'd been up at the pace the whole way, yeah.
This is a small but mighty Infrared, doing it the tough way, out in front, and I think that's Atomic Impact in behind, who only won yesterday.
That's true, so the form has been franked. I did think he was dropping down in class here in terms of the handicap ladder, down to a 0-85, but he dominated this race. It was a competitive one on paper. There were plenty of horses who come there in form, and Infrared showed slightly improved form, I think, to win this day. And the question is whether he can match the form back up at a mile. He'd been finishing fourth at a couple of runs over a mile earlier in the season. That might just be a step too far for him today.
Liberation Point is the other horse we're going to have a look at in the yellow and red colours, right at the back of these horses. He's probably in about 5th place coming off the turn. Sticks on quite nicely and clearly has staying ability.
He certainly does. You'd be slightly worried about how well he'd be able to hold his place here at Liberation Point, but you see that he finishes strongly into third behind Monchois, who was a good winner. He's passing tired horses late in the day. Maybe this flatters him a little bit, but he does certainly catch your eye because of the position he was in and where he ends up finishing the race. But the winner had him well beaten on the day. He was beaten 9 lengths in the end.
Guess who trained Monchois?
Jimmy Jerkins? No.
He did indeed.
Yes,
he did indeed. So you can just see these formers working themselves out, and that's why I'm going to join you and Alex with Third Kingdom. We're going to go for the treble on Third Kingdom. It's a kiss of death when we all select one horse, but Shamila has gone in a different direction with Infrared. So we're drawn next to each other once again. Special shout out to New Pursuit. I think that horse can build on that performance. I didn't think that was a fluke. And as well, I think there was one other horse I wanted to mention. The last time out with a star horse as well. Hasn't got much of a mention here, but certainly one to keep an eye on.
No, we haven't given much of a mention to Star Horse, but was clear of the third, beating Mahalik. And that, he's stepping up in class, but it was a really impressive performance in a slightly lower class race, and suggested that this 3-year-old is ready for the step up in class and could be going the right way, which most of these are smart horses but fairly exposed. He's one of those who's beginning to come through and is improving, so that gives him a chance here as well. And you mentioned New Pursuit. We ran into New Pursuit's owner last night.
We did indeed.
Yes, so it'd be great to see New Pursuit give Connections a good run for the money after our pleasant experience last night.
Yes, so New Pursuit is number one. Just a tad, we haven't mentioned that horse. A paddock negative for Shamila. Let's talk about it on form-wise then.
On form, it's hard to fancy anyway, and I think Shamila was absolutely right with that one, and Sky 7, who both didn't really look like they wanted to be here, to be perfectly honest. Looked like they knew they were up against it and weren't looking forward to getting a kicking, which they're liable to get in the race itself.
Well, Sky 7's owner had another horse in this race in the shape of Gabba. That's another horse we missed in the parade ring. Has 3 wins to the name, but the last few starts haven't been mind-blowing.
Yeah, but he's won 3 races. He's had plenty of experience through his career. Started up with Sir Michael Stout and was a black type performer there, and he's had. He's also had a career in the UAE as well. So although he's down as having had 19 starts, his actual number of career starts was well over 50, I think. And he'd been running well early in the season, but he's been in some tough races of late, and it looks like it's just taken the edge off him. So he needs to bounce back to be competitive. But on his best form, he's a player. You just get the impression maybe he's in need of a break.
Is Father Time catching up eventually?
Yeah, but he's been to every dance really, Gabba, and it would be nice to see him retain some of that form. But it's he's got a lot of miles on the clock, and it's beginning to show just at the moment.
Couple getting a little bit warm at the start. Raja was getting a little bit hot, as well as horse number 13, who'd run Teddy Run, the big beast of an animal. And Liberation Point with another one that just got a little bit warm between the legs, I saw. So not a total negative, but I thought it's something we should definitely
mention. It's something worth bearing in mind. I know you've mentioned Run Teddy Run a couple of times. He's just not a dirt performer, is he? That's the thing. He does look very well, and he had plenty of ability. He's the son of Mason, and Mason won the July Cup on heavy ground back in the UK. And I thought Run Teddy Run is a horse who it's a bit of a square peg in a round hole here. Certainly on the dirt here, it may well be that given a chance on turf in Riyadh, he will show his true colours. But he hasn't really shown so far, and I don't think this is the right kind of arena for him. This sort of mile on dirt, but he could surprise us yet.
Another horse that could surprise us is Aguaplano. Now that horse is bouncing back from a poor run. Are we willing to put a line through that over the short trip and the wide travel, but going to travel wide again here?
He is, and you mentioned that he's been turned out fairly quickly. It's worth pointing out that he ran badly at meeting 27 and then turned out meeting 28 and ran an absolute cracker to be second. So he can bounce back quickly from a poor run. I think he's one of those. There's a couple of them. There's Prism's another one in the same sort of boat who, if things don't go their way, they can sort of drop the bridle and drop themselves out, and therefore they don't have a hard race. But if they get a good run through, then they will give the running and they'll run better. Now Prism's an interesting one. You can give her a big chance on a couple of runs this season. It was disappointing from her last time out behind Third Kingdom, but her second in front of Infrared on her previous start gives her a big chance of winning that. She got a nice run through from a low stall that day. She's again drawn low in stall 4 here. She wasn't drawn back, I think she was in 5 last time, but I think she's one of those, if she gets a bit of a bump early on, she kind of goes no thanks and backs off a little bit. But if she's able to get through and race handily with a clear run, then she's got the ability to go very close in this race. So it'll be interesting to see whether she gets a dream passage or a bit of a troubled run in the first couple of furlongs, and that's liable to decide what her mood is for the rest of the race.
Just like us, isn't she? If you have a good start, we're flying. If you have a bad start, oh no, we're dragging our way through it now.
Yeah, but as I said, both of them look after themselves. If things don't go their way, there's 2 ways of doing it. You can either look after yourself, sort of drop out and run poorly, or you can give yourself a hard race by trying to get back into contention. And both of those know how to look after themselves.
So we already know who everyone's selections are. Alex, myself and Rory are on the Third Kingdom train, and Shamila is with Infrared in the stall next door. Alex, over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, not too many more to go here. We've got about 3/4 of the field installed. Good level of ability on show here. We've got several interesting runners. There's Adjudicator, one of our greys, about to go forwards. Stall number 6. Aguaplano's drawn out wide today, isn't he? He's going into 17, and he's in there now as well. I think we've got 4 to go at this point. Stalls 2, 8, 11 and 15 are those to be filled, so just a tad up to 2. Third Kingdom, our pick. Going forwards to stall number 8 will be one of the last ones. Fanny has just gone forwards to stall number 11, so we are awaiting the appearance of Third Kingdom. Into 8. He's on the way. Here's our good head-on view of the stalls. Stretch right across the course. Ready. They're off and racing. Very awkward start for Prism. Was away awkwardly. Was to the side as the starter let them go for this restricted win race. Our 4th over 1,600 metres. Out wide Star Horse. The winner last time out got a good start. Right down to the inside, just a tad is blazing early speed. And the small but mighty Infrared is also very handy. The pink with the blue cap, being followed at this stage by Adjudicator. New Pursuit back to the inside. A little wider out onto the race course, we find the red cap of Liberation Point, who wants a slice of the early action. There's several driving for the lead, as is quite often the case. General Lee just in behind them, but now preceded by an improving Third Kingdom, has come rushing up in between rivals. Sat midfield early, but Third Kingdom is bang there now. He's right there and breezing along. Third Kingdom goes past just a tad. Liberation Point continues to follow. Star Horse is next in the field. Back to the inside, running around New Pursuit, trying to get through. Infrared, a bit short of room there at one stage, is just in advance of Run Teddy Run, who's trying to latch onto them. But Third Kingdom looks to be going quite strongly here as they head inside the final 400. So we're taking the turn back towards home. New Pursuit is giving chase, and then comes Star Horse. Now Third Kingdom is 5 lengths clear. In second spot is New Pursuit, back to the inside. Infrared is running on. Still in their pitching is Star Horse. They're all playing for places only. Third Kingdom is 8 lengths to the good. And Third Kingdom, it's a double for the Jerkin stable. And boy, was he impressive. He travelled so well throughout. That was super stuff from Third Kingdom. Might have been old Aguaplano through there for a place. A really good run from the tail end of the field. But look at this slow motion replay. Third Kingdom looking powerful, far too good. Nawaf Al-Mudiani doing the steering again for the Jerkins team, and what a day it's been for them. 2 winners and a second. 1:41.58 is our winner's time over the line. And was there any doubt, really? Third Kingdom travelled so powerfully throughout. It was all over at the top of the home run. It is Aguaplano. The old boy's got second. 8 lengths, though, behind your winner. Tafish will finish in third in advance of New Pursuit, who just lost out on a place late on, was a neck denied in third. So 8 lengths and 2 lengths over the line, 1:48.58. Third Kingdom, Aguaplano, and there is the yellow and blue of Tafish, who gets through for third position. But Third Kingdom, most impressive in race 4.
Well, there you have it. James Jerkins is at the double, and what a day for the trainer. 2 winners and a second. Great day at the office.
Great day at the office for Jimmy Jerkins indeed, and he is, listen, he's warming up for the season, and Riyadh is warming up in the best possible style. The horses heading off there on Sunday, so he won't be able to enjoy the celebrations tomorrow as much as most, but he'll celebrate tonight, no doubt, after that impressive win from Third Kingdom.
Yeah, Third Kingdom, mightily impressive. And Nawef Al-Mohammadi, who's just so talented and made that move early and put this race to bed in a matter of strides down the back straight.
Yeah, I think that was an interesting move from Nawaf Al-Mudiani, because this could have turned out messy with a big outsider just a tad setting the pace. And when you've got a rag or a horse who struggles in that class making the early pace, there's always a chance you're going to get a bit of a collapse, and races can turn messy. So it's important to be able to inject mid-race speed into the race, and that's exactly what he did on Third Kingdom. Decided to move up early, not let the pace collapse in the middle of the race, and push on at the right time. And this horse had the class to win. We saw that from his last 2 performances, but he also was in exactly the right position, and his rider made sure that there were no hard luck stories with him, and he's stepped up even on those good recent efforts to get his head in front here, and he's a pretty exciting horse to go on with, I would say.
Yeah, that was 125,000 Saudi Riyal in total prize money. The winner taking home 62,500 Saudi Riyal. So a good day for all involved with our race winner here, Third Kingdom. The mighty Agroplano right back to form with second place.
Yeah, that was a good effort from Agroplano, who ran too badly through last week. But as I said, he's one of those. He's a bit of a mood horse. When things go his way early on, then he'll give us running. If they don't, he'll look after himself. We mentioned that about Prism as well. Her race was over after a stride. She came out awkwardly from the stalls, and then she just looked like she didn't want to get involved from that point. Immediately decided, I'm not going to get competitive here. I don't want to have a race. And she pretty much,
Yeah, she cantered home in about third last. There was no chance at all in that race. But I think if you look at the race replay, which hopefully we'll get a chance to do, is that the horses all drawn low. None of them got out well. And all the horses had a good chance. If you were prominent and out wide, you could get across easily. And Third Kingdom was coming out stall late. I mean, it's not really wide, but it's certainly not bang on the rail. Had no problems getting across. Infrared was over in front for a few strides.
Yeah, Infrared again has run a decent race, but my concern that stepping back up to a mile would be a negative in a stronger race. Obviously, carrying 62 kilos here in a non-winners of 4 is a tougher task than running in a 0-85 handicap. And although he ran really well for a long way, he looked like he was in with a chance of a place with a couple of 100 metres to run. He clearly didn't quite get home, having been handy all the way. And Third Kingdom is much more of a stayer, the son of Make Believe. And he's a fine-looking specimen. I see that you're very much taken by him.
I was
looking
just about
at him
to say
in the
the same
winner's
thing.
enclosure.
Yeah, we talked about the debut winner wasn't particularly big and would take some going into. This is the complete opposite. This horse is absolutely drop-dead gorgeous and has come out of this race really comfortably as well. A little bit of a sweat on, but nothing too serious, and certainly a horse I want to keep an eye on going forward. I've followed this horse because obviously he's been here since we've been here, and Third Kingdom has continued to run well, but that was a massive step up and a very imperious performance. It's one thing winning, it's another thing absolutely dominating.
He certainly did. The form is slightly tied down by the fact that Taif, who's a rating of 68, was third. He's run above himself on his third start of the season. Didn't really get that together on his first 2 starts, but he was starting fairly late. This was his third quick run, and he's clearly come on for those 2 in terms of fitness. But this was a visually very arresting performance from Third Kingdom, who showed plenty of ability on UK soil. His final start in the UK was a win in a handicap at York of a mark of 89, and he's continued to go the right way here. He was rated 93 in this contest, obviously not a handicap, but he's come forward a little bit, and he's clearly, we saw him running in the big Group 3 sprint at Riyadh in February last year. He wasn't up to that then, the trip a little bit too sharp for him, but he's worth his chance in group company again in Riyadh when he goes there over a longer trip. Clearly stays the mile very well. He stayed a mile in the UK.
James Jerkins is on right now.
You win, it's usually better than the other races that you don't win, but the way he rated kind off the leaders and took off at will, that was nice to see.
Do you think he was just unlucky his last 2 starts when he came second?
Well, he probably was a little too far back last time, and the winner got the jump on him, and he was a little wide. But he closed good, which was good to see. Usually, when a horse runs against his game like that, they don't really give it to you. But I was really encouraged how he finished up. So, matter of fact, that was the reason why we ran him back again.
Another winner from stall 8 as well. Do you think it makes a difference going over a mile?
Well, with big fields, probably post 8 is just what you want. The rider can pretty much sit there and watch things develop and not have to overreact to try to get to the inside or the other way around, try to get around horses or don't be in a spot where the horses are stopping in front of them. So it's probably right there between 8 to 10 or 11 is probably the best post to be.
And you must be really happy with the jockey, Nawaf, as well. He rode both of the horses really low.
Yeah, he does. He seems like a natural. He's got a nice seat on the horse. He's got nice hands. He helps us a lot in the morning, and it's an extra bonus when that happens, when somebody from home wins the race for you.
Is it safe to say you're only just warming up for the Riyadh season?
Oh, I don't know. I'm hoping. I like the way we're heading into Riyadh, but anything can happen. You just got to keep at it, keep working, and keep the horses as happy and as sound as you can, and take it from there.
You only have one runner tomorrow, one runner before your team moves to Riyadh, Luigi Vampa. What do you think his chances?
I think he's okay. Seems like he's doing good. He's got one race under his belt, although it was a while ago. It was almost 2 months ago, but I think it's still serves him okay. It looks. I think it doesn't seem like they can ride him far enough. From what I could see, I looked at his last win was he galloped by the field. It looked like it took forever to watch the replay because the race was so long. But I'm just hoping. I like how he's doing. He had a couple of nice works coming up to the race. He's certainly isn't over race. He's, like I said, he's only run the one time. So and I think what's helping a lot of the horses is the track. The track in the last 10 days or so has been faster. It's been just right. I like how it's been. It's not quite as cuppy and deep and tiring as it's been, and that's. A lot of the horses they really see the difference. They really appreciate it, and it's making a difference.
Well, best of luck for tomorrow, Jimmy. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Well, there you have James Jerkins, and we just see Prison missing the kick completely, and that chance was done there. But as I mentioned earlier, the pace is all coming from stall 7 with Infrared and getting taken on by Just a Tad, but Just a Tad's never going to stay there.
No, Just a Tad has speed, but in terms of the form that he's shown with a rating of 47, it's very cheap speed. And the question was how he was going to shape the race, storming off in front on his own. And what could easily have happened was they'd all sort of settle in behind the leader and wait for him to weaken. But when that happens, the race tends to get messy. As the leader draws back through the field, he gets in the way. And it was very interesting to see Nawaf decide at this stage that he wants to move up on the outside of Infrared, and he wants to make a bid for the lead. Now, knowing that Infrared is going to carry him through the race for a fair way, you'd have thought he might have been happy just to sit in behind. But if you just look at the race now, if he'd sat just behind Infrared, he'd be in a pocket now. The race would have been happening around him, and he would have been looking for a bit of luck and clear daylight in the straight. By going on when he did, he avoided all that trouble. And you see Infrared now is finding himself in trouble towards the inside. And you're seeing a run out wide from Liberation Point wide, and it's New Pursuit on the inside who's coming through, throwing down what looks the strongest challenge at this stage, but he doesn't quite get home and ends up fading back into fourth. But he runs a good race. But at this stage, the race is all over. Third Kingdom has absolutely put them to bed, and the others are just sort of running on and paying for places. Aquaplano has ended up coming from the clouds to get second. You see him on the outside in the similar colours, the green colours, with the red epaulets. He runs on well for second, but he was never really a player in terms of winning this race. He was just using his speed at the end rather than at the start, as he did 2 starts ago when he rather set it up for the finishers.
Yes, it was all about that move early on, and we can see Aquaplano jumping from stall 17 there. Didn't get the best of starts, but it didn't matter because he was going best of the rest at the finish. Wasn't able to land the glove on Third Kingdom. You just see Star Horse would bang up there for a long way. Had to be wide throughout a lot of it, but ran a fairly good race. And there you can see Just a Tad blazing the trail in front, but as you said, Rory, cheap speed.
Yeah, and never going to last, but he's managed to get himself probably 4 lengths clear of infrared from an early stage. Infrared a little bit disappointing today. I know I was concerned about the step up and trip, but he was beaten even before that became an issue. And I'm not entirely, I think maybe he took a bit more out of himself than looked likely to be the case last time out. But yeah, I thought it was a really good ride from the WAF, and you saw it in the replay there. The fact that he got a lovely gap to go to the front when he needed to, and if he'd waited 2 seconds longer, that gap wouldn't have been there, and he'd have been in an awkward position on the best horse in the race, but looking for luck. You don't want luck to play a part when you're riding the best horse in a race, and that was exactly what you should do in those kind of circumstances.
And he's riding full of confidence at the moment. So he's had the winner in our opener, and then you can just see the confidence searing through his veins there as he makes that move, because he's like, I believe my horse is going to not only get here, but go away from this lot.
And riding winners does that, doesn't it? When you've ridden one winner in the day, all the pressure's off you. You don't have that nervousness about. You want to keep getting winners at every meeting if you can, or at least every week that they're racing. And when you have a few losers, you start worrying about getting that winner. But when you get a winner early, that all disappears and you've got confidence.
And we just got a few more people with plenty of confidence in the YouTube comments. We've got Absalam giving us the old sums up treatment. And Ed Raffield, 2 winners. Boom! Unbelievable. I bet you're chuffed to bits for that. You also had a second as well. I'm sure the social media team at James Jerkins Racing will be flying along.
Yeah, absolutely great day for the Jerkins team. And although he's very softly spoken there, Jimmy, when you hear him interviewed, and he doesn't talk with an awful lot of hyperbole, but he does make an awful lot of sense. He makes some very, very salient points about the horses going forward. He tends to be, sound a little bit more pessimistic than some trainers do, but he knows what can go wrong, and he's realistic about trying to avoid the pitfalls. Also interesting what he says about the track riding a little bit faster, being less cuppy, as they say in the States.
Yes, a little less deep, a little less emphasis on stamina, and more emphasis on pure speed. But we will see a little bit less speed over 7 furlongs with this Arabian horses handicap. 4 horses rated 75 to 95. Alex Fussy will take us through the runners and riders for race 5.
Thanks, Callum. Let's have a look at this field then for the 5th of the day. Slightly fewer runners, he said with excitement. There's only 13 this time around, so 1 absentee. Number 1 is Suwaiti Khaled Al-Khaladir. There's a whole host of Al-Khaladirs in this one. Makes a return. Eddie Castro's aboard. Number 2, Takdir. Luis Morales aboard, has had several placed efforts this campaign. Number 3 is to Hamiat Al-Khaladir. Turkey Alofi riding, a winner at meeting number 9. Number 5 is next up. Number 5 is Umran, 4-time winner from 11 starts. Mohammed Saeed aboard. Number 6, Wathbat Al-Khaladir for Abdullah Al-Khamis. Number 7 is Modhisha, a 1-time winner. Ahmed Alazi aboard. Number 8 is Dagwai Lotoir, a winner at meeting 24 and has been banging away on the door since as well. Number 9, Murshid Isa. Mohammed Al-Habib doing the steering. Number 10 is Asuan for Ali Al-Mimoni. Number 11, Mountasir, Ayad Al-Turisi. 12, Nayar Athbar, Abdullah Al-Kredis, a winner at meeting 25. 13 is Jara Al-Khaladir for Jimmy Carrion, and he scored at meeting 34. And then we have Munir, the mount of Camilo Ospina, and that one put in a much better effort last time out. She finished 3rd at meeting 38. So a whole host of Al-Khaladirs in the lineup. Will there be one home in front? Heading to the paddock for race 5.
Not an easy puzzle for any of us to solve, and certainly not an easy race for you to call, Alex, with all these Al-Khaladirs running. Rory, take us through it.
That's a good one. Go through the entire race. Yeah, I thought, listen, Dagui Lotoir is the one who jumps off the page at you, and this handicaps are always really difficult. We had a quick theory about the Arabian handicaps that you want to be towards the top of the weights. The first one I saw, I think the top 3 were first, second, and third. Well, this is quite easy. And then next time it was all the bottom weights who dominated. So you have to be very careful going through the form. They don't tend to be the most consistent, but one who sort of bucks that trend is Dagui Lotoir, who's been running really well. Won a course and distance handicap in meeting 28, and I say meeting 28. That's clearly not correct. Meeting 24, I should say. Beaten half a length over 2,000 metres last time out, and really should be competitive again despite the drop to 1,400 metres. Another one who's of interest, who you got a quick mention from Alex, is Munir. Now, Munir was well beaten on her first 3 starts here, but she's ex-English. She was trained in the UK by James Owen. She won on debut at Lingfield. I think Kieran O'Neill rode her that day. Her dam also won on debut, so she won twice for James before coming here. It's taken her a few runs just to get the hang of things, but her third last time out was a big step in the right direction behind Meitha Al-Khaladia over 1,600 metres last time. I think the drop to 1,400 will suit her. I think she's a big player as well.
Yeah, she got a good chance there. I think Takdir is another one that I know the Arabian form team are very keen on this horse. They highlighted that in Shamila's preview early on, so I imagine Takdir is a horse that could have a good chance here. Third last time out, similar shape to Infrared, a much smaller, more sort of puppyish type, but tough and gutsy.
Yeah, she's pretty consistent on the whole Takdir. She won a course and distance open last year, and she ran a good third over the 2,000 last time out. The drop back to this trip should suit on the balance of her form, so she's clearly a player, and we'll see her in action fairly soon.
One person we'll see in action right now is Shamila, who's caught your eye in this parade ring.
Thank you, Callum. It's our first Arabian race of the night, and you know how much I love Arabian racing. Now, my eye catcher is horse number 14, Munir. She is a 5-year-old filly, and you were just talking about her. She used to be trained by James Owen in the UK, a winner in Lingfield, and she just looks really happy. I mean, when she arrived in the parade ring first, she was giving her groom a bit of a hard time, but she has settled down really nicely. And obviously we cannot forget about horse number 1, Suwaiti Al-Khaladia. He looks really well. He is a 6-year-old colt, one of the older horses in the race. However, not to worry, as I've said to you before, Arabians age gracefully and get better with age, as you've seen. No particular red flags, only I would say horse number 5, Umran, is looking a little bit unfit, if I was being super picky, in the parade ring. But all of them are really nicely settled, looking really well. Horse number 7 has caught my eye as well just now, walking around the parade ring. But I'm going to stick to my guns. I am going with horse number 14, Munir.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Sticking with horse number 14, Umir, who will certainly have a good chance to look lovely in the parade ring. We, however, are looking forward to tomorrow, because it gets good. It's Saudi National Day, and we celebrate it here at King Khalid Racecourse.
King Khalid Equestrian Square will celebrate a special day on September 23rd. Next Saturday sees the Kingdom come together to honour our 93rd Saudi National Day, with music, fun and entertainment for all the family. So come and join us in Taif and let the festivities begin.
It's not bad, is it, this racing in Saudi Arabia? Really quality shots there from our production team. And again, continued build up to tomorrow's action. Saudi National Day celebrated at King Khalid Racecourse. I think the star of the show on that day will be Afsan Al Khaldir. That's another Arabian, Rory. We've got an Arabian race here. They're not quite at that level, but it's great that we see the full scope of Arabian talent here in Saudi Arabia.
This is very true. The track record is 1 minute 36.59, set by
Afsan Al Khaldir.
Al Khaldir.
No surprises there.
I don't think we'll be getting within a second of that in this contest. Well, you never know. You never know. It's not a bad handicap. And Suwaidi Khalid Al Khaldir, the top weight, was rated 108 a couple of seasons ago. He struggled a bit last year, lost his form at the back end of the season at Riyadh. But possible that, you know, as Shamila was saying, they grow old gracefully, they get better with age, and it's possible that having had a break and coming back here, he might bounce back to some sort of form. But he's not actually won in Saudi Arabia. He was third in a very good race a couple of seasons ago and has sort of struggled off high marks since. Dropping in class here, though, after a break, who knows what might happen.
Now, he's got 2 career wins to the name. They were happening at some sort of individual festival on the yard, weren't they? It was a different sort of celebration, wasn't it?
Prince Sultan Arabian horses, it says in the official form book, and we think that might have been here, but at Al Khaldia Farm. If anyone is able to correct us in that, we'd be delighted to hear.
Yes, let us know in the comments.
So those aren't official racecourse wins in Saudi Arabia, but we think it was in the country, but at a slightly different location. But he's got lots of ability, as he's shown. He just hasn't been at his best for a while, but he's coming off a break, and sometimes that can be a break that refreshes.
Yeah, so if anyone does know where Suwaidi Khalid Al Khaldir has run and done his winning, please let us know. There's also, we had the Jeddah situation as well, some horses who have performed in Jeddah. Some of that form doesn't appear on the race cards, but it's great that the stewards and everyone involved can let us know very quickly when that is.
Yeah, when we're looking at, if you're on the website and you're looking at form, you're either looking at form here in Taif or you're looking at form in Riyadh, and you can tell which track it is by the time of year. If it's somewhere between July and October, it's going to be Taif form. If it's November through to March, that's going to be Riyadh form. And form at Jeddah, I should say, where there is another equestrian venue, tends not to appear.
Yes, so it's available. Those cards are all available online. You can get them in both English and Arabic. You can get the printed versions that we use on screen, or you can just use the digital versions that are available at your fingertips as well. We much prefer to have things in our hands, don't we, Rory?
We do, but it's also really important to be able to go through the video archive and see these horses in action rather than just reading the basic summary. But getting the race card, you get lots of information close to hand that tells you most of what you need to know. And if you need to dig any deeper, there's the archive to find that in.
And the video archive is completely free. Now let's talk about some of these horses. Takdir being one of them. Now this horse finished third last time out in meeting 41, and we'll have a look at this performance. This is Takdir just leaving the parade ring as well. So a small horse, but just got outstayed on this occasion, Rory.
It did, yeah. This was over 2,000 metres last time out. Takdir challenging for the lead off the home turn, but can't quite maintain that gallop and ends up fading back to third. But still a very respectable performance, and was a winner of a course and distance open last year. So she will appreciate the drop back to a trip that she's won at, and she should be very competitive of her current mark.
Comes out of stall 4 on this day as well, and you just see it's a slow motion finish, but that's just too far for Takdir.
It is, yeah. I mean, and she's kept on bravely in the finish as well. Eased close home. She's a little bit better than the bare result, but a slightly shorter trip will certainly help. You're always a bit worried whether that might blunt their speed, though.
This is Tuhamayat Al Khaldir, finishing 4th in behind a thrilling win for Farid Al Jazri, one of my favourite Arabians.
Farid Al Jazri throws the head around there at the top of the picture in the maroon colours, in the blinkers, and comes home to win. And it's Tuhamayat Al Khaldir just fading back into 4th there. But this was a good contest. Farid Al Jazri is a talented horse you see running down the front two very, very late in the day here. And we just see that the mare we're looking at just fades out of the picture in the last 200 metres. But she's another one who won a Fillies Open over 1,600 metres this season. And she probably didn't quite get home last time, but is a player here with a 1,400 metre trip looking a little bit more suitable.
Dagwa Latois still looking to be your selection here?
No, yeah, it's a possibility. Dagui Latois or Munir are my shortlist for the race. and I will decide when I'm forced to put my head on the block which one it's going to be. But Dagui Latois is an obvious one, given that he's very consistent. He's a winner of a 0-90 handicap 3 starts ago and has been running competitively since. But I do think Munir could be an improving filly now that she's acclimatized to racing in Saudi Arabia, and I think she's very interesting from a wide-ish draw. It's drawn out in stall 10. I don't mind being drawn wide here. They often need a little bit of room to themselves to find their rhythm, and she should be able to find that from stall 10. So I'm still sweet on her, and I may well jump ship to her as my main selection.
Now the sun has set here at King Khalid Racecourse, and we love Saudi Arabia as well. I'm hoping that we can find some of those T-shirts for ourselves. But the floodlights have come on, and this is when this course really comes to life. The people begin to come in, the floodlights begin to come on. The anticipation continues to build towards our final 2 races.
Yeah, the last 2 races 8 and 9, are the big 2 events of the day. That tends to be unusual where we come from, but it's the way they tend to do big race days in the States, and it's very much the way they do big race days here in Saudi Arabia. The crowd doesn't feel the need to turn up for the very first race. People gradually come in, so there's no big rush to get through the gates. People do their thing in the afternoons, and they come racing when they get an opportunity, and they enjoy the evening beyond that as well. It's really nice to see. There's no great stress on track. There's no hollering and shouting and people running around, but people really enjoying the racing.
Yeah, certainly, and they do certainly enjoy the evenings here. Late nights all around. Now go through a couple of these other runners just before they begin the loading protest. Wasabet Al Khalidiyah, horse number 6, and Umran, horse number 5, both have shown levels of consistency.
Yeah, Umran was second in handicaps over a range of trips, 2,000 metres, 1,400 metres. We're finishing a distance 6th last time out over 2,000. Needs to bounce back and get a negative from Shamila in the paddock. Wathabat Al Khalidiyah was behind a horse called Wathabat Al Khalidiyah last time out, so don't get those 2 confused. Finishing last of 7 in a race won by Faris Al Jazi over the mile here last time out, and that was behind Tahamiat Al Khalidiyah, so not the easiest to fancy. But these horses can bounce back to form, They're not the easiest to predict, and you don't rule them out because of one poor performance.
Asuwan is 4 wins to the name. 3 of those came in Sweden.
3 in Sweden, despite being a French bred. Only 1 from 25 here, though. And although he does look on good terms with himself, Asuwan, but he's out of form in terms of what his racecourse performance has been recently. Maybe just taking the mickey a little bit at the moment.
Naya Atbar, horse number 12, a winner in meeting 25. Disappointed after that?
Yeah, has been disappointed. Both wins have come at 2,000 metres, and the last of them in a 0-85 handicap. But 2 stinkers really in the last 2 runs, and this trip is not the right one.
I've got to pin you down for a selection, Rory. Who do you like?
I'm going to go with Munir.
You're going with Munir. I'm taking you on with Dagui Latois. Over to you, Alex.
Thanks, gents. Thanks very much indeed. Yeah, not too many more to go. We've only got 3 or 4 to go. I'd be on board with Rory here. I think Munir is coming close to winning, that's for sure, on the back of that 3rd place last time. And very interesting that Camilo Ospina's on board as well. He's not been on board at all so far before this evening's effort here at Taif. So we've got last runners on the way in. Looks as though the final runner into the stalls is going to be Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidiyah. And we're ready to roll. Stand by. They're off and racing. Underway here over 1,400 metres for this 75-95 Arabian handicap. Looking for the early pace angles here. It looks as though Wathbat Al Khalidiyah is going to drive forwards and try and grab that inside rail. To Hamiat Al Khalidiyah is not far off them, and Munir also coming forwards in the black and white. Deeper on the race course is Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidiyah, the white jacket, the black cap, racing a little deeper out as they continue their progress down the back stretch. In centre field is Mount Tassir, dark blue and orange for that around the outside. Takdir is nipping through up the running rail. Umran next in the field. As this stage, Dagui Latois got a lot of work on, has only got 3 or 4 behind as they continue to be quite well stretched out. Murshad Issa, another one in arrears as they take the turn inside the 600. So it's Wathbat Al Khalidiyah in front, drifting a little off the inside rail, but is showing up by about 4 lengths over Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidiyah in second place. Mudhisha up the inside running rails not far away. They're being followed through then by the red and black of Tuhamiat Al Khalidiyah. Going backwards now is Jara Al Khalidiyah, but as they level for the line here, it's going to be Takdir who's pulled out and will go to the front. So Takdir goes on, goes here clear by a couple of lengths now from in second spot Wathbat Al Khalidiyah, and they are being followed through by Suwaiti Khaled Al Khaladia. But this, again, is very much all over. Our leaders breezing to the line. So Takdir with very much ease bolts up, to be honest, beats Wathbat Al Khaladia, and Suwaiti Khaled Al Khaladia has run okay on the return for Eddie Castro. So it's Takdir, been very consistent, this filly, scoring in the hands of Luis Morales. Just up that inside rail, not far off the pace, and gently eased out to move past and away. 1:36.95 is your winner's time. So 2 Takdir beats the 6 Wathbat Al Khaladia, who was always up there, got away well under Abdullah Al Khamis, set the fractions, but in the end has been turned over by 7 3/4 lengths. So quite comfortable stuff. Suwaiti Khaled Al Khaladia finished in 3rd. Munir had some early pace, but then was backwards. Mudhisha has ran okay, having been quite handy, finished 5th in the end. Tuhamiat Al Khaladia was eventually 4th. So Takdir, in the hands of Luis Morales, takes out race 5. 2, 6 and 1, the order of finish. Easy stuff for Takdir, winning by 7 3/4 lengths.
From stall 2?
Well, alhamdulillah, thanks God, I have the opportunity. I don't really have a lot of opportunity on Arabic horses, but, you have to do your job.
Tell me what you were thinking the first 600 meters of the race.
Well, they go fast, really fast. I hold her a little bit, and then from my 100 I start to gaining, slowly. And she responds very well in the last 200.
And the last 400 meters for you were very easy. She sailed to the finish.
Oh, yeah. She took off very strong in the last 400.
Did the connections tell you anything before the race?
Yeah, they asked me to ride like this, and for our fortune, everything goes as we expect.
Thank you so much, Louis.
I appreciate it.
Louis Morales could be having a big day today. He rides our Motterhead in race 8, and he'll be looking for a double on that one. But here, he had a nice easy toe of things, got into the race nicely, and this horse showed that dropping back to 7 furlongs was exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yes, I mean, we thought that as she was a winner over the trip last year, and she just didn't quite get home over 2,000, but ran a brave race last time out. And that showed she was in top form, and the drop back to this trip off a fast pace. I think the fast pace was crucial as well, really suited her. And with a couple of these not running much of a race, Dagui Lautois, for example, normally very consistent, seemed to have a serious off day. And we talked about Munir running her way into form. Well, her race was over very quickly. She was up with the pace early on, but she was dropping out after 600 metres and ended up finishing last. Suwaiti Khaled Al Khaladia did bounce back to form and finishing 3rd. That was good to see. A horse she had a bit of class before. But Takdir has done it very well. Wathbat Al Khaladia was well behind her last time out, has run a better race, being able to get to the front, which is clearly helpful for her. But Takdir has done very well, and she's done it at 1:36.95, which is less than 0.4 of a second outside the track record. So she's a high 90s filly anyway, really. Whereas the track record holder is a 128 horse. But the track is clearly riding faster than it has been at the moment, and the wind is definitely helping them up the straight as well. So they've got reasonably close to that track record. I don't think they will in the other Arabian race we have, but
let's not hold our breath. No, this winner was very impressive, and we have to shout out our video team, who are always on point with the horses that they give you in the video form that they offer up. This horse was offered up. Clearly, the run over 2,000 metres didn't leave a mark. That was my concern, and this horse has gone on and done it very nicely. So Takdir, your winner of race 2 under a motionless Louis Morales.
Yes, he's given her a lovely ride and given her plenty of confidence, and she's run her race. It's interesting you mentioned that about we've seen horses dropping back in trip, knowing they need to drop back in trip, having not stayed the previous start, but sometimes running over further just blunts their speed next time out, and they sometimes struggle to hold the position before finishing off. She didn't struggle particularly. He allowed her to sit back in the field early on because the pace was fast, but she moved up very easily when he wanted her to, and, well, you could have called the result before the home turn, really, couldn't you?
Yeah, she could. She was swinging along in a really nice position. Fairly even break as well from everybody. Everybody got out well there, but the disappointments were all over. Umran was always out the back. You see breaking from wide here, always struggling. Wasibat Al-Kaladir with the horse that took the early lead. You had your selection as well. Mania running a nice race as well there early on, but that quickly folded away. And then the other Al-Kaladir runner, Suwaiti Khaled Al-Kaladir, trying to make ground on the outside too.
Yeah, trapped wider than ideal, Suwaiti Khaled Al-Kaladir from stall 13. That was a much more promising run, and a run that's probably slightly needed as well, so good to see that. But Takdir, you can see in about 7th place on the inside. Happy to let them go forward earlier on, knowing that a few of these are going to struggle to keep up that strong pace. Just begins to move up positions now. A gap is threatening to open up on the rail, and he's very much got his eye on that, Luis Morales. Now he's deciding to go forward for the gap as Munir weakens sharply there, the filly in the black and white colours. He's getting past her now.
He has to sit and suffer.
Yeah, the gap doesn't stay particularly open, and he has to be brave to go through it. But once she gets, that was the only moment of concern for her, once she gets through that gap, she's got the beating of Suwaiti Khaled Al-Kaladir at this stage. And although this is a big effort from Watabat Al-Kaladir in front, she didn't really have the form to suggest that she would keep going to the line, given how hard she went early on. So it's a nice position to be in, chasing one that you think is going to weaken with a furlong or so to go. And Takdir, having had just that moment of worry when the gap on the rails that opened up so invitingly threatened to close again, that was the only couple of seconds of concern for her through the race, and she's very, very strong at the line.
Yes, and the way that she got that gap was quite interesting, because Louis clearly thought, I'm just going to wait for it to open. Then he showed patience for waiting for the gap to open, and then when it did, he fired that horse through that hole.
Yeah, I think he knew that Suwaiti Khaled Al-Kaladir was going to stay reasonably wide, and he also could see that Munir was weakening. It was just a case of whether he could get through on the end. So who was the horse who was holding him in briefly?
That was one of the fading rivals, so I imagine...
Was it Aswan?
It could have been Aswan, yes.
Yeah, but obviously the one question was whether that horse was going to move aside and let him through there. But he got his gap when he wanted it. He didn't panic and try to go early. If you try to force the gap, you can get yourself in trouble. But just had to wait for a second for the weakening rival to roll off the rail a little bit, and he then he got through nicely. And although he was still behind at that stage, he had the front two covered, and it was always going to be pretty plain sailing from that point.
Yes, Wasiba Al-Kaladir ran a massive race from the front. Clearly a horse that likes to dominate rivals, and got that wish today, but just wasn't able to maintain the gallop up the straight.
No, certainly a much better run. Wasiba Al-Kaladir has been beaten a fair way in 2 starts so far, but has that good pedigree, and was showing the benefit of the pedigree here in running a much more aggressive race. And on this evidence, Wasiba Al-Kaladir will have no trouble picking up more races.
Yes, that horse will be looking for another win that will take it to 3 career wins for Wasiba Al-Kaladir. And I imagine a small field race very similar to this will be right up this horse's street.
Yeah, I would say so. We know that she does stay a little bit further. She's I mean, you could argue she stayed 2,000 metres well enough, just not as well as the winner last time out. She stays a mile perfectly well. So she's got plenty of options, and she's got a good attitude as well, and a nice easy way of moving about her too.
Yes, and it's the way she does it. She's very professional about how she goes. She's not big, very much like Infrared, like we saw last time. She just gets about her work and does it, and she's got that turn of pace that a lot of these Arabian horses don't have. Yeah,
that's an important factor, that most of them will keep galloping, but not many of them can quicken up, and she's showing the ability to quicken, to go through a gap here and put her race to bed when required. And although she's high on the handicap now, having winning this of 94 up by a widest margin means she's heading for a triple figure handicap, but the clock also suggests she's worthy of that as well. So they'll be running her in better races than this next time out.
Yeah, I think the track is clearly riding fast. They're harrowing again behind us as we speak as they set up the 2,000 metre start. So we should discuss our next 2,000 metre contest. 50,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs in it for local bred maidens. It's a 3-year-old and older, and it's a very exciting contest worth a decent amount of money to Connection. So hopefully we can find a winner for you in this. Alex Fussy will take us through the runners and riders for race 6.
Thanks, Callum. Thanks very much indeed. Just in the nick of time there. I'd lost you completely, but we're back in time here for race 6. Shamimi Noyemat is horse number 1, the mount of Jose Rodriguez. Number 2 is Behafs Albury. Just one start so far. Turkey Alofi rides. 3, Hajjas, 0 from 28, very exposed. Number 5 is Nolan, the mount of Ayad Al Tarisi. 6 is Fizola, Camila Ospina aboard. 7 is Astrate, 0 from 11 so far in her career. One of 3 fillies in the lineup. They're all in a line here because 8's another. Sanea, that one put up a decent effort meeting 3, finished 2nd, but has gone a bit south since. Number 9 is Totreb, the other filly, Sultan Al Mimoni. 10 is Sadiq Al Wafi, Wigberto Ramos aboard. 11, Yazid Al Kia. A couple of good recent placed efforts, but still 0 from 26. Number 12 is Skip Moon. That will be ridden by Jimmy Carrion. 13 is Al Haydabi, Nawaf Al Ferruz. 14 is Mostafi, 0 from 6 in the career for him. 15 is Kayad Al Fasan, Ahmed Al Zari, and placed efforts on his card. 16 is Assam Al Sayal, that's the mount of Rayan Al Taresh. 17 is Azal Abdullah Alofi aboard. 18 is Rayat Alaya, 0 from 2, but 2 placed runs. Naif Al-Anazi, she's got a good chance, actually. And then the 19 gets in. Wahim gets a run, 0 from 15. That's a result of the 4 being a non-runner here, getting our 19 in to run. Runners preparing for action for race number 6.
Thank you very much, Alex. And they're in the pre-parade ring, but they're about to leave the pre-parade ring because the 3 musketeers who are named Faisal, Naif and Yusuf will lead the runners into the parade ring, and they do a magnificent job on track. They've had a very quiet day today, though. Not too much drama.
Not too much drama so far, and let's hope that's the way it stays for the rest of the meeting, particularly with those 2 very good races coming up at the end of the card. But they're always a reliable trio if anything does need attention, and we've seen them do tremendous work here over the last couple of months.
Yes, they don't just work as a trio, they formulate a plan every time a race is run. Sometimes they're ponying horses up, other times they're in different parts of the sections of the course in case something gets loose, so you often don't see them chasing horses round and round, which doesn't look great anyway from a professionalism standpoint, but also is it good from a welfare standpoint. Running horses round and round in circles who aren't bred to do long distances in a high-stress environment is never a good thing to do.
Exactly, and the organisation here has been very impressive. We said that from day, but very little goes wrong on track, but when things do go wrong, they get dealt with very, very quickly and very professionally.
And we talked about the going conditions as well. Clearly the ground is riding a little bit quicker. It's not been a detriment to safety though, and I keep banging the drum with this with our friends all back home in different racing jurisdictions. We see so many runners, probably a higher amount of runners per race card than you see anywhere in the world. And on top of that, the injury-free usually. I mean, we see very few catastrophic injuries on course, and it's unbelievable considering how many horses are hitting the track each day.
Yes, it is. I mean, you don't want to have any kind of high attrition rate. We've had major issues with dirt racing in the States at various tracks over the last couple of years, and Saudi Arabia very much leading the way in terms of that low attrition rate.
This horse is number 1, Shamimi Noyemat.
Hasn't run this season, possibly just in need of it, and is not to 10 in his career so far, so not the easiest to fancy the 6-year-olds.
Won't miss this 6-year-old grey with a beautiful grey coat and the bright pink colours with the black epaulets. Number 2, Behafs Albury.
Well beaten on debut and needs to improve markedly on that. That was over 1,600 metres, steps up to 2,000 today.
Horse number 3 is Hajjas. This horse is 0 from 28 and 8th last time out.
Yeah, 0 from 28. It wasn't entirely disgraced last time out. That was his first run of the season, but he's only rated 48 and he's not the most reliable.
Horse 4 doesn't run, so we go straight to horse 5, who is Nolan, another horse in dashing pink colours.
Would have a chance based on his second at meeting 7. but it's been largely downhill since, and he's not easy to fancy, although he looks perfectly well in the parade ring.
Looks gorgeously well, but doesn't look particularly fit, but looks really ready and raring to go. But a gorgeous looking animal, almost like a Dutch warbler there. You'd want to see him in a show jumping ring, just with that strapping size about him. This is the next horse, Fezola, who's making debut for the White Stable, and another absolutely gorgeous member of that horse, of that team.
Yeah, and from a good family, full brother to Afasa, who's a 3-time winner in these colours. But the full sister ran in the opening race and was very disappointing. So Connections will be hoping that Fazola can put family pride right again.
Yes, family pride indeed. Actrate, now this horse is one we want to watch at the start.
Actrate is a little bit of a monkey, and there's no figure on her for her last race. That's because she didn't come out of the stalls.
Yeah, so hopefully she can run a better race today. She's got lovely colours and she looks great, but you'd be slightly concerned with the horse that planted last time. Sanea is horse number 8, surely a horse for the shortlist?
Yeah, should be based on that second at meeting number 3. Disappointing in 2 starts since. Back up and trip now, that might give some hope.
We're going to see Totreb up next. This is horse number 9, 0 from 16, and the form is going in the wrong direction.
Yes, I'm afraid that is the case. 11th, 12th and 14th in recent weeks, and showing very little sign to be confident.
Here is Totreb on your screen now, certainly not missing anything in the looks department. Lovely looking animal, short back, really strong hind quarters, but just not finding the form. The big white face belongs to Sadiq Alawafa, 0 from 10.
Hasn't been disgraced the last twice in finishing 8th, but on balance of form isn't the easiest to fancy. Has a rating of 56, a bit more required to win this.
Now the next horse we're going to have a look at is horse number 11, Yazdid Al-Khair. Now this horse came from the clouds to finish second last time out.
Yeah, maybe not one to trust implicitly, not from 26 in his career, but in good form at the moment, 3rd at meeting 35, and as you said, finished from the clouds to be second to drawing cloaks over course and distance last time. Slight worry there that he was out wide and on his own, finishing into space, and that might have helped him a little bit last time, but a player on form.
Skip Moon looks red hot fit.
Skip Moon is certainly fit, was 10th on debut of 1400 metres, steps up markedly in trip, should suit him a little bit more based on his build. Difficult to tell how good he is.
Al Haydabi, a completely different type of animal, much bigger, more rotund type, 13 in your race card, 0 from 6.
Yeah, form again is not particularly impressive of late, only rated 44 and difficult to fancy on recent efforts.
Mustafi is horse number 14.
Again, another one who ran well early in the season, finished 5th in week 1, meeting 1 rather, but hasn't built in that since, and others are preferred on balance of form.
We've seen Mona Albari end a losing run. Kayad Al-Fassan, if this horse wins, the roof will be blown off this place.
Finished 5th over course and distance of meeting 15, which is a perfectly good run, and was a 3rd to art over 1400 last time out. You could argue it's best at shorter, but that run in 5th over course and distance of meeting 15 was in a better race than this. But generally speaking, his best runs have been over shorter trips.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Shamila, who do you like?
Thank you, Callum. It is race number 6, and we are flying through the races, if I do say so myself. Horse that's caught my eye in this race is horse number 6, Fazola, ridden by Camilo Ospina. First time out debutant. He is a 3-year-old gelding, which is unusual because they like to keep them colts here in Saudi Arabia for as long as possible. But honestly, he looks stunning. Another premium tap, obviously, from the White Stables, just looking really well in himself. A horse I also really liked is horse number 3, Hajas. He's nice and big, and also the horse that is the first reserve that's managed to get in, horse number 19, Wahim, caught my eye in the parade ring as well. And just because they're a reserve that's managed to get in, don't let that fool you. We have seen so many first, seconds, and even third reserves get in and manage to win by a large margin. So hopefully he can do that. But I would really like to see Camilo Ospina with another winner. A horse that would be a red flag for me is horse number 5, Nolan. He was really acting up in the parade ring, and he almost kicked the horse that I like, horse number 3, Hajas. And I thought they were going to take him out of the parade ring and put him in the naughty corner, but they didn't. And another question mark for me is horse number 14, Mustafi. Honestly, the horses today are looking really well. I mean, I'm trying really hard to find any negatives in any of the fields.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Now, there's one horse I want to hear a little bit more about, which was the horse number 7, Actrate. This is a horse that struggled to obviously load. Are they doing any special precautions? Is he being ponied down? Is anything happening differently to Actrate?
Yeah, typically when horses are being difficult to load or difficult going down to the start, they will have a pony. One of the 3 outriders will go down with them, make sure they're okay behind the stalls, and even stand in front of the stalls like we saw yesterday when the horses are acting up. This is a 2,000-meter contest, so where they're going down now past the grandstand, there's usually a lot of noise. Sometimes that can affect the horses going down, but once you get behind the stalls, it's so quiet, so peaceful, and the ponies do a really, really good job of making sure everyone is in line and safe and happy. But I wouldn't worry too much about that, Callum. Everything is under control.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And it's only under control because you are there. Rory, let's get through the rest of these horses. One of the ones that I wanted to mention, Kayan Alpha San. Talk about this horse trip-wise, because this horse shapes like he wants 2,000 metres. Unfortunately, when run over 2,000 metres, often doesn't get the rub of the green.
Yeah, the balance of his form at 2,000 metres suggests that he's going to struggle at the trip, but in good form at the moment. Second and third in recent weeks over 1,400 metres suggests that he's in very good form at the moment, and he does have that one run. I know he's only 5th back at meeting 15 over this trip, but he did get a better run through that day and suggested that he stayed the trip. They do keep trying at him as if he should stay, even though his best form has come at up to a mile, and if he can find that meeting 15 form, then he goes close here. Bit of an if, but it is possible.
I tell you what, if he wins, I will lose all composure, because I think he's been a stunning horse ever since we've got here. He always runs a very good race, but he's just unfortunate that he's unable to get his head in front. We've got a couple of more horses to look at, and one with specific video form. Rayat Alaya is horse number 18 on our race course, second last time out in meeting 39. This is this effort. Now, the horse that wins this is the horse that's currently in second and looks well beaten, but switches round to the outside and picks up to win. And this horse that's currently in third is going to stay on for second, caught the eye as well.
Yeah, this is a good performance from Rayat Alayela. Has run well on both starts, is less exposed than most of these. This is a good second over course and distance last time, seeing the trip out really well. Not able to get on terms with the winner, who rallied having been switched wide, but still a decent performance. They're in a bit of a heap behind, which is a slight concern, but this is an unexposed performer. She was first to go to post as well, and she seemed to go to post pretty happily as well.
We'll see Yazid Al-Khair here for a brief second, and then we won't see this horse again until they cross the line, because it comes from a different county.
Yeah, he's about 10th or 11th turning for home here in a race where drawing clocks, the leader, wins very easily. And as you said, we only see him back in picture as they cross the line. I'm a little bit concerned about this form, because he's had a chance of passing weakening horses on his inside with a clear run, having done nothing in the early part of the race, and that can be a little flattering. He does have the ability to win this, but he's a bit of a long-standing maiden, and I think he has his own ideas about the game.
Yeah, so he thinks the horse he probably doesn't quite enjoy winning that much, but likes coming through beaten horses. One to watch again for those at home, number 7, Actrate. Didn't start last time, so let's keep an eye on that one when the gates go back. I'm sure Alex will be doing his utmost in commentary to give everyone a lowdown on how Actrate gets on in the early stages of this race. Nolan, a paddock negative for Shamila. Concerning with that, with the form as well, not showing up much?
Yeah, it's not easy to fancy Nolan on form in the first place. He did start the season okay, but he's gone the wrong way, and the fact that he's a paddock negative probably tells you the story there.
Horse number 16, one we haven't mentioned, is Asam Alasael, who has 2 runs in the career, and finished 12th back in meeting 12. Comes here off a break.
Yeah, finished 12th also on debut at Riyadh, and then had a break before running here on week 12. Is coming off another break again. I'd not really be interested in being with Asim Alasael until he's able to show a level of form, and he's only going to do that, I think, when he's able to put 2 or 3 runs together.
Are you going to say the same thing about Azal, who comes out of stall 17, 14th on debut?
Yeah, it needs to step up a fair bit, but does look capable of a little bit better. Azal didn't really impress me going to post. It was getting pretty warm, and I think he's liable to struggle today, but he may do better down the line somewhere.
Are you a big fan of Rayat Alaila, who is the horse number 18 on your race card, still building up in the right direction? I'll take it. I'll take the fine. Trending in the right direction.
You are getting the fine. Yes. Rayat. I keep getting the name wrong.
Let me get this, because I've done this phonetically.
Yeah, I know.
It's Rayat Alaila. Yeah, that's how you get it.
Alleluia.
Alleluia, there it is. We're there, we're good at this, I tell you.
Alleluia. Yeah, emphasis very much on the last syllable. Very difficult when you're looking at it phonetically not to get that. But yeah, she looks promising. She's only got a rating of 61, so she's got a little bit to find on paper. But as I said, she's only had the 2 runs. The slight concern last time was how close up some modern horses were behind her, but she's entitled to improve. She did catch the eye going to post, so she's one of the more positive ones, as long as she can get away fairly well from stall 18, which can be quite tricky.
Now, Wahim is the other horse that sneaks in the reserve, carrying 57 kilos, so not getting plenty of weight from these. 5th last time out in meeting 44. Can we see this horse doing well again?
Yeah, 5th last time I came over 2,400 metres, which is a considerably stiffer test of stamina, but he has been runner-up twice over this course and distance in the summer, so that the drop-back and trip is not a concern. He's not consistent, but the run last time I suggested he was finding his form again, and he could be a player if he builds on that.
Well, with 2 minutes to go until they start loading, let's go through some of our selections. Rory, who do you like in this one?
Well, I think you've got to talk me through your selection first while I try to make a bit of sense of it.
I'm going to go for Fazola, only because of Camille Ospina yesterday. I imagine he's going to do the very same thing, get the lead early and relax, and then try and win the race in the middle rather than at the beginning or at the end.
And I'm afraid to say that I was hoping to fool you into going for something else there. But, Fazola, listen, there's just too many negatives about most of these runners. Reasons I think they might not be able to back up fairly good efforts recently. And Fazola's really, really interesting on paper. Looks the type who should do well, impresses in the parade ring as well. Full brother to a 3-time winner, obviously also a full brother to a horse he disappointed in the opening race, but he looks a much racier type than she did, and he's scopy, he's strong, he's fit, he's definitely ready for this, and I'd expect him to run very, very well. So I'd like to think that he'd be good enough to win this on debut, despite the fact that he's meeting horses with a lot more experience than him.
Well, that makes it very easy for me to do my throw to Alex, because those at home, Shamila, myself and Rory are all on Fazola. Alex, I've got 2 questions for you. Are you with us or against us? And how on earth are you pronouncing horse number 18?
Thanks, Callum. I'm against you because I'm going with horse number 18, so hopefully I can pronounce it all right. Rayat Alelaya, I'm going for, something like that. Whatever comes out, really, Callum, we'll see at the end of the day. We've got 2 or 3 to go here for this 6th race. I think with Naif Alanazi booked on that filly, I think has got a good chance here. Naif, obviously one of the most touted and sought-after jockeys here. Just a reminder that Wahim, the reserve, getting in will come from stall 4 as a result of that runner being the absentee. So not a bad draw, is it, for the colt getting in there, looking for a first win at the 16th try, having finished 5th at meeting 44 last time out. We've still got stall 1 to be fielded, Shamimi Noe Amat. That runner was kept away from quite a few of the others down at the start, but has just slid in, no problems. Looks like the final pair come in together, so stand by for a start. They're off and racing, and at the stalls it's Sadiq Al-Wafi who missed it entirely. The 10 horse planted in the gates and was well adrift. You're talking a good 10-12 lengths off them at the start of this race, so that one's got it all to do. In contrast, good early speed shown here by Mustafi, who's got over from a wider berth. Stall 14 came out of, but has got to the advance in company with Fazola, the white jacket and green cap racing in a prominent role. They're being followed by the yellow of Bihafsa Al-Bahri. That runner sits in 3rd place and is being tracked at this point in time by Wahim. The reserve is not far off them there, would currently take the turn in 4th. Totreb is next, a yellow cap, red jacket and black sash. That runner's just going a bit deeper out at this point in time and is being followed by Al-Haydabi, who's also in a centre field position. Back to the inside is Harjas next. The dark blue jacket is racing in company with Azal. Plenty of these with a lot of work on. They include the likes of Rayat Alaya, who's well off them at this point in time, as they make the journey towards the end of the back straight. So it's still a Mustafi in front. Shows up here, has had 6 previous goes, leads by a length over Wahim in 2nd place. Totreb is back in 3rd position. Fazola, having gone hard early, is now backpedaling swiftly. It's being swamped by the main group of runners, including Bihafs Al-Bahri in that yellow and black jacket. and Al Haydabi, who's on the outside in the blue and white. Fazola's gone out very swiftly indeed. Yazid Al-Kir is one of those trying to run on in the blue and black, but heading back towards home inside the 400. Will the closers get to this leader here? It's Mustafi in front and away and clear. You're talking a good 6-7 lengths to the top of the home run. They're all on the spot, jogging on the spot in behind. Yahya Al-Kir has now taken second place down the outside of Wahim, who's beginning to struggle. 1 or 2 running on. Nolan's getting going up the inside fence. But inside the final 100, it is Mustafi in a league of his own. Always prominent, got away up the home run. That was very impressive. Interesting result there. Mustafi has won at the 7th attempt, and that was a much better run from him than anything he'd showed before. Yazid Al-Kir will finish in second place, and they're followed in by Nolan up the inside. So it's 14, Mustafi. But quite the upset there. Didn't see that one coming. Got away in good prominent position and was not going to be caught. It's a double up actually for the owner here as well, isn't it, with Mustafi after their success with Moaz in the second, and similar sort of style of run, getting prominence and not caught. Yazid Al-Kir, as we said, is second. 12.5 lengths between the two of them. It's a time of 2:14.21 over the line, 2:14 and 21 seconds. And Nolan was your one for third, threw up the inside running rail there. Bizarre old race, that one. Winning time, as we said, on the 2:14 mark. And 14:11 and 5 is the order home in race 6.
Well, Muhammad Al-Sharima is our winning rider, and if you like this horse, Mustafi, in the prelims and then were put off by Shamila's paddock negative note, I'm so sorry, because it's very unfortunate that the paddock negative has only got him bolted up, Rory. He looked like a miler, I thought.
Well, I mean, he's won over this trip before. He was 13th 2 starts ago in a time of 2 minutes 30.72. When he ran a half-decent race prior to that, when he was 7th, he did 2 minutes 20 dead. 2 minutes 14.21 today, almost 6 seconds faster than he's ever gone before at this trip. And I think the key was getting to the front. To me, he seemed to be going hard enough early. I thought he was going too hard, but he really enjoyed being out on his own. And the longer nothing could get to him, the more he seemed to enjoy himself in front, and was still going hard when he passed the line.
But they did get to him, though. Wahim got to him on the outside. Fazola tried and faded very quickly, dropped down like a heavy stone through water. But I thought Wahim was going to lay down a heavy challenge, and he just went bye-bye and powered away and went and won his race.
He's clearly got plenty of ability. He'd been going the wrong way in form terms since running well on his first start of the season. And he just seemed to be a horse who, was falling out of love with the game or just getting a little bit jaded. But being gummed to the front over this trip in these conditions, with the breeze helping him as well, just seemed to suit him. And he's left his previous form miles behind with a performance that suggests he's well over a stone better than the official rating.
Yes, and you can just see him in the Saudi green and white colours. Seem the very appropriate colours for the time of year we're in. And this is the second win for the owners who had Moaz earlier on, so very good for them.
Yep, neither of them particularly easy to find on paper, but both have ended up running out deserved winners of the night. A rating of 55, beating the 64 rated Yazid Al-Khair, who came here at the top of his form, having been placed in his final 2 starts. You call this horse an 80 horse on that performance, but it remains to be seen whether he can back that up or whether it's just really important for him to get to the front in his races to show his form.
Another horse that just wants to dominate, and once able to get into that rhythm, just shrugged off all challenges. I thought Yazid Al-Khair ran another very big race, came from a long way off, but the jockey, you could see the jockey was clearly keener to get her to the front earlier. They was already flat to the balls turning in.
Yes, and just runs on through beaten horses as he did last time out. Didn't look likely to win at any point, but you know, enjoys passing those tiring rivals. Not from 27 now in his career, so it's not finding it easy to win, but he's proving very consistent at the moment with 3 consecutive placed efforts now.
Nolan, another paddock negative, came in for third up the rail. You can see the jockey just having a look down there as the horse comes around the bend, but clearly everything was okay because he keeps finding and ends up plugging on for third. So not a bad run from Nolan, who needed that because the form was going the complete wrong way.
Well, very, very similar to the winner in that he'd run very well early in the season. He was second at meeting 7. And looked like he would pick up a race, and the runs since that have been progressively worse, to be honest. 14th and 11th in his last 2 starts, but bounced back to form here. Again, probably suited by being able to run through horses late in the day. Those who tried to sit up with the strong early pace ended up being well beaten. The obvious one being Fazzola, who was the paddock pick. Looked very well, showed speed to be competitive, was only a length behind the winner going into the first turn, but dropped away very tamely and ended up finishing last of all.
Not a good day for the family that Fazzola come from. They've had a full sister got beaten very badly, and now this gelding has been beaten as well. So certainly the premium tap line's taken a hit today.
It has a little bit, but it's proved very reliable through the season, and I'm sure that Shamila won't be given up on the back of a couple of blips like that. They'll class always comes to the fore in the end, and this is a very good operation, a very good family, and no doubt they'll be coming back. Maybe not these 2 individuals, but I'd like to think that Filona's an awful lot better than he's been able to show here. So we'll keep an eye out for them over the coming weeks and months.
Actrate did jump out today, but jumped out very badly, but not quite as bad as Sadek Al-Wafi, wasn't it? That absolutely fell out the stalls. Yeah,
lost at least 15 lengths out the stalls, and that was any chance of victory gone very quickly.
So if you're the trainer of Actrate, are you positive that you jumped out at least and then we'll build from there, or is it just like, oh, what do we do with this horse now?
Not too many positives really to take from that, and from Actrate, who clearly has her own ideas. But at least she started. That's the one plank you can build on.
Here's the moment where the 2 horses that came to challenge, which was Totreb and the other runner as well, sneaking up with Wahim, the reserve. They both tried to lay down a challenge, and you will see them both go backwards very quickly.
Yeah, I was surprised just how well the winner has kept on from this point, because he'd gone so hard, and then for 2 of them to get close to him, given that his form wasn't particularly progressive going into the race, this is the most impressive part of it, that he's able to go on again from his challengers off the home bend and actually pull further clear. So it's a length clear coming into the home turn. He ends up being 12.5 lengths clear of the line, despite the fact that he went super hard in the first few 100 metres to get across from a wide draw to get to the lead. That was a remarkable performance.
Ale de Bay is a horse that's sticking on well nicely as well in behind, but there's a little bit of a concern is just how easily this horse went away on the bridle, it was like. So it wasn't like he asked early. This horse just squeezed along, just found plenty more. This is a horse that clearly likes to do things his own way.
Exactly. Now, it's impossible for me to guess how this horse will run next time out, but if he's up in class, then he's probably one who you'd expect to sort of bounce from this. This looks like an almost superhuman effort from the horse. He's gone beyond his boundaries to run so well. Clearly enjoyed himself, but it was a perfect storm for him. He's gone hard early, he's got into a terrific rhythm, and then he's found plenty to fight off his challengers. Now that might simply mean that he's improving suddenly in leaps and bounds, but I think it's more likely that he will revert to the mean next time out and run a disappointing race. We know that he's capable of winning, and he will win in the future, but it may well be that he wins sporadically and shows inconsistent form.
He's one for the Saudi notebook with a big old asterisk next to his name.
Indeed, he's the kind of one to be with when he's least expected, if you like.
Yeah, keep an eye on him, but probably not going to have it all his own way here. One horse that was a very disappointing race for Kayad Alpha San. Never would involved again. 2,000 metres just isn't this horse's trip.
No, it doesn't look that way, and never competitive today. Hopefully there'll be another day for Kayad Alpha San. Again, you'd imagine back at a mile next time out. There's that one run that suggests the trip is okay, and he was held up a little bit to maybe help get the trip, but couldn't get competitive at all, and this is a bit of a write-off. But most of the runs at this trip are disappointing efforts, and the runs at 1,600 metres tend to be a lot more positive, so we expect to see him back at that trip next time out.
What do you do with a horse like Fazola?
It's impossible to tell. Again, you know, if you speak to... We spoke to Jimmy Jerkins about some of his horses earlier. Obviously, had a very good day with 3 good runs. The White Stable have had 2 big disappointments from horses who were expected to do well on debut and looked ready to run for their lives in the paddock, but both are disappointed. You never know why that is. There may be a connection between the 2 of them. The fact that everything's trained on the track makes that slightly less likely. So there's no travel issues, and it shouldn't really be a feed issue either. But the pair of them have run way below expectations. So you take them to get them both home, check them out, see if they're not sickening for something, and try to find a reason why they've run disappointingly. But there's no reason to jump to conclusions. There's plenty of time with horses at the beginning of their career, and you probably want to give them a bit of time to get over a disappointing effort on debut, and we'll see where we are next time.
Now, the White Stable have Marquez and Motawasi in race 8, the Taif Sprint Cup. Are you with them or against them now, having seen those 2 runners today?
It wouldn't affect my... It wouldn't massively affect my judgment. I think the interesting thing to bear in mind with the 2 disappointments is that they were both debutants. But obviously you might decide that, you know, if you get 2 disappointments from the same stable, whether they're debutants or not, that might just put you off a little bit. But again, the proof's in the pudding.
Now, we've just seen a winning performance on the track. Let's see what's going on off the track with Shamila, who's in the entertainment area.
Thank you, Callum. I am on the stage. Thankfully, I won't be singing or dancing, making anyone's ears bleed, but I just wanted to show you what they have set up for tomorrow with the singers after the racing. Now, if you were here with us on King Faisal Cup Day, it was amazing. The entertainment was here. There was a full band, a singer. Everyone was enjoying the music after the race, and it was absolutely full. It was a sea of people enjoying all of the entertainment. Got food stalls over here, you got coffees, slushies, everything you could ever want, and ice cream. But this stage will be reserved for the singers after the last race. So please make your way down here after the last race tomorrow to enjoy all they have to offer.
Thank you very much, Shamila. We certainly will be doing that. Now, while you're down there, we know you've got the voice of an angel, so please give us a song, anyone you like, any song you like. Just give us at least an opening couple of bars, please.
Absolutely not. I might give you a song tomorrow after I have a few winners. I'm not really feeling in the singing mood after one of my paddock selections. One of my paddock negatives just won and absolutely hosed up in that race. Hopefully I can find a winner down for you at the start of the 2,000 metre race as I make my way down there now.
Well, thank you very much, Shamila. And while you're down there, would you pick up a slushie for myself and Rory? We're struggling up here. We're all alone. But thank you very much for all your hard work. And she's on the stage. And yes, last time you were here with a big, big event, you saw how many people were staying after racing. People were only turning up for race 7. All of a sudden, they're pouring in just to see the entertainment.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, unfortunately, I was heading home straight after that. On King Faisal Day, so I didn't get the opportunity to enjoy the entertainment. But hopefully I'll get, we'll maybe hang around a little bit longer on Saturday after racing. We've got no work the next day, of course. That's the big problem with us on the at the end of the week. We've got to be as professional as possible and get all our notes written up.
Yes, absolutely, and we are just a professional pair. Now let's move on to our next contest, which is race 7 on your race cards, and this is a 2,000 metre contest for Arabian fillies. It's a 0 to 75 handicap, and Alex Fussy will take you through the runners and the riders.
Thanks, Callum. Let's have a look at them. 10 of them here. Yes, just 10. 0 to 75 for the Arabian fillies. Handicap Muna is number 1, the amount of Ali Al-Mimoni. Number 2 is Tabea Al-Naif. Abdulaziz Al-Leish gets on board and was a winner last time out, actually, at meeting 37. Number 3 is Alizia. Wigberto Ramos will be aboard. 4, Muntasirat Al-Khaladia. Wasn't so good last time out, finished 11th down the pack. Fahad Al-Faradi on board the Al-Khaladia runner. 5 is Jade du Carrière, 0 from 13, although does get Naif Alanazi in the saddle. 6 is Easter du Soleil, a one-time winner from 9 starts, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 7 is Ragad, 2 wins so far. Abdullah Al-Kridis is on board. And 8 is Noor Al-Fadel, Ayad Al-Tarisi riding the 8 filly here. 9 is Shalat Al-Nakail, 0 from 19, Mohammed Al-Yami. And 10 is Mahbubat Jude, a 2-time winner, Rakan Al-Ubaid aboard. So 10 of them for this Arabian Fillies handicap. But more importantly, Callum, what's your karaoke song?
Very easy, Alex. It's all about Fresh Prince opening number. Can smash that out in my sleep. Very much my karaoke banger. Rory, what would be your karaoke number?
Sad songs count as well. We should point that out to Shamila. Said she's not in the mood to sing, but you know, most of the good Irish songs are sad songs. So the Fields of Athenry from me on that list.
Oh, absolutely. That's enough to get all the tears flowing. One who won't be getting the tears flowing is Tabor Al-Naif, who's horse number 2, rated 75.
Yeah, winner of 1,400 metres last time out in maiden company. But form at this trip is poor, so the step up and trip is a bit of a negative for Tabor Al-Naif.
Yes, and we'll move straight on to horse number 3, who's Elezia, 3rd last time out. Another horse coming into this race in good form.
Yeah, largely running well. A bit disappointing 2 starts ago, but in the frame otherwise. 35 and of course in distance maiden last time out, and should be there or thereabouts.
Yes, certainly not a bad looker and looks perfectly ready to run a big race. Certainly not looking light or too heavy. This is horse number 4, Muntasirat Al-Khaladir. Very highly fancied 2 meetings ago where it finished a disappointing 2nd. Should have probably won that race and then really disappointed last time out. Can you trust this horse?
No, not at this trip, certainly. Best efforts have come at 1,400 metres to 1,600 metres. Very disappointing over this trip last time out, and I'd rather see her at shorter.
Jade DeCarry is always at the dance, but never really in the money, so hopefully that also run a better race. And this is horse number 6, Easter du Soleil, who won earlier this season.
Yeah, very disappointing last time out, finishing 4th in that course and distance handicap where Jade DeCarry was 9th. Was a winner at week 20 in, needs to be getting back to that kind of form, but disappointing the last twice.
Now, horse number 17 is Ragad, who was a winner in meeting 38 and travelled really nicely on that occasion, but couldn't get anywhere near any of these when behind Muntasirat Al-Khaladir and co last time.
Yeah, Muntasirat Al-Khaladir was 11th, Easter du Soleil was 14th, and Ragad was 15th on the back of her best effort when winning the time before that. So difficult to know what to expect of Ragad, but that was really disappointing, almost too bad to be true.
This is Noor Afdal, horse 8, and Shalat Al-Nakail, horse number 9.
Yeah, Shalat, Noor Al-Fadal's gone the wrong way since finishing 2nd in meeting 16. Shalat Al-Nakail was 3rd in not a 55 handicap last week. That's a place above Mahbubat Jude, who's the next one we'll see. But I don't think the form is good enough to see either of them feature here.
Yes, it was a real surprising run from Shalat Al-Nakail, who definitely shaped to this staying was in the game, but it's just so slow. I mean, this horse was flat to the boards at the beginning of the turn and just ended up sticking on for 3rd. Mahbubat Jude let down a few people. I think Tom was on this horse last time out, ran no sort of race in what looked to be a very easy task for this horse, but disappointed. So I can't see a massive improvement coming less than a week later.
No, unless some of the top weights disappoint. There's a big gap between some of these in terms of ability. Obviously, it is a handicap, but the bottom ones have been keeping lesser company.
Let's talk about the one right at the top, Muna, a horse you didn't get to see.
Yeah, Muna was 4th in a known winners of 3 over course and distance last time out. That's a much stronger race than this. Beaten 3 lengths that day and had 2 of these behind in a 0-80 handicap at meeting 38. So Muna looks the blindingly obvious one on paper to me.
Are you concerned about the weight giving 7 kilos away to some of these towards the bottom?
Yeah, but those that she's giving weight away to are hard to fancy anyway. She doesn't know that she's giving the weight away. She just knows what weight she's carrying, and 60 kilos is not a stopping weight.
No, it's not a stopping weight at all. Jade DeCarry, there's a lot of horses in here I can't trust. Jade DeCarry be the number 1 of those horses. I think this horse always runs a nice race, but it's never involved in the final finish. It's never like with one of the earlier horses we had, who was a horse that was always involved in the finish. This runner is never involved in the finish, so it's very hard for me to like that horse, Jade DeCarry, although I know there'll be plenty of people who do like that animal.
She did finish in front of a few of these last time out, but that 9th place is still not particularly good form. She flatters to deceive, I think it's fair to say.
Muntasirat Al-Khaladir, a horse that obviously I imagine a smaller field would be right up this one's 3. I put that in the same camp as Ragad as well. I think they'll both profit of a smaller field, more calmly run race.
Yeah, that's definitely true. There's a few of these who definitely disappointed because of the size of the field in that race last time out. They just spat the dummy out. And therefore, in a smaller field, they're more likely to give their running. Slightly calmer waters here. And yes, you're going to see some of the form of that last race turned around. If you're relying on that as an indicator of what's going to happen today, you've not watched enough Arabian racing.
Yes, absolutely. These horses can turn their form around rapidly, quickly, as the bell goes and the jockeys will begin to mount. Just see one horse getting a little bit worked up in the parade ring is Mahubat Jude, who is horse number 10 on your race card, and getting just a little bit worked up.
Yes.
Alesia is horse number 3 as well, and that's horse coming here off a third last time out.
Yeah, I mean, still a maiden after 9 starts at Alesia, largely been running well. And that was a good third. Only a 5-runner race last time, but wasn't beaten very far in that course and distance event. A repeat of that puts her in the mix, but again, she's not got her head in front and she's looking a little bit tricky.
Yes, so there's a lot of these who we can draw lines through. So, Rory, tell me who you don't like in this, and then we'll narrow it down, because there must be some here who you can't give a chance to. I know some of them are all so bad that they've got to have a good race in there somewhere, but who are you not a fan of straight away?
Jcsa, definitely has the ability, but I don't particularly like her attitude. Muntasirat Al-Khaladia, I can't have at this trip. I think she'll be interesting back at a mile, but this trip doesn't seem to suit. And I would be not particularly keen on Easter today on reason. She was running well early in the season. I quite liked her 2 starts ago, and she was a massive disappointment, and then ran a similar race last time out, so it just seems to be out of form at the moment. But really, I don't want to be doing negatives, because it's a kind of race where anything can happen. So Muna just is a standout to me, but it's very easy for any of these horses to have an off day, and if Muna has an off day, I'm struggling to know what's the one who should be following her home or taking advantage of her underperforming.
I'd be looking at Alesia as maybe my backup to Muna, a horse who's at least run over course and distance. Taibur Arnef is the last time out winner. There'll be people at home shouting at their televisions going, why on earth have you not talked about this horse who won last time? The trip is a massive concern, surely.
Trip is a concern. It was a 1400 maiden that she won last time out. That showed that she will put her head in front, but she's run before over 2,000 metres and gives the impression that she doesn't stay the trip.
Yes, let's have a look at some of these in action. And this is Muna, the horse that we didn't really get a chance to see up close properly, but lovely grey, dapple grey animal. This is Muna finishing 4th on September the 9th. Orange cap and plugging away, but not actually closing the gap anytime soon. This run didn't make me very excited, I must admit.
No, but this is a much better class race than the one we're looking at here. This is a non-winners of 3, so most of these had won at least one race. Generally speaking, had won a couple. And although she struggles to get much closer in the final 200 metres, she does at least respond to pressure. I don't think she's dogging it at all here, and she does. She has won a race, so we know that she will win when she's got the opportunity. This is a big drop in class for her, and I think that makes a huge difference.
The jockey was throwing the kitchen sink at her on that occasion as well, and didn't get much of a response, which would be another concern for me.
Yeah, but as we've said often with these horses, they don't tend to quicken on demand. They will keep going at the one pace, and that's about as good as she was. I think if he hadn't got after her, she'd have finished in much the same place. I don't think she's responded particularly to the driving, but that's because most of these Arabian-bred fillies just tend to run the race they want to run, and the whip tends to be completely superfluous.
Yes, exactly. They tend to be sticking on at the one pace, and any asking of reminders can sometimes be a negative. I remember Arsalan is a very good example of an Arabian horse that came there swinging. Naifal Anadi pulled out the stick, but nearly dumped, and the horse ended up going further backward than he did forward.
Well, one of the greatest jockeys of all time, Bill Shoemaker, was quoted as saying, I've seen more horses whipped out of the frame than whipped into the frame. And that's, often holding them together is a much better thing to do. When it comes to winning races, yes, it can make the difference. And we've seen that with Lester Piggott plenty of times in the past with this rat-a-tat whip action. But when it comes to getting a place where the horse is beginning to tire, often helping them to hold them together will get them in the frame, whereas getting after them with a stick will unbalance them and they'll resent it and end up finishing out of the frame. So interesting that a jockey who wrote as many winners as Bill Shoemaker came out with that statement.
It's also interesting when you see it in different disciplines of horse racing. I remember jump racing. It's very often you see horses get in trouble when the stick comes out. Shamila is down at the start. Shamila, what have you got for us? Who's caught your eye down there?
Well, Callum, I have been here 10 weeks now, 11 weeks now, and I know these Arabians pretty well, pretty much like the back of my hand. And I always go for Shalat Al-Nikhail, and she always lets me down, Callum. I mean, and I haven't had a winner today, so hopefully my Arabian knowledge can get us a winner here behind the stalls, and everyone is looking really nice. Horse that initially caught my eye is horse number 7, Ragdad HS. Abdullah Al-Kredis did get off and just readjust the saddle, and horse number 1, Muna, is just having her saddle readjusted at the moment. She was 4th last time out in a really strong contest, so I think I'm going to have to go with horse number 1, Muna, as my stalls pick. She looks really well in herself. It is only a small field. Fahad Al-Faredi did say to me last night that he was due a winner and that he would give me an interview if he did have a winner. So fingers crossed for Fahad Al-Faredi. But the horses are looking really well. And horse number 10 as well as a 6-year-old filly by Alfredo, also 4th last time out. This is a really strong field. I mean, there isn't many runners, but it is a minefield to get through. But obviously, Sheikh Mutlaq bin Mishrif is here. They didn't have a winner in the last Arabian race, so I'd say he has all of his fingers and toes crossed for Munsirat Al-Khalidiya, horse number 4.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Just a quick question in regard to the tack being readjusted. What does that actually mean? What's happened to mean that the tack's getting readjusted? We're seeing a few of these having their girths tightened.
So basically, it just means the saddle might have slipped back a little bit, or because the racing girth is totally made out of elastic, sometimes it just needs to be done up a bit tighter, and you can do that better if the jockey dismounts the horse and does it from the ground. It just means the saddle and all of the tack is more secure.
Now, is that spotted by the jockeys as they're going down to the start, or is it the stalls handler's job to notice any saddles that may have moved?
I would say 80% is the jockeys. They can tell when their saddle has slipped back a bit or they're uncomfortable in the saddle. They'll just jump off as soon as they get down to the start. The stall handlers will be straight on it, and the jockeys themselves will adjust the tack to make sure it's all safe. If I was in their position, I would do exactly the same.
Well, Shamila, they've started loading, so we'll let you make your way back up, just in case you can get a good interview from Fahad Al-Faredi, and we'll hand over to Alex Fussy, our man in the sky.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, going forwards here, runners loading up. A reminder, we are not in race card order with regards to the stalls positions here. Muntasirat Al-Khalidiya will jump from the inside in 1. Class dropping Muna will come from stall number 4. Jade du Carrier's got that wide berth in gate 10, so will be the deepest of all here. Not too many more left to go. I think we've got 2 out the back at this stage. Jade du Carrier is one of them. And also Muna, stall 4, is waiting. Muna, in some publications, there were no colours on show there. It's dark blue and orange to follow for Muna. Got an orange chevron and an orange cap. Looks like they're just pushing that runner forwards into the stalls, which is Alesia. That's stall 5, so Muna's still to come. On the way forwards now, comes in, set, they're off. Underway here once again over the 2,000 metres, 0 to 75. Arabian fillies handicap. Muna last in, but just about the first away. A good start from the class dropping filly. She's up there early on and pressing for the early lead. Noor Alfadel is in company. And now, picking off them is Easter du Soleil. So that runner is coming over and past. Will lead them under the line first time around. Muntasirat Al-Khalidiya follows them, races in 4th. And a further 3 lengths adrift is in company with Alesia, the check jacket. That runner just in the 2 path on the outside. Ragdad is in against the running rail at this stage. Mahboubat Jude racing alongside. Jade du Carrier is out the back end. Pink Silks of Shalat Al-Nakail in the rear division. Tarbeya Al-Naif is also right out the back as they take the turn and now head past the 1,200 metre marker. So out in front and a few lengths clear. Easter du Soleil is clear here by about 4 at this stage of the Muna in second. There's a further gap of 6 or 7 to the main group of runners now. 3rd position, Noor Alfadel is being joined by Muntasirat Al-Khalidiya, who's making a spot of progress, is being tracked into the race by Alesia, the black cap, who may just take 4th position now. Jade du Carrier is wider out, pushed along is Ragdad, trying to get through as well. Tarbeya Al-Naif, the last time out winner. Just about last of all still is Shalat Al Nikhail. As the front pair are starting to come back now, they're going to stack up here as they make their journey towards the end of the back straight. So it's East du Soleil who's in front with 600 to go, but now under pressure. And in second spot, Muna's come there travelling okay, with the ride having a little look behind. And in the wing mirror is Muntasira Al Khaladia, who's breezed up to their outer. They're being followed by Tarbea Al Naif, Jade du Carrière under pressure to close, and also still with that runner is Elysia. So heading now to the top of the home run, 300 metres down inside it, 200 to go, and Muntasira Al Khaladia now sent for the line. Goes on and clear by 2 lengths over Muna in second position. Jade du Carrière continues to follow, is boxing on, battling away in behind them for third. Muntasira Al Khaladia has got in front, have the brakes come on, still battling it would appear, 2 lengths the advantage, and it's going to be Muntasira Al Khaladia who wins race 7. Beats Muna into second, Jade du Carrière was back in third place. Success then goes to Muntasira Al Khaladia. Fahad Al Faradi has his much needed winner. A couple of second place efforts this campaign. Down the field in a bigger field event last time. Held into 11th, but travelled up nicely there, just in behind the leading line early on. Sat off that hot pace and picked them off late in the piece. 2:28.73 is our winner's times. That's 2:28.73. 2 3/4 lengths, the official margin. Did wonder inside the final 100 whether the leader was going to drop anchor a bit. She looked like she was just getting a little think about it, but Fahad got the filly rolling again, and she has fought it out well. Stuck out bravely to the line to beat Muna, who's ran okay on her drop down in grade, and Jade du Carrière boxing on for another placed effort. Often hits the frame, that filly. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, as we say. So it is 4, 1 and 5, our order of finish, 2 3/4 lengths, the winning margin. And Muntasira Al Khaladia takes the 7th race of the day.
Comes Farhad Al Faradi, the smiliest jockey in the weighing room, and certainly we'll be hoping he can give an interview to Shamila after he jumps off this winner of Muntasira Al Khaladia, who has relished being back in a small field.
Yeah, a big turnaround from last time when she finished 11th over course and distance, and has looked at a different performer here. I don't think this was a great test of stamina at the trip. I think, although the leader seemed to go fast enough early on, I think the pace slackened, and it probably would have helped Muna to have tried to push that on at halfway, make it a real test of stamina, because Muntasira Al Khaladia is a speedier horse than Muna, but not as strong a stayer. But you can see that she was able to coast up there, travelling very easily, and then put Muna to bed with a turn of foot. And then once she got there, she was sort of paddling a little bit in front, but she'd done enough to get away from Muna, and that was the race done. I think if Muna had tried to press on herself, maybe 4 furlongs side, that might have made it harder for the winner. But this relative test of speed has suited her, and racing in a smaller field has clearly suited her. I think she got a bit lost in a big field last time out and ran well below her best.
She was the sort of horse that you begin to lose faith in and finding hard to trust, but she found a new level of form here today, which was very good. She wasn't unfortunate. She threw the race away against Shahanna Al Khaladia when they both met a few starts ago, where she looked all over the winner but just couldn't overhaul that horse. And you saw signs of that here today when her ears just start to look around. You can see she's clearly not going away from her rivals when she wins.
No, although I think she was coming to the end of her tether in terms of stamina here as well. But you're right. She definitely got worried out of it a couple of starts ago. And that 3 question marks up against her. And again, it's worth pointing out what the time was here. 2:28.73 is 7 seconds outside the course record, whereas in the previous race, we were within half a second of the course record. So this race run in a very different manner, and it's a manner that suited her. She will benefit from dropping back in trip next time out. Now that she's got her head in front, got a bit of confidence, she might be able to kick on.
Yes, Farhad Al-Faredi, you can see here, just the smiliest guy in the way over him. He absolutely loves it, and good to see him with a winner as he makes his way back in to get weighed in. Again, look at the smile. Gee, that's $1 million smile right there, isn't it?
It is. He's a very happy man at the moment, and I'm sure he can give Shamila a 10-minute interview while we rush off for those smoothies and whatever they were. Slushies.
There were slushies. Yeah. They're really in your head now, those slushies, aren't you? They're going to hold them. We're going to get a War and Peace interview from Shamila.
I don't think it matters how many times we say slushies. They won't suddenly appear in front of us.
No, they will not, unfortunately. No, we've got to fight our way through, but we're already motoring through this car. We're coming up to race 8, which is a real humdinger of a contest. A horse that I can't wait to see in that. But let's not take anything away from Muntasira Al-Khalidi, who won. Muna, you saw the distress signals early. That horse had to struggle to get by Easter de Soleil and always looked in trouble. And then again, Jcsa running a traditional third-place finish without threatening the winners.
Yeah, I think you might be right about Muna. You weren't particularly impressed with her response to pressure last time out, and she didn't find an awful lot under a hard ride here as well. Ali Al-Mamoni throwing the kitchen sink at her without much response. She might not be the easiest of rides, but listen, Muntasira Al-Khalidi, in terms of looks, is as good as anything in this race. She does look the part. She's got the pedigree to match it as well, and although she was disappointed, in fairness, now her record now reads a win and 2 seconds from 5 starts. So that's not too bad at all. It's just that she's been inconsistent, and she's not always backed up a good effort. But this was a lot more like it from her. I'd like to think, given that she's fairly lightly raced, she can live up to that pedigree now and do a little bit better.
I like the way Fahad's ridden this horse because he's let the 3 in front do their thing out front, but he's made sure he's at the head of the next group. So he's like, whatever happens, I'm going to be the first to pounce from these chasing pack. I'm not going to get swamped up with other fast finishes. I'm going to put myself in a really positive position. You've just seen Easter de Soleil just taking out this running now. Had to use a lot of petrol to get to the front, got there. But then the pace didn't exactly leap from there, were they? And were you thinking that Muna probably should have tried to force the issue a bit more?
Well, maybe looking at the replay, she wouldn't have been able to, but I'd have thought to maximise her chance of winning, I think she needs to be going forward as fast as she can, pretty much all the way, because she doesn't find an awful lot in the finish. She plugs on at one pace, but she can't quicken in a finish. And I think maybe here, when the fronts here are well clear of the rest, maybe now was the time for her to press on. But if that did happen and she was beaten, you'd have said, well, why did he kick on when they were so far clear of the others at this stage? So it's easy to be wise after the event. And perhaps she wouldn't have gone any faster for Ali Al-Mamoni anyway. You saw him take a look between his legs on the turn. That's sometimes a confident look from a jockey looking for dangers, but often it's a worried look. And for him, it was a worried look. And it didn't take him long to work out that he was in trouble when he looked behind and saw Muntasira Al-Khalidi absolutely cruising in behind him. And she soon had him in plenty of trouble.
Taba Al-Nayef got there and looked like he was going to throw down the challenge as well, but that filly faded out very quickly. The same can be said for Alesia, who had form over this trip but wasn't able to do it. Jcsa is the horse that comes through to take third eventually. Muna right here is not showing anything, but you've still got hope if you're a Muna supporter, because when the leader hits the front, doesn't look like she's going to go away and dot up in this.
No, I thought Muna might get on the outside of Muntasira Al-Khalidi and rally. We've seen that work before in races like this, but the winner actually shifts out to her right anyway, and Muna's not able to get on. If she managed to get on the outside at one point, that might have made it difficult for the winner, but she wasn't able to get there. And then when the winner shifted out, that killed whatever run Muna might have had. But she was clearly the best on the day.
She'd have had to have got onto her hind quarters, wouldn't she?
Yeah, exactly.
The hind quarters of Muntasira Al-Khalidi to then be able to pressure the horse in front and show that she'd able to keep up and land a blow, but she's just not able to.
Yeah, he wanted to do that, but she couldn't quicken when he asked her. We know that these horses are going to be worried out of races if you can get alongside them, and this filly has wandered around in front, but unfortunately Muna couldn't find the pace to get alongside her to make her worry about it. And it's been a pretty comfortable win in the end.
And Muntasira Al-Khalidi has been worried out things before. So
yes, she has.
It wouldn't be the first time. So you can understand, once past, Muna's rider certainly wasn't giving up, thinking, if I can get back alongside here, we'll have a chance.
Yeah, but again, I'm pretty sure that that Alfaredi was aware of that when he hit the front anyway. He wanted to make sure that he didn't give the runner-up too much time to get back at him. He wanted to be able to use the pace that she has to build up a little bit of a lead and sort of break the heart of the runner-up, and that has worked. If she'd gone a bit earlier, then it should have been in front for longer, and she may well have paddled more with no other horses around her. And she has done that anyway, but she's far enough clear with very little ground left in the race that it hasn't been a concern. But you can see that if this was 200 metres out and started wandering around in front, that might have given the others another bite of the cherry. But it's only 50 yards from home, and she's straightened out with a tap from the whip, and she's won it in good style in the context of the race. And we have to put it in context. These were a largely disappointing group of horses, and the winner was entitled to do this if she stayed the trip, and she probably didn't have to quite stay it, given how the race was run. So it's worked out nicely for her.
She got her ideal conditions in a small field race, was able to have the ideal trip into the race, being first to the chasing pack, and got a lovely toe in from Muna, and once passing Muna, didn't have to do too much in front to stay there. So I think, not flattered by the win, but this isn't a win that's making me go, oh my goodness, we've got a challenger for Afsan Al-Khaldir.
No.
I think we've got a 75 rated handicapper in our midst here who will certainly be one to watch in similar events to this. But in a big field, I don't want to have anything to do with Al-Khaldir.
I think I would reserve judgment on her until I see her next. This gives her an opportunity. Says, right, she's got her head in front. Now that might help her to build confidence. It should put her in a good position to win a similar handicap next time out if she can find a similar spot. And how she runs there will be the key to whether you think she's one to trust implicitly or not. She's inexperienced, and her waywardness that we've seen so far can still be put down to inexperience. And now that things have clicked for her, she might kick on and do better. But you do want to see one more run to confirm that this is a bit of a flash in the pan because it's a good opportunity, or that she really is beginning to find out what the game is all about. The penny's dropping, and she can kick on and do better.
Yes, we could just see these lovely shots of them swinging away from the stands on that tight first bend. It's a really sharp little corner, isn't it? They won't go around that bend again for the rest of the last couple of races. So that's the last time you'll see that tight little bend.
Indeed it is. And we saw in last place there, Tarbea Al-Naif we were talking about. Now, she's been held up to conserve her stamina. She's moved into it, travelling well when the pace slackened. But then when stamina's come into play for her, she hasn't seen it out. She genuinely needs to be racing over 1,400 metres.
She raised the white flag very quickly as well. It showed up like she was going to make a real big challenge, but wasn't able to maintain that at all.
No, but she will, as I said, it's all stamina with her. She will. She won her maiden last time out, and she'll be a lot more effective back in sort of sprinting miling company.
It's great to see some YouTube comments as well from some of our Arabic viewers too. Remember to keep involved in the comments. Unfortunately, Rory and I are unable to read the Arabic, so hopefully you've not written anything rude.
We'll imagine it's all good stuff.
We'll imagine it's all positive vibes only round here. Now, we can build up to our penultimate contest on the day, and in my opinion, one of the best races we've got here at King Khalid Racecourse. I am so excited for the Taif Sprint Cup for 2-year-olds. It's got some wonderful horses in here. It's got Al Motterhead, a horse who I'm massively keen on, and Alex Fussy will take us through all the runners and the riders.
Thanks very much indeed, Callum. Let's have a look at the field then for this 1,200-metre Taif Sprint Cup. 2-year-olds in action here, and a full field of 14 to look forwards to seeing. Number 1 is Sur Al Kuwait, the mount of Ali Al Himoni. 2, Al Motterhead, of course, a winner on the first start at meeting 29, Louis Morales on board. Number 3 is Bakhtar for Abdullah Al-Orfi, scored last time out at meeting 40. Number 4, Bint Al Jawad, is the mount of Eddie Castro, a 2-time winner from her 6 starts. 5 is Fadwat Oyunik, a winner at right back at meeting 3. Mohammed Al Habib takes the ride. 6 is Salute Macho for Asil Al Sarhani. And 7 is Matt Nuke, the mount of Naif Al Anazi. Naif looks for a double, and this gelding showed plenty of promise on his first run. We then have number 8, Marquez for Camilo Ospina, another colt who showed up well on debut when 3rd. Number 9, Sahar. Wigberto Ramos takes the ride, a winner on that latest start at meeting 42. Number 10 is Fatin, finished 4th on debut, Abdulaziz Al Musa riding. 11, Ali Habani, a 0 from 2 so far in his career. Motawasi number 12, showed promise on that first go when finishing second. 13 is Wadhat Al-Kia, finished 5th on her 2 runs. And number 14 is Jubawi Nash, Fahad Al-Faradi, of course, winner of our previous race on board. And this colt won last time at meeting 30. 14 of them set to line up for the Taif Sprint Cup.
Thank you very much, Alex. And doesn't this just get you so excited? So many good horses and so many promising animals on show. Someone will write their name in lights tonight. It's just a matter of who. Quick bit of housekeeping. We found out what the Arabic comments are, and they're asking, why is this broadcast in English? Well, I'll tell you why, ladies and gentlemen who are watching, because you're watching the English broadcast feed on the Jcsa's YouTube channel. But have no fear, do not worry, there is still an Arabic version available. All you have to do is go on to the Jcsa's racing channel and click on the Arabic live show rather than the English live show. However, I'm not quite sure whether you can understand that, because that was why you're questioning whether this is happening in English.
I think you need to learn how to say all that in Arabic first and then try again.
Well, I'm here for another 2 weeks in Taif, so I've got plenty of time to learn, so we'll get on to it.
You're getting plenty of practice in, it has to be said.
Yes, now Rory, let's focus on this contest at hand, because for me, the horse in shot right now is one of the most exciting horses in Saudi Arabia, just walking through, followed by another very exciting horse, followed by possibly the fastest horse in Saudi Arabia. We're talking about some really rocket quick 2-year-olds. I should probably preface that, 2-year-olds rather than general horses.
Yeah, this is it's important to put that into context, and there certainly are faster horses thus far, but listen, Al Motahed is a horse I know you're very excited by, and he produced a 1:17.67 when winning on debut by a wide, but 17 and 3/4 lengths was the winning margin over course and distance on debut. Clearly a very smart prospect, and you'd have thought he can go a little bit quicker. He need to go quicker to justify what you say about him, but he does look a very, very exciting prospect. That was meeting 29. He's been set aside ever since for this race. Now the question is that the right policy with a horse is this good? Do you want to get him a bit more experience so that that will stand them a good stead on the day, or do you just expect that the brilliance that you saw first time out will carry them through?
This is our Motahed here in shot, and I'm not going to lie to you, not blowing me away on the first impressions there, and we'll get a closer look at that with some form. But this is Bakhtar, a horse who built on a really poor debut to bolt up next time out, and that was last time over this course and distance.
Yes, won by 5.5 lengths over course and distance in 1 minute 18.08, so a little bit slower than Al Motahed. But he was very much suited by dropping back in trip that day, and clearly looks a sprinter. He's one to bear in mind.
This is horse number 4, Bint Al Jawad. Now this horse is so fast. She is rocket fast, but she's got one problem. She starts really slowly. New jockey on board today in the shape of Eddie Castro, after Naif Al-Anazi had a nightmare on her last time.
Yeah, she's a course and distance maiden winner. She's also won an Open for 2-year-olds over course and distance, but outclassed in the Taif Phillies Cup after a slow start, and then disappointing on Sunday. Turns out again quickly, if she can get away on terms, she's a player, but it's a big if, I think.
I think she's going to be a horse who's going to be massive in handicaps. I don't think this level is really for her. I think she might be a bit too reckless for this level. This is Salute Macho, one of the horses who doesn't have a win to the name.
No, and he did 1:21.95 when finishing third in the course and distance maiden last time out. That's a slow time, and he's set to struggle here, I think.
Yes, this could be a little bit too much too soon for horse number 6, the Dashing Grey. Horse number 7, this is who Naif Al-Anazi rides instead. This is Matt Nook, second on debut, hasn't been seen since, but that was a good race.
It was a good race, and I thought it's very interesting that he made his debut in a non-winners of 2 rather than a maiden, to give him a little bit more experience, and he finished a good second to Sahar in front of 3 previous winners. That's good for him.
Zahar's in shot right now. This is horse number 9, winner last time out on the 3rd start.
Yeah, beaten Matnook there in a non-winners of 2 over course and distance. That was his best run in 3 outings. I think Matnook will improve past him.
Shamila is in the parade ring as we get to see a look at Dabawi Nash as well. They're coming in all sorts of orders here. Shamila, sort it out for us, will you?
Well, it's just as well we can see Dabawi Najd on the screen now, because he is my paddock pick for this race, trained by Abdullah Al Munif. He looks really well in himself. He won last time out, so we know he's super fit, and second the last 2 starts before that, ridden by Fahad Al Faradi. Hopefully, if he wins again, we can catch him for an interview this time. However, another horse that I really like, and I really liked Marquez on debut when he came 3rd last time out, Camilo Camilo Ospina on board. And there are 3 fillies in this race. The filly that I really like the look of is horse number 3, Baktara. Out of all the fillies, she stood out to me the most. And we do know that fillies are very, very strong here in Saudi Arabia. That just because there are a lot of young 2-year-old colts in this race doesn't mean they can't compete. But Dubawi Najd looks really good. He is by Postponed, who is one of my favorite racehorses of all time. I was lucky enough to see him race all around the world in Maidan and the UK, etc. So I really like to see his progeny, especially when we're out here in Saudi Arabia. Doesn't it make you feel like you're at home, Callum?
It certainly does make me feel like I'm at home. I've not found a winner in a long time, and I'm struggling away, finding lots of horses that are finishing second and third. It is like being back at home. Now, I've got one note for Dubawi Najd. If this turns into an absolute burn-up, this horse is sure to win. But it needs the other horses to go far too fast, because Dubawi Najd is going to have a future over a mile and maybe further.
Well, he's by Postponed. You don't expect Postponed. He was at his best between 1.25 miles and 1.5 miles, and stayed 1.5 miles very well. You wouldn't expect him to be producing sprinters, and Dubawi Najd was an impressive winner over 1,400 last time out in a non-winners of 3. He had 6 winners behind him that day. He's clearly a very talented colt, but this isn't really his trip, I don't think. He'll need to win it through outstaying his rivals, and that needs them to go very hard in front and tie up a little bit.
And reminder, we've only got 14 in the field as well, so it's not a full complement of 18 where you could get a potential burn-up with lots of horses going 5, 6, 7 wide into the first bend. This is a smaller field. I imagine the jockeys will be sensible, but there are a lot of horses here who like to go from the front.
Yeah, a lot of very speedy horses in here. Almont Ahead is very much built like a sprinter and clearly shaped like he was all speed on debut. Bakhtar is also clearly suited by dropping a trip last time out and looks all speed. Bint Al Ashwad, who we have mentioned, although she tends to miss the break, she shows blinding speed up after that. So yeah, there is a very good chance this is going to be a strong pace, which will suit Dubawi Najd to be drawn wide, out of trouble. But whether he's able to lie up with them on this fast surface as well, it's suiting front runners at the moment. I think it's a tough ask from him. He might end up being the best horse in the race, by the way, but maybe not at this trip.
Yes, exactly. Marquez is a horse we didn't get a chance to see. That horse finished third on debut. What do you make of that one's chances?
Beaten 6.25 lengths into third, but that was in a non-winners of 3. So again, Connections were looking to get him in a tough race first time out to show him what was needed. He's bound to improve a fair bit from that, but that was a 1,600-metre debut. Not the right trip for him, clearly not the right trip for him. He'll appreciate dropping back to this 1,200 metres. He's a really interesting one because I think he could be a surprise package.
Can you call it a plot job in this sort of situation
Not
where
really,
they've gone from
Connections,
they've aimed at this?
Connections know that he's a 6 furlong horse, but they wanted to find a tough race for him on debut so he would learn a lot. And sometimes you've got to get them beaten to learn something. He's shown really good speed to lead that day and has then faded off the home turn. But dropping back to 6 furlongs, I think we'll see him in a different light.
My concern about that and the horses had an easy lead over a mile on debut because clearly the other horses were running for a different trip. Now it's going to be taken on. Is this horse going to spit the dummy out as soon as it's passed?
No, I don't. Well, you never know until you're in that situation. And you never know that whether they have the speed to lead anyway. He may not need to lead. Because he's able to lead over a mile doesn't mean that he's going to be able to lead against specialist sprinters over this 6 furlong trip. But that may not be the plan with him anyway. The plan on debut, as you've often said, Camilo Ospina, when he's riding, likes to get in front because it makes things easier, but he's happy to ride them from behind if that's the way they need to be ridden as well. So I still think he's a big player here.
Let's have a look at some of these in action, and the first one we're going to have a look at is my favourite horse, Almont Ahead. This race was won at the start, but what I really was impressed by was Louis Morales said go. This horse went even further clear, head bowed in anger on debut, cost 4,500 guineas of the yearly, and now is racing for a huge prize fund of 200,000 Saudi Riyal.
Yeah, he's got a good pedigree. Luis Morales mid-race sort of sat into him and then sort of let him do his own thing mid-race and then asked for an effort again late on, and he was strong to the line, beating his rivals by the best part of 18 lengths. Clearly a very, very exciting prospect.
Yes, very exciting for sure. Dubawi Najd is the next one we'll look at. Now look at the size of this strapping son of Postponed and really stays on well. Beats Bint Al Jawad comfortably in this contest.
Yeah, Bin Ali's right. You see the tail going round at this stage, and she shows a sign of temperament as she begins to weaken and hangs as well. But Dabawi Naj comes home very strongly from this point, and looks pretty impressive. He's ridden all the way out to the line, and again, he's not blinding speed. He looks like a little bit more of a grinder. Been closed down a little bit by the runner-up late on here, but he's won it in good style, and I think there's more to come from him. It's just a case of whether 6 furlongs are going to see him in a good light.
This is Bakhtar. Now this horse made a debut and showed loads of speed despite missing the kick. Got the gate speed bang on this occasion and never saw another rival.
Yeah, she's quite impressive here, running out a 5.5 lengths winner, having made all the running. This is a much stronger race, so it wouldn't be so easy for her to do that. She broke the clock in 1:18.08, so she's slower than a few of these. She's about 0.4 of a second slower than Al Motahed. So she does need to show that she can go a little bit quicker to win this.
And this is Matt Nuke and Sehar and Fartin as well running in the same contest. Now, Sehar takes the lead here on the turn, kicks for home and goes back. Nuke plugs on well, but Fartin's a horse that I really caught the eye of. Had a nightmare trip round.
Yeah, but the one that caught my eye was Matt Nuke, who runs on very well for a second. Both of those you mentioned do run on well at the end of the race, but this was debut for Matt Nuke. I think that's the key there, that he needed the experience more than most. 1:18.43 he ended up clocking for the 6 furlongs that day. Clearly needs to improve by a second or more to get in that, but I think he was much more in need of his first run and will step forward. Again, he might be one who will stay a little bit further as well in time.
Right, we must rattle through all of these because there's just so much to talk about with each of the horses. But Al Yabani, horse number 11.
Better effort over 1400 so far, went 5th in a maiden. Dropping trips in negative, and this looks too tough, to be perfectly honest.
Motawasi, horse number 12, another white stable runner.
Yeah, second to Safa on debut over 1400 metres. That looks good enough. Beaten 3.5 lengths. Should come forward for that and drops in trip now to 1200 metres.
And Safa famously was a horse that took a lot of time to get that win and had plenty more experience, so that kind of told on paper. Then we've got Wardat Al Khair. Now this horse has got more blinding early speed.
Yeah, but has been running over further. Was 7 lengths 5th in a Fillies Open last time out. Safa was 4th that day, so ties in with Motawasi as well. She does give the impression she'll benefit from a drop and trip being by, unfortunately. So we'll see her in a better light. But is she good enough for this? That's the question.
That is the question. And we've also got Saw Al Kuwait, a horse we didn't mention right at the top of your race cards. 10th on debut, 3rd last time out, but drops back to 1200 metres where it's seen finishing 10th.
Yeah, 10th on debut over this trip, did improve last time out, but stayed on well late in the day to be 3rd, given the impression that maybe a step up in trip would have been required, and the drop to 1200 just looks negative here. But it's a big race, a big pot to go for, so you can't blame Connections for giving it a go.
That's it, and Connection might be thinking there's 20 grand up for grabs here for finishing 5th. If they go so quickly and horses start falling out the back of the telly, happy days, we'll pick up some slow prize money.
If you're ridden to pick up the pieces and you stay a little bit further, you could easily run into 3rd or 4th here, even if you're not a natural sprinter. So there'll be a few of them thinking that the prize money, if they play it cleverly, is up for grabs.
So tell us who your selection is here, Rory.
I kind of don't want to be with Al Motahed because I think you've gone a little bit overboard with him. I think he is the likeliest winner on paper, but I am going to go for Marquez. I think Matt Nuke and Marquez will both improve a chunk from debut, and Marquez is the one I think that could improve most from first to second start.
So as they begin to load, it's Bakhtar for Shamila, who also likes a few others, including Al Motahed, but she also likes Dabawi Naj. I think Dabawi Naj would be her selection, horse number 14. I like Al Motahed, number 2. Rory likes Marquez, horse number 8. 3 different selections. Oh, it's a good race. I can't wait for it. Alex, over to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Callum. Yeah, not too many more to go, only 4 or 5 left to go. I also think that Al Motahed could be quite special, so hoping for a big effort from him. And he's just gone into the starting stalls, so we've got a last couple of runners coming in now. Matt Nuke has just gone in. Fatin is in as well. Bint Al-Ward coming forwards to stall number 4 will be the final runner in. Goes in. Set. Rearing in 12, Motawasi, they're off. Runners sent away, the Taif Sprint Cup. 1,200 metres in front of them, down to the inner. Saw Al Kuwait, not the best of beginnings. will drop to the tail end of the field early on. Al Motawahed was away great, up the inside. Al Motahed leads up early then, in company with Bin Al Ajwad, who's showing some good early speed. Right behind them, Bakhtar's very free, needs to try and settle the head back in third. Being followed at this stage by Marquez, who races in fourth position. Back in behind that runner is Motawasi. Back up the inside fence is Badwat Ayunik, is racing there in company with Salute Macho. Looking deeper on the racecourse, Dubawi Nash is not far off them as they start to begin the swing for home. And it's Al Motahed who's just gone past. Al Motahed hits the front with 400 metres to cover. Bakhtar's in second place. Strongly driven in behind is Marquez for third. Bin Al Ajwad is up on the inside in fourth position, trying to box on his Walid Al-Kir, but out in front, Al Motahed is burning up the home straight, powering right away. It's clear by 10, 12, make it 15. Al Motahed in a different league will win the Taif Sprint Cup. Al Motahed in a romp. Very impressive indeed. 2 out of 2, and he looks a really special talent. He's won it by several lengths. For Luis Morales, another winner for him, for the Mislat stable, just sitting off that leader, pulling out as they swung for home, and then pouring it on. The debut was impressive, this was even better. Al Motahed, head bowed low. Very smart stuff from that winner here. The Taif Sprint Cup, one-way traffic. 1:14.69 is your winner's time. 1:14.69. Matt Nuke second, 14 lengths is your winning margin. Saw Al Kuwait after a poor start. Credit to him, he's ran through to finish in third in advance of Marquez, who was under some pressure from quite a way out and eventually home in fourth. There's Al Motahed over the line. We wait quite a time to see Matt Nuke. Good effort coming from a little further back, Matt Nuke for Naif Al-Anazi. And third then to Saw Al Kuwait, who definitely was one of the worst away. So credit and kudos to him. It's another third placed effort, but I don't think he'll be a maiden for much longer. So Al Motahed is the most emphatic and impressive winner of the Taif Sprint Cup.
Louis Morales, congratulations, Louis. What was going through your head in the first stages of that race?
Well, I've been working him for almost 3 weeks, and he was doing everything well in the training. So I was trusting him to just take a easy lead, but I knew there were some fast horses. With the quality he has, I knew he can handle this.
And you won that race by 14 lengths. Were you expecting that?
Yeah, he won by 20 the before, so I was expecting him to do the same performance like today.
What does it mean to you to win a race like this worth 400,000 Rio?
Well, every race is very special for me. Forget about the price, the value of the race. The people who trust you and give you always the opportunity to ride a good horse, that's the most important thing for me, you know?
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Well, there you have it. Louis Morales, who has a double, but my goodness, I think we've seen an absolute superstar. I was very much leading the hype train, and I 100% admit I meant to be impartial with all these horses. I absolutely adore this horse. I love that it's bred in the UK. Landway Stud, who do such a magnificent job themselves. They run a beautiful farm, and if you ever get the chance to visit the UK, if you're ever in the UK, please check out Landway Stud. Kirsten Rousing has done a magnificent job with that farm. The staff are incredible as well. They bred a superstar which they sold for 4,500 guineas in Tat's Book 3. Now, people often talk about Tat's Book 3 as a sort of graveyard for yearlings, or the place where yearlings who aren't going to make anything end up doing things. Horses that disappear out into the Middle East. Well, they don't disappear out in the Middle East anymore. They're coming to the Middle East and they're being superstars. And I think we have another one in the shape of our Motterhead, who is an absolute rocket ship, Rory. How good was that?
Yeah, that was very good. You've been boring me, Richard, by saying constantly, before I even got out here, the best horse in Saudi Arabia. And he's only had one run. He only beat a bunch of maidens, none of which have won since. And I thought, he's going massively overboard with this horse. Listen, he was very impressive on debut. He's built like a sprinter. His dam was nothing special. She won a 7-furlong race on the all-weather. But she's clearly injected a bit of speed into this fella by Bobby's kitten. He's not bred to be a sprinter, but what I will say is he does look like a sprinter. He's a little ball of muscle, and he really wants to get on with the job. You saw that on debut, and I wonder, he did 1:17.67. It's a good time for a debutant, but it's not out of this world. He's gone 3 seconds faster today, so he's shown himself to be a genuine superstar in beating good horses. Those with speed couldn't live with him, and those who were able to run down late are horses who will stay further. The likes of Matt Nook, the likes of Sur Al Kuwait, horses who are going to stay a mile in time, I would have thought. So he's the real sprinter in this division. The fast horses went forward early. Bin Al Ashwad went forward. Bakhtar went forward with him. He burned them off very easily, and then he's burned the rest of them off and going clear out the straight to win by a very impressive 14 lengths. And again, the clock doesn't lie. 1:14.69 is one of the fastest times we've seen by a juvenile this season, and he is a horse who's just going to get better. So he's something to get to look forward to. And finally, I can accept the hype that you've been throwing at me and enjoy it myself.
Yes, and I think this race was really told at the start. Al Motterhead and Bill Al-Ajwad both got good starts. Our eventual second, Matt Nook, who has run an absolute stormer, by the way, is there in third last position, missed the kick completely. They're already strung out like washing line, and I mentioned at the start, this race is clear to see. If this turned into a pace burn-up, then it's the Barwi Naj's race to lose. But what happened with it couldn't turn into a pace burn-up. They couldn't get with the leader.
No, again, it was a burn-up for the other speed horses, but this horse is exceptional, and it doesn't matter if you got that class. It doesn't matter how fast other horses go with you. You're going to be perfectly comfortable going at 3/4 speed and then pressing on. And you see a Bakhtar who looked very good by winning 5.5 lengths over course and distance last time out. Just absolutely destroyed by the turn of foot that the winner has shown. And the Motterhead is a horse to be genuinely excited about. He's different class here. He's a horse that, despite the pedigree, he does look like he doesn't want to go a yard further than 1,200 metres at the moment. Maybe as he relaxes he will, but the make and shape of him suggests that he's a sprinter through and through, and he can have a lot of fun at this trip.
Great to see Winning Connections collecting the Taif Sprint Cup trophy as well. And you just see the smiles. There were some amazing scenes down just underneath our presentation position where we saw headscarves going up in the sky and so much happening and everyone running around and really excited. And I think it must be so difficult having a horse that wins in meeting 29, but you know has all the talent in the world, and you've got to wait and wait and wait, or you're seeing other horses running away and winning big prizes, and they've just bided their time and they've been rewarded.
Yeah, but he hasn't been sat doing nothing here. Luis Morales said that he's been working him for the last 3 weeks, and he's been doing work like this. Said, I trust him, I know exactly what he can do, and he's clearly improved in his gallops work since that debut. So they knew what they had, and you were right as well. And he is, clearly the star of the evening. We've still got one race to go.
Yeah, we still do have one.
We've got the Taif Derby, and that could produce another superstar. But this is really an exceptional performance. I think my favourite moment afterwards that you see the Connections looking really happy. I did see Mutlaq Al-Mishrif, who won the previous race, the look of astonishment on his face when he saw how far the horse would win by. That was better than the smiles of success. Just that, wow, what has that horse done, was a really telling moment for me.
Yes, and we see them break away, and I think this race is all made from the start. But let's talk about Luis Morales for a minute, because he made it very clear after winning the Arabian race. He said, "I don't get many opportunities in Arabian races," and he made it very clear after winning this race. He said, "I'm grateful for the opportunities that they've given me to stay on this good horse." He says that it doesn't matter the value of the race; every race has value to him. This is the jockey. He's obviously a big enough name. People from the West would know him very well.
Yes.
But clearly isn't getting a ton of opportunities over here.
No, and I think if you told people at home, here's a list of jockeys riding in Saudi Arabia at the moment, they would expect Luis Morales to be the most in-demand jockey going. But I think they underestimate exactly how strong the home contingent are and how keen the teams here are to support local jockeys as well. So Luis Morales, despite being a genuinely world-class jockey, has to scratch around for rides to a degree. You know, and he gets his share, but he can't just sit back and expect them to come his way. No. He's got to battle for those rides as well, and he's got to make sure that when he rides a winner like this, he's not flippant about it either. He's got to be grateful that opportunities come his way, and then he increases his chances of getting good rides like this. But you're not jockeying him off after this performance, are you?
Talk about pressure rides, though, especially if this horse has been pulling up trees on the workouts in the early morning, and everyone's got expectations. Then I know Connection will probably be very coy about, oh, we just wanted to see a good race, but they would have expected a performance, I imagine. And,
oh, certainly.
And Louis in the saddle there, you can see him, you can sense the tension beforehand. I love big races here, because I think there's such a rare treat that we get to see really top class animals on show, and this is a really top class animal, and Louis was at its sparkling best in the saddle.
He was, yeah. I mean, he hasn't quite made all the running. You actually saw that Bakhtar forced his way up the inside,
and he drifted
coming
off
into
the rail.
the turn, and he drifted off the rail a little bit. But Luis Morales wasn't intent on shutting the door. He was more than happy to say, blaze away, do what you like, because I'm picking you up in 100 yards. It doesn't really matter.
Shamila is in the winners enclosure with some winning connections.
I'm with Majid Abuthni. Congratulations for your win with Al Mutahed. You must be so excited after that.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited, and I'm so proud of this horse. He's our man, actually.
And he won last time out with a big distance, and he did the same today. What were you thinking during the race?
Alhamdulillah, this horse, he did already a good race 1 month ago, and we already talked with the jockey. Luis is one of the champion in Saudi Arabia, and he already told me that he will gonna do more than what he did before.
And what's your plans for him for the future, for the Riyadh season? Any big cups in your mind?
Yes, I think this kind of horse, they should go to a big cup. We will sit with the trainer, and we will talk with him. Inshallah, he will go to the Saudi Derby, inshallah.
And he's only 2 years old. If you're thinking for next season, do you think he will be stronger?
I think so, yes. When he gets 3 years old, he will get more than what he did right now.
Well, thank you so much, Majid, and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Great to hear from winning connections there after our Mutahed absolutely bolts up in the Taif Sprint Cup. Now, interesting fallout from that interview is that they believe this horse is going to be able to go further in the future. I think you agree with that statement as well. I'm not sure how much further this horse is going to get.
No, based on pedigree, he does one further. The dam Be My Angel only raced at 7 furlongs. She was a half-sister to Carry On Derrick, who was a winner at a mile. And obviously he's by Bobby Skitten, who gets plenty of winners at a mile. So you'd say on pedigree, oh yeah, he's crying out for a step up to a mile. Just the way he's built and the way he goes about his racing, I'm not sure that's the case. In saying that, he's such a natural that he can carry that speed a little bit further. You know, he's not stopping at the line. He's got such natural speed that maybe they can ration it a little bit and let him go further. But he doesn't shape like a horse. He's crying out for a mile. But again, when you've got a horse this good, you do want to look at a race like the Saudi Derby and look to step him up to a mile and see if he's capable of doing that. I think it's a bit of a question for him, but I'm delighted to see Connections looking to be bold and going for the big race.
Yes, Tom Collins made a very good point when this horse made debut. He said what was so frightening about that debut performance was how easy he went from first gear to fifth gear, and how smooth that transition was, and how easy he was just rolling along. It didn't feel like he was running out of control. You look at Bint Al Ajwad, that horse looks out of control going so fast.
Yes.
This horse is constantly it's so smooth. We'll see it coming out the stalls here.
Well, we'll say again, you look at Bint Al Ajwad and you say, yeah, that she looks to be going really quickly, as in, you know, she's a little bit hard to control for the jockey. Similar story for Bakhtar as well, who goes forward. She's racing very keenly, and you know the jockey's got to worry about her running out of petrol. Not with this fella. he races so easily. You say how quickly he goes from first gear to fifth gear. Have we seen fifth gear?
Have we seen? Yeah, absolutely right. Have we seen fifth gear? Because
I think he's got to fourth.
Yeah.
there may well be another gear left there.
And he may have a few more gears in the tank that we don't know about yet either, which is just frightening to think of. Thor Al Kuwait, we called it out early. They've done better than fifth. They've ended up coming third. That's 80,000 Saudi Riyal. Well done to Connections.
That's an excellent effort for a horse who was picking up the pieces late in the day, having been outpaced early. But of course, the speed horses, unable to live with the winner, have dropped away, and then it's a case of who's able to come through and pick up the pieces. You saw an earlier move than expected from Jabawi Najd, and he got a bit messed around in the race and then didn't see it out as well as he might have, whereas on Sur Al Kuwait, Ali Al Mamoni is just like, I'm going to pick up some prize money.
Yeah, it's been a very happy day for him.
He came through late, asked for his effort as late as possible, and has run through horses to run a career best to finish third. But you know, this isn't really a 6 furlong horse. It's a horse who knew that those in front were going to start struggling late in the day, and he could start picking them off. And you know, horses like to pass tiring rivals. It gives them a bit of confidence, and the more rivals he passed, the more confidence Sur Al Kuwait got, and picked up a big pot for finishing third.
Yes, a big pot indeed, and it's a fantastic race we've just witnessed, and we have another one just around the corner, and it is Derby time. It's time for the Taif Derby, and I'm very much looking forward to this contest, and I get my cards completely wrong. I've turned back to the first race. It is time for the Taif Derby, over a mile, 1,600 metres to go. We've only got a field of 10, and we've got plenty of storylines as well. Alex Fussy, have you gone over that performance of Al Mottahed, and are you ready to do it all over again?
Callum, thank you. Yeah, absolutely superb, wasn't it? Al Mottahed looks a really smart gelding indeed. Let's turn our attentions to the Taif Derby then, our final race, and 10 of them will face the starter here over 1,600 metres. Number 1 is December, the mount of Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 2, Mr. Victor, Abdullah Al-Khamis takes the ride. 3 is Brook, that's Fahad Al-Faradi, a one-time winner from 7 goes. Uncle is number 4, was a winner at meeting 26 at Turkey Alofi riding. 5 is Final Destination. He's been very consistent. Asil Al-Shani will do the steering here. 6 is Roland, a winner at meeting 25. Camilo Ospina aboard. 7 is Azam Badawi. That's the mount of Rayan Al-Terash and was a winner at meeting 22. Number 8 is Masaya, winner last time out, meeting 37, and Wigberto Ramos is aboard. Then we have Jumanat Al-Reem, number 9, Naif Al-Anazi, and rounding out the field, number 10, Ibn Toulon. Luis Morales looking to do the Sprint Cup and Derby double. That's your field then, the 10 of them for the 9th and final race. It is Taif Derby time.
Thank you very much, Alex, and you're right, it is time for the Taif Derby, 10 in this field, and so many different profiles. I just can't wait to get into it. We'll get a closer look at them in a second, but I think Ibn Toulon and I think it's one of the other runners as well who have got the Derby for Mr. Victor, have got group form in Riyadh, and very strong group form indeed. And I think that element added to this race just makes it fascinating, because these horses aren't particularly race fit.
No, that's a big question. Ibn Toulon is arguably the best in this race. So he's rated a pound inferior to Final Destination, but he was placed in both the King Abdullah and the King Abdulaziz Cups at Riyadh early in the year. Form figures 1-3-2-3, improving markedly at the end of the season. The question with him is whether he's ready to go this time around, and whether he's got the natural speed for a track like Taif. Whereas, you know, he looked like he needed a test at Riyadh, and he appreciated every yard of the trip when third on that final start. He was running on very well in the King Abdulaziz Cup. That's a Group 1 contest. This is a good race, the Taif Derby, but it is a little bit of a step down for him. But you can't come here half fit and win races. He says, although Commissioner King, the Saudi Derby winner, did come here and beats Final Destination when he was probably half fit last time.
Yes, exactly, and Commissioner King will be going towards the Saudi Cup, which is a very exciting addition to the programme too. Very looking forward to seeing that horse next time out. For me, I look at Final Destination, and I hate using this term because I think it's sport. No one deserves success. But I think Final Destination deserves a big day in the sun, because he's been so close on so many occasions and has run above himself continuously each time we see him on the track.
Yeah, he really puts his heart into it, doesn't he? He's not the biggest horse around. He's terrier-like, and although he looked like he was well beaten behind Commissioner King last time out, he stuck to that rival like glue in the last couple of furlongs of the race, and he was eroding the deficit close to the line. Now the winner is a very high-class horse, better than all of these. I think it was 115 rated. He wasn't entirely fit for that, and he tried to win without going for everything. The Final Destination, when he sniffed a chance, he was right in there, and he pulled clear of the others in what was a strong contest last time out to finish a close second, and that makes him the one to beat in this race.
Now we'll look at the horses now, and we'll talk more about the race in detail just after. This is December, horse number 1.
Yeah, both wins have come at 1,400 metres. Did run well, win third in a 1,200 metre handicap last time out, so the trip's a bit of a concern for him.
We'll go straight to Shamila, who's in the parade ring. Shamila, there must be some gorgeous horses in here.
Oh, Callum, this was so difficult, but you know what? Hopefully it isn't a horror movie for Final Destination, who is my paddock pick and final pick of the day. So hopefully I can give you a winner with Final Destination. He looks really well. He's just having a little look around, maybe distracted by myself. He is rated 100. He's the highest rated horse in the race. Asil Al-Sayharni takes the ride. And you know what? I've said it once, I'll say it again. These apprentices in Saudi Arabia are so strong, and you should not be put off by the fact that apprentices are riding in these big cup races. They can do it. A horse that I also really like the look of is Ibn Tulun, horse number 10, ridden by Louis Morales, who is looking to get a double, to get a hat trick even on the card today. Looks really well in himself. However, it is his first start out this season, which could be a bit risky, putting a horse directly into a big race first time out, but you know what, he looks like he can do it, and he has the right jockey on board as well. And you know what, there are no paddock negatives in this race. All of the horses look really good. If I was going to be really picky, I would say horse number 7, Izem Badawi. However, I really like all of these horses, Callum. It was so difficult.
Yes, thank you, Shamila. The class has really begun to rise. If you can still hear me, Mr. Victor is horse number 2, has just gone out. I couldn't help but notice that animal in the parade ring from the far shots. He looked gorgeous, a big, strong type, looks very classy. Did you get the same opinion of horse number 2, Mr. Victor?
Victor is really well as well. December looks really good. And I could stand here all night and tell you how nice all of these horses look. However, Final Destination is the one, fingers crossed.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and best of luck if you are siding with Shamila with Final Destination. It's an exciting race, and we can't wait to get to it. Rory, tactically for this race, we've seen horses who like to get every yard at Riyadh struggle here at King Khalid Racecourse. We saw it yesterday with one of the green stable runners, who was definitely the classiest horse in the race, but just couldn't bridge the gap between a white stable horse. And then we look today, we've got 2 horses who have clearly got lots and lots of ability in Mr. Victor and Ibn Toulon, but both will need to get their moves going early. I imagine Ibn Toulon will need to get going round the bend like Commissioner King did a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and I think it might be a tough enough ask. All Ibn Toulon has got strong form. He needed a couple of runs to find his feet last season, and then was really going on very well in the spring.
Now let's have a look at some of these in action. Final Destination, Shamila's paddock selection is the first one we're going to take a look at, and this is him in the parade ring, jig-jogging around, got an apprentice jockey on board. That's a big day for this young rider, and this is Commissioner King winning the race, but look at Final Destination scrapping away to get second.
Yeah, the winner you can see is just a bigger horse than all of these, and a real class out last year's Saudi Derby winner. But he lacked a little bit of fitness here, and you see when he's won the race at this stage, but he just begins to get a bit tired on the front end. And look how desperate Final Destination is to get on terms there. He's really fighting every yard of the way. He's dwarfed by the winner, but he gets within a length and a half of the line and pulls clear of the rest in what looked a very competitive race for the Taif Cup.
The next horse we're going to look at is Masaya. This is horse number 8 on your race. I've not mentioned this horse much, but this is a win over a shorter trip. I'm not sure whether this performance suggested getting further would be ideal.
Yeah, this was a non-winners of 3. It's quite an impressive performance from Masaya. You know, a pretty competitive contest, but this is 1,400 metres, and you'd say just at the end of this race, although he got himself to the front, he's not really hitting the line hard. Just been closed down late in the day. He's never raced over 1,600 metres, and I think stamina has to be a concern for him trying this trip.
Horses who won't have stamina concerns are Ibn Toulon and Mr. Victor, who both feature in this contest at Riyadh, and this is a local Group 1 contest. Mr. Victor is basically next to Ibn Toulon at this point in the white cap.
Yeah, they are racing together and staying on strongly towards the end of this. Ibn Toulon gets the better of the battle, finishing strongly into third place, and Mr. Victor isn't beaten too far either, but the eye catcher I think is Ibn Toulon. But Mr. Victor's got very good form, but up to 2,000 metres, and the trip here is a bit of a worry for him in the other direction.
This is Uncle, a horse that gets a lot of support from our Arabic channel. They really push this every time, and I'm not sure this horse is going to maintain the level it showed on this occasion for the first, but it hasn't been the same since.
Well, he's very impressive on this occasion, but this is a Jcsa contest. It wasn't a bad race on paper, but it's not quite as strong as this. We've also seen him actually fourth in that race where he saw Final Destination finishing second in the Taif Cup. He was a respectable fourth that day, but he does seem held by Final Destination if that horse gives us running again.
Hard to see him turn the form around, but we did see owner mates turn the form around yesterday, didn't we? In Hadori getting beaten by his owner mate in the contest yesterday. So these things can happen.
They can. I mean, the way the race was run it suggested that result could have been overturned. I think it's harder here to see Uncle beating Final Destination. But in terms of the ratings, there's a pound between them on official ratings, and they're racing on the same weight here. So the Uncle's a horse with plenty of natural speed, I find, and if he's able to unleash that past rivals, he's got a really good turn of foot, and that usually wins him his races. If they go an end-to-end gallop here, I think that might stretch his stamina a little bit, as it did in the Taif Cup last time out. But he's a good horse when he's given lesser horses to humiliate. He looks good beating lesser rivals. Whether he can do it against this calibre of horse is a bit of a different kettle of fish.
Let's talk about another pair of owner mates. We've got Brock and Roland. Now I can see Brock being used as a bit of a pacemaker here for Roland, who's very unexposed.
Yeah, well, you're a big fan of Roland.
Oh, I can't stand the horse.
Brock's a maiden winner over 1,200 metres. Is set to struggle on ratings. Got a bit of stone or so to find. Readily held the better class races over course and distance of late. But he's got speed to burn, so he can go forward from stall 3 and set this up hopefully for Roland, who is a stayer. He doesn't always look an easy ride, but he grinds away. He's not been out the first two in 3 starts this term. I know you haven't been entirely impressed by his head courage when he's done that, but I think he did very little wrong when second last time out behind Milani. But this is a much tougher ask for Roland. He's actually an inferior horse to Brock on paper, but he is improving. He's
a big type as well. And Camillo Ospina on board. Now, it's an interesting idea that Camillo would allow another horse to be the pacemaker. He often does come from the front, but he is capable of riding from in behind too.
He is. It's difficult to see Roland having the speed to lead these, given what we've seen of him so far. And you expect him to be staying on late in the day. But, it seems to us that Fahad Al-Faradi will go forward on Brock, and that might help Roland later on. But it's not like it's an obvious plot, because Roland, with a rating of 81, has got more than a stone to find with the best horses in this race. And I think Connections would be more than happy with him finishing third or fourth and picking up some prize money.
Yes, Roland for me. The way I feel about Amot Ahead is the exact opposite to the way I feel about Roland. I just think this horse he's done nothing wrong in his career, and it's bad that I don't have an affinity for him. I just don't think he's the toughest of cookies. And when push comes to shove, he's shown on more than one occasion that he just doesn't really want to battle. And I think they're right in the way they put him in this race. And this is a way to pick up some prize money. Again, 200,000 Real to the winner, 80,000 for second, 60,000 for third. So there's plenty of prize money available to these runners, and I think they're in there to pick up some prize money. But I'd be slightly concerned about his attitude in a bunch finish.
Well, I'm really looking forward to him running on strong,
running away,
finish third, and I think you'd have to give him credit if he finished third or fourth in a race like this.
Alex Fussy is in the sky. Over to you for the Taif Derby.
Thanks, Callum. Last couple of runners on their way. December has gone into 1. Ibn Toulon to stall number 10. And here comes Jumanat Al-Reen. Stall 9 is in. Set. Restless in 2, Mr. Victor, needing attention. Settles. They're off. Racing away over the 1,600-metre trip in the Taif Derby. Pretty level beginning, actually. Down to the inside, December tries to get forwards early on. Showing good early toe, a little deeper out is Azam Bawadi. But there's not a clear-cut leader at this early stage, and no one going mad keen for the advantage. Brooke is not far away, the white cap is drifting right. Badly interfered there with Uncle, who was tossing the head from side to side. Final destinations next in the field. Wider out is Ibn Toulon. Back to the inside rail still is December. Roland's towards the tail of the field at this stage. Masaya is in company. Then Azam Badawi, who's just gone backwards, and also the Jumenat Al-Reem is towards the tail of the field. December gets through up on the inside, just has a narrow lead in the Taif Derby, shows up by half a length at this point. To the outside in second now, Final Destination is applying pressure. Between runners, still in there pitching, but pushed along is Uncle, who tries to get further forwards. Right in there as well to the outside. Now coming up to them is Ibn Toulon as they're about to take the turn for home. Final Destination in front with 400 meters to cover. Uncle, the same owner mates just in behind. 2 lengths between them now. To the outside, Ibn Toulon's in third, then December as they straighten and head towards the final 100. And Final Destination is out in front, clear by 4 lengths. Uncle and Ibn Toulon continue to battle away and try and close, but Final Destination got the first run. No scares for Final Destination, who checks home first and lands the Taif Derby. Beats Ibn Toulon in second, Uncle in behind those for third, making it a 1-3 for the ownership. So Final Destination has won the Taif Derby. 1:41.40 is your winner's time. Was an interesting state of play early on. Not a great deal of pace, which is really unusual here in Saudi. Ibn Toulon, the second, has finished 2 3/4 lengths in behind your winner. Celebrations there over the line. Reins let loose by your winning rider, Asil Al-Sahani. Uncle has finished in third. It's Brooke, for those interested, who's in behind in fourth, but we'll see them go over the line here. There we are, 1:41.40 for Final Destination. 2 3/4 lengths in advance of Ibn Toulon, who was trapped out a bit wide when making that effort. And Uncle has taken third position. And Uncle travelled very well, actually, during the contest. Travelled up with a lot of purpose, going rather sweetly. But eventually didn't have the same finishing kick as our winner, Final Destination. So there is the celebrations over the line for Asil Al-Sahani. A good ride from the apprentice. There was an interesting situation with regards to the pace early, but Final Destination lands the Taif Derby. 5, 10 and 4 is the order of finish for you in our 9th and final race.
Asil Al-Sahani is our winner and our winning jockey, and probably the biggest win of his career, as Final Destination finally gets his day in the sun.
Yeah, wonderful horse to watch, isn't he? He's been so tough this season, going from strength to strength in his races. And although he's not the biggest in the world, he is terrier-like, and he really put his head down and battled again today. The form has worked out. He's beaten the best horse in the race, Ibn Toulon, who didn't shape as if he needed the run particularly. Maybe found the track sharper than ideal for him, but Final Destination really nips round these bends and is a class act. A really great performance on the day.
Yes, Ibn Toulon got up there and travelled into the race like a good thing, but just that final bend was a bit tight, gave away a few lengths and couldn't quite close the gap to our eventual winner. Shamila, what do you make of that?
I'm absolutely beaming, not just because I finally got a winner of the night, but I love Thamar Al-Dehani, I love Asil, I love seeing him get the recognition he deserves. He's such a good jockey and one to keep an eye out on for the future.
Yeah, and he's over the moon there. What a celebration at the end as well, Rory. No hands, Harry Skelton-esque.
It's interesting. We had to speak to Aseel and find out about that, but it looks like he's been watching Harry Skelton back home with that aeroplane celebration of his. But yeah, great to see the smile on his face, and great to see a top apprentice given an opportunity in a top race like this, which doesn't always happen at home. You tend to sort of switch for the big jockeys on the big days, but it's lovely to see connections here, having faith in a good jockey, a good young lad who's ridden a perfect race again today.
He's trying to trademark that aeroplane, isn't he? You can see him getting that, and the camera's on. Aeroplane. Very impressive from that young jockey, and certainly one to watch for the future. And it's great to see this young jockey room only growing. I mean, Sultan Al Maimouni is the big name. He's the one that went to France and did the business. But take nothing away from this young lad who's just done a real pressure ride and been very, very good in the saddle.
Absolutely, and you know the thing about Thamar Dehane as well, he will take a chance on you. He's such a great guy, and he will take a chance on any jockey, all of his horses. He's very honest, and it just pays off in the end.
And the owners will be super happy because Uncle, again, ran a brilliant race, finished fourth once again.
Run very well to be fourth. And again, worth pointing out, his jockey, also a teenager, Turkey Alufi, getting a big opportunity there. And Uncle's run right up to his best form in finishing fourth. So both of these young jockeys have shown themselves in a really good light on the big night.
How do you tell the owner that, I know we've got a big race coming up, I know neither of these horses have won big races, but I'm going to put 2 apprentices on. How does that conversation go down?
Well, it's clearly gone down pretty well because the owner is more than happy to trust the trainer and put the young lads on board. This is an owner, interestingly enough, who gets a reputation in the UK for sort of switching around with trainers. But in fairness, he's shown his faith in his young jockeys here, and they've come to the fore and given him the victory that he wanted.
Take nothing away from our eventual second, Ibn Toulon, who ran a mighty race first time up. That horse is all about Riyadh, all about that long straight, and certainly about further trips.
Absolutely. So, sorry, Shamil, I'll let you take over there.
Yeah, I was speaking to Louis after you won the previous race, the Sprint Cup, and he was kind of saying, they didn't have, they're not putting a lot of pressure on the horse. I mean, I think they did expect him to win, but definitely this was a prep race before heading over to Riyadh.
Look at the no-hand celebration on show there. Great to see. The reins have gone all over the place, but he's got control. There'll be some really miserable people all over the world who don't like that. I tell them all, oh, go away. It's so fun. Enjoy yourselves. That's what you want to see. You want to see a young lad full of confidence, given an opportunity, taking the opportunity and celebrating it as well.
Shades of Mikel Barcelona winning the Derby. Celebrates as if he's won the Derby, said the commentary, and indeed he was celebrating as if he won the Taif Derby tonight in much the same way.
He was indeed. Same prestige of race, we have to say.
Absolutely, yeah, pretty much the same thing.
Now, Shamila, when we saw this race early on, it was very difficult because you were making your way up to the main set. But there was a real pace muddle in this. It's the first time I've seen a race in Taif that wasn't truly run from top to bottom.
Absolutely, and even I was watching the race and I didn't know which way it was going to go. I mean, you had like 4 horses out in front. Nobody wanted to take the lead, really. December was traveling really well, but not well enough.
We can see Winning Connections are about to come up to collect their prize, and a fantastic prize it is. Another trophy for the cabinet, and it's a Taif Derby Trophy 2. 2023 Taif Derby Champion, final destination.
I'm surprised there was only 10 runners in this race, considering the prize money is 400,000 Riyal.
I think a lot of people are making their way down to Riyadh. I think that could be the only explanation, and the only option that they've got is to say, you know what, let's head down early. James Jerkins is doing the same thing on Sunday, so maybe people just wipe this out their calendars.
Yeah, well, it didn't lack for competitiveness, and I think it's quite nice to have races around here with 10 or 12 runners, because sometimes in an 18-runner field, it's all about the dash to the first bend, and a lot of horses can lose their chance in scrimmaging, whereas in a smaller field, we suddenly see different tactics at play. We see jockeys not feeling the need to go hell for leather to get to that first bend, and a more tactical race can unfold. You don't want every race to be like that, but it's nice to have some variety, and the smaller fields allow that to happen.
Yeah, it felt like a very different contest. It was over a mile. You've got that long run down before they meet the main race course, and usually we see horses go flying towards the rail as soon as they pass the chute, but they didn't. December got a lovely toe into the race, sitting there early, and December's jockey must have been thinking, I didn't plan on being in front, but if no one's going to go with me, I may as well make the lead.
And you've got Wigberto Ramos as well. I'm sure he was thinking the same, kind of like just let them lead. But I don't even know where he finished. I was so happy that Final Destination finally got his head out in front.
Yes, Roland ended up taking a bit of a more prominent position. Brock within the same position, tried to be a pacemaker, but never got there. And there wasn't much pace. So again, I wonder, why was Brock even in this race?
Yes, an intro. Well, as I said, on paper, Brock's actually a better horse than Roland, so it's not like it was an obvious plan for him to be a pacemaker for a horse of similar ability. I think it was a case of two horses being in a race where there was prize money to pick up for places, and they were in there taking their chance and trying to do that. The race didn't really pan out for them in the end. Maybe it might have worked better for Brock if he'd gone to the front early, given that there was a fairly slow pace. But the pair of them were really outclassed in terms of the ability of the front two home here. These are 100+ rated horses who are only going to get better as well. Particularly, I thought it was a great day for Final Destination. He's been running so well all season. But Ibn Toulon's a horse with he's a bit of a slow burner. It took a while for him to hit top form last season, and he's clearly in need of at least a mile. I think he's going to improve, stepping up to 2,000 metres as well, and he could be a really exciting horse for the Riyadh season.
Yeah, he'll be one to watch as we move on to Riyadh. One of the more interesting elements is Shamila, your paddock negative, actually ran a bad race this time. And rather than winning, which I always think of that as a fun thing, the paddock negative hacks up by 15 lengths, but not today. The paddock negative, Azam Badawi, ran a poor race. Not quite sure where they go with that animal next.
Yeah, I was surprised he was even in this race. I mean, 16 last time out, 15th the time before that. I mean, he was going to drown in this field of superstars.
Rory, what did you make of some of those that finished further down the field? Any positives to take from those that were beaten?
There's certainly a few you could ride off, as we said, with Azam Badawi. He's one of non-winners of 3, but he's been in races he can't win the last couple of runs. He was in the Ministry of Transportation Cup last time out, which was too deep for him. This was too deep for him. He'll find easier races on the back of that. Amsea was well beaten in the end. That was Wigberto Ramos's ride, but I don't think Amsea wants this trip at all. And although he didn't go particularly fast, I think that meant that they ended up pressing on a little bit earlier, and that made it a test of stamina, which Amsea didn't really want. Again, it's possible that if he'd managed to get himself into a very prominent position, maybe got to the lead and tried to slow it down himself, it would have helped him. But being ridden off the pace to get the trip, and then for it to turn into that sort of race, didn't suit him. You can write that off, and he'll bounce back in lesser company at a shorter trip.
Let's talk about the tactically, though. I think we've talked more about tactics in this 10-runner race than we've done about any of the races so far, which I think is fascinating. And I still think, if you're on December, I think they were surprised to be where they were. And it ended up just being, well, let's just sit into a rhythm and enjoy this race and see what happens in the end. But you just saw Final Destination sweeping up on the outside, and some of the other well-fancied runners as well doing the damage too round that final bend. But it was up to Final Destination, got first run. I saw Uncle ran a screamer as well in behind, but nothing could beat Final Destination finally getting his day in the sun.
Yes, well, he's run so well all season. He's won 2 races, but he's run 2 absolute crackers and really strong contests. Particularly, Commissioner King is a pretty much impossible horse to beat around here. He's the highest rated horse we've seen run on the dirt all season in the thoroughbred races. So absolutely no shame in being beaten half a length by him last time out. But yes, he deserves to win a cup on the back of that, and he's done that now. Whether he's going to be as competitive at Riyadh, given his run style and the fact that he's quite nippy, is open to debate. But I think that's by the by, really. He's had such a good season here, and he's won one of the big races of the season. So Connections will be absolutely delighted with that.
Let's have a little moment about your highlight, Rory. Now, when I say your highlight, I mean my favourite thing was 4 legs. So our Motterhead, what did you make of this performance, and how exciting is he to have such a young superstar here at King Khalid Racecourse?
Yeah, we're getting to see the replay now, which is a bonus for us. He breaks very well on the orange cap there. Immediately goes to the front, but he's got no problem with something challenging up the inside, and he's got such tremendous speed, and not just instant speed, but speed that he can carry through the entire 6 furlong contest. And the other nippy horses are beaten off by the home turn, and he just goes further and further clear off the bend as the stayers begin to come from the back of the field. And given a couple of reminders, he goes 14 lengths clear. Now the question for him is, Connections will want to turn him into a Saudi Derby horse. That's a mile. Pedigree says he should be a miler, but everything we've seen about him, his build, the way he goes about his races, the extraordinary speed he shows, suggests that he's going to be best kept to sprinting for the time being. But I applaud connections who want to take a chance, and rather than saying we'd rather win lesser races of the right trip, you go, the Saudi Derby is a race we want to win, we're going to see if we can stretch him out. If he can't stretch out, he'll still be a top-class sprinter afterwards.
When I think about the Saudi Derby, I think about Commissioner King. Now, do you think Al Muttahed is on the same level as Commissioner King?
Well, I think they're two very different horses. I think Commissioner King, just look at the size of him. He's one of the horses that just takes your eye out as soon as you see him on a race course, and he powers away from his rivals and he pulverizes them. This boy just runs away from them, and I think they're very different styles of horses. If they were both matching up now, Al Muttahed would butcher Commissioner King. As 2-year-olds, right now, Al Muttahed, it's not even a contest. That horse is too quick. Commissioner King over a mile later on in Riyadh, completely different story, because I don't know, I know the pedigree says a lot, but our eyes say more, and that horse looks like an absolute speed demon.
He is, and he's very ready now. He's precocious. Commissioner King, although he won the Saudi Derby last year, everything about him suggests that he's going to be a much better horse this season because of his size, because of his physical scope. He looked really big and well here at the last meeting. A little bit too big, probably, but they knew that there were bigger prizes for him, and they tried to keep him under wraps in that victory. But again, it showed how good he is. It showed what a lovely horse that Final Destination is here as well. And I'd love to see the pair of them clash again at some stage. But I think Commissioner King is going to be one to look forward to for later, but let's stick with what we know here, and the winner of the Sprint Cup tonight is a really exciting horse. Let's worry about what he do over a mile until later and relish what he's done over 6 furlongs tonight, which was exceptional.
But we've had a lot of conversations back on UK shores about a certain horse staying in one particular discipline rather than trying something else, and an owner being very forthright and saying, I'm doing this because I own the horse. I've turned down lots and lots of money for this animal, and I'm making the choices. If you don't like it, it's not my problem. And I think that's massive. Personally, I want to see horses challenged and tried, but at the end of the day, we don't own the animal. So it's great when an owner steps up and says, actually, I'm going to give this a go. We're going to go for the Saudi Derby. And again, like you said, Rory, if it doesn't work, they can always go back to sprinting.
Yeah, there's no shame in being beaten when you're trying something that's outside of your wheelhouse. And again, you know, we don't own these horses, but emotionally we do, don't we? The really good horses like this who excite people, they feel like they kind of belong to the public, and it's no surprise that the public get disappointed when they don't see what they want to see. And of course we have to respect the wishes of owners. People paying the bills are entitled to make the decision. We absolutely understand that, but it's such a breath of fresh air to see an owner who wants to take the higher ground, wants to do something difficult, doesn't say, oh, this might not work out, says, this is exciting, let's go for it.
Shamili, you've spoken to a lot of members of the teams, of various teams in this horse racing industry here at King Khalid Racecourse. I've been taken aback by the refreshing openness that's been on display. Have you felt the same way?
I really have, even compared to how people are in the UAE. People here in Saudi are so open, they're so honest, they really are willing to try new things, different distances, different tactics for their horses, and they'll tell you as well. I mean, everyone else, they see a microphone and a camera and they'll run miles and they won't tell us anything. But the connections here are fantastic, and even in their losses, they'll step forward and say, yeah, maybe it wasn't the right decision for the horse, but we had to try it to see what would happen, and I love that.
Let's look forward to tomorrow. Your favourite 3 words, Hassan Al-Khalidi. How excited are you about him going back to the track?
I am so excited, and I was actually boring everyone at dinner yesterday saying how excited I was to see Hassan Al-Khalidi. I mean, is it boring seeing the same horse win over and over again? No.
Not the style that he does.
No.
Not the style that he does at all. Rory, you're back. After the kid running, you've got a line to the owner.
I do seem to be always here for the big days, whereas Tommy absolutely adores the horse, ends up being sat at home, but he's still got the big screen to watch, so he can still enjoy the hopefully the great moment we see again tomorrow. Perhaps another course record. I think another course record. I think must be a shade of odds on, given that we've been seeing fast times tonight. We saw one of his course records almost go in a handicap earlier on, beaten by only 0.4 of a second. So you'd have thought with conditions like this tomorrow, if the breeze is in this direction as well and is fairly strong, I think we're looking at course records tomorrow.
Right, one more thing before we jump off there. Louis Morales, how good was he today? A man getting opportunities and making the most of them.
I love Louis Morales. I mean, I love how excited he gets after a winner as well. I mean, his smile is beaming and you can't go wrong. I mean, Louis Morales, Camilo Ospina, surely they'd be your 2 stable jockeys if you were to have a stable here.
If you could have them, they would be your 2 stable jockeys for sure. Thank you very much, Shamila. Thank you very much, Rory. Thank you very much, everyone at home, for watching. Remember, you can watch us live on the Jcsa YouTube channel. We are live Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. Please keep involved, and remember, tomorrow it's National Day and we celebrate it here at King Khalid Racecourse. Be there or be square.
King Khalid Equestrian Square will celebrate a special day on September 23rd. Next Saturday sees the kingdom come together to honour our 93rd Saudi National Day, with music, fun and entertainment for all the family. So come and join us in Taif and let the festivities begin.